Chapter 801. The sound wave rippling away is turning into a little bit fierce hit on the barrier. Click! The barrier suddenly appeared a crack. The cracks grew bigger and bigger like a spider's web, until an ice sword fell and the whole barrier broke. Daozong, three people together, spit out a mouthful of blood. Knowing that they were invincible, they knelt down one after another and asked the goddess to kill us. However, Mo Ninger doesn't pay attention to it at all. Since she does it, it means that she will lose her strength. Her loss is bound to maximize the value. These three people are in great danger to the reincarnated tomb owner. No matter how to pray, she will not have the slightest end. This is her principle. A group of ants, how can there be so much nonsense? Die! In an instant, the sword sea swallowed, countless ice crystals seemed to smash a big hole in the ground. And the three of Daozong were not qualified to evade. They were directly penetrated by an ice sword. They struggle, but no use. What qualifications do they have to bear the fury of ancient powers? The blood mist drifted away, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. At this moment, the silence of 10 miles is to the extreme. Only the slayer is still alive. The killer who had stood up was already sitting on the ground. Legs soft, want to stand up, but it is a luxury. He had no idea that Kunlun Su had such a strong man. The key is that such a strong person still stands behind Yishir Tian. In a moment, suppress the three virtual kings. How the hell are you doing this? He doesn't even dare to lift his head. And Yi Chen's expression is more strange. He knows Mo Ninger is very strong, but never thought so strong. This guy didn't say that just now. Are these three difficult to deal with? It's hard to deal with. Almost seconds. If there is such a strong man, I'm afraid it can destroy the Taoist patriarch. Mo Ninger seems to feel Yi Chen's surprise. The body slowly fell down, standing around Yi Chen. I know why you are surprised. The power that I just broke out is really strong, but it depends on the ancient magic. I can't be so relaxed next time without that ancient magic. What's more, the energy in my body will probably hold up for you once. Unfortunately, the leader of the Taoist sect is not here. Otherwise, I will kill the other side together. I can still use some of the power of ancient magic. In time, it will dissipate, which is really a waste. Hearing this, Yi Chen glanced around and found that the boundary of ancient sorcery had completely disappeared and should be used by Mo Ninger. After all, Mo Ninger's body is a little special. Shenjue cold body, one of the top 10 e-bodies, can absorb some strength. It is obvious that the ancient magic of Daozong was absorbed by her. Tomb owner, there is one waste left. Do you need me to solve it together? Mo Ninger opens a way. Yi Chen then put his attention on killing the Lord. He stepped out and came to the Slayer. At the moment, when the master saw Yi Chen, he could no longer care about his dignity. He kowtowed and said, "My lord, all these things are threatened by the master of Daozong. I don't want to fight you at all. My strength is pretty good. I can be an ox and a horse for you. It can even protect people around adults. Please give me another chance." Yi Chen laughed. "If I didn't have Mo Ninger, would you give me a chance?" "Yes, of course." Shaking the voice of the Lord. I'll give you a chance to continue." I say everything. The leader of Daozong has been injured and his strength has been greatly reduced. This is also the reason why he didn't take any action. In addition, for thousands of years, the leader of Daozong has been collecting talents and spiritual roots for the purpose of refining puppets. Those three strong Taoists are the first group. All of a sudden, before the Slayer finished speaking, there was a seal on his eyebrow. At the same time, the breath inside the killing body is disordered, and the body is constantly huge. Obviously, it's going to blow itself up. Grave Master, be careful. Mo Ninger shows a hand to lift, kill the Lord, and Yi Chen to suddenly generate an ice wall. The ice wall completely separated the two people, and the expression of the murderer turned into a blood mist. All leads are broken. But vaguely, Yi Chen roughly knows the plot of Daozong. Make puppets. At the cost of genius, it is actually the weapon of the Taoist patriarch. He didn't know how many strong men there were in Daozone. From the last 3 words that he spit out before he died, we can see that these 3 people are only the first group, and there must be more behind them. What's more, the Taoist patriarch's plan lasted for thousands of years. No one knows whether the darkness hidden in the depths will hit like a storm. Daozone Hall. The Taoist patriarch sat cross-legged on a piece of blue jade, absorbing the power inside. There is some pain between his eyebrows. After all, Yichen destroyed his technique at the beginning, and the power of counterattack made him seriously injured. He has to recover as soon as possible. However, it should not be long before he can solve the hidden threat. King Xuanfeng could not defend Yi Shitian and Duan Huayan. The people he wanted to kill never left alive. Besides, he used the power of the dark place. He believes that his chess game hidden for thousands of years is safe and sound. Sooner or later, his Daozone will become the first sect of Kunlun Su. At that time, he was the master of Kunlun Su. All the strong must submit to him. When the blue jade's power is absorbed by half, suddenly, there is a strong vibration in the air. The true qi of the Taoist sect leader Dantian was in disorder. His closed eyes suddenly opened. The pupil is full of horror and anger. The 4 men he sent out were completely destroyed. How could it be? This group of people should not have been exposed, let alone to King Xuanfeng. How could something happen? Was it discovered? What strong man can kill the 4 virtual kings in a short time? An invisible anger seemed to devour the Taoist patriarch. Who in the dark is it? Who the hell is it? The roar of the sky resounded above the hall. The jade under the master of Daozone was broken, and the whole hall was shaking. He stood up, the eyes full of blood, staring at a direction, no longer hesitant, spit out a mouthful of blood. And the finger pinches quickly. Soon, his blood turned into a black fog. You forced me. Today, I don't hesitate to use my life's blood essence to find out who is secretly destroying everything in me. The screen rotates. Yichen and Mo Ninger are just about to leave. Suddenly, Mo Ninger seems to find something. Her feet stop and her eyes shoot at the direction of the death of the Slayer. To Moner, there are some problems. Yichen sweeps along Mo Ninger's direction. He found that the originally ferocious blood actually moved. Is suspended in the air, the color is constantly changing, deeper and deeper. A black fog suddenly formed. Chapter 802. Black fog agglomerates to form, is actually an old man wearing a Taoist robe. Master of Daozone. To Moner, there is the smell of ancient magic on the black fog. It should be that the people behind them used some skills to come here in person. This kind of existence, if in ancient times, is enough to kill everything, but this black fog is not strong, don't worry about it. The black fog forms a figure, eyes burning at Yichen. Ferocious face. Yi Shitian, it's really you. You dare to kill my Daozone people. I really think I dare not move you. Yichen shrugged his shoulders. Mo Ninger was there, so he was not afraid. Zone Lord, you didn't find me to send the bill. When you broke the rules and sealed Duan Huayan's elixir field, now you dare to move King Xuanfeng. Do you know what the price is? Black fog step out, cold evil spirit spread, Yi Shitian, Duan Huayan and you, why do you want to protect this guy everywhere? With your strength, you should step into a higher level of existence, not help a waste. This waste will only waste your time practicing. If you promise not to interfere with Duan Huayan and me from today on, our account will be written off. From now on, you and I will draw a clear line, and I will not attack you. Black Fog is obviously afraid of Yi Shitian. After all, Yi Shitian is the first person to easily break his ancient magic. He could only compromise the existence of this unknown origin. No more to me. Yichen said with interest. Exactly. At this moment, Yichen laughed, even if you don't do it to me, I will do it to you. As for your peace, I don't care at all. I advise you to take a few more breaths of the air outside, because before long, I will commit suicide on Daozong and cut off your head. Yi Chen threatened. You! I really think I can't help you. Black Fog angry, a roar, the next second, is to carry the rolling evil gas toward Yi Chen, devour and go. Although it is impossible to kill Yi Shitian, it can at least affect Ye's Taoist heart. Seeing that the black fog was about to touch Yi Chen, Mo Ninger blocked Yi Chen's body and said in a cold voice to the black fog, "Bold evil thing. I think you can do whatever you want." Mo Ninger pinched her finger, and the dazzling golden light suddenly appeared on the fingertip. Golden light with bursts of Sanskrit gradually formed an ancient rune. The rune falls from the sky and goes towards the black fog. Black fog see the top of the head of things. This just noticed Yi Chen's side of the girl in red. This is the ancient town of evil. Isn't this long gone? You, who the hell are you? The tone of the black fog was full of horror and fear. In ancient times, the evil talisman was the enemy of his cultivation. It has been silent for thousands of years. He thought that kind of people had already fallen and risen. But now, it appears again. Still a girl. Mo Ninger snorted coldly, the finger stretched out, and then pressed gently. The ancient Jinxia Fu fell like a sword in the black fog. The black fog vanished. It's the sound of pain. At the moment, the Taoist patriarch spits out a mouthful of blood again. Pale. The ancient evil talisman has reappeared in the world. What is the origin of the girl behind Yi Shitian? Is it from that place? The entrance is open again. If there are people in the hall at the moment, they will feel the fear of the words of the Taoist patriarch. In ancient times, only the strong people in the source of Taoism can use it. The girl was so young that she stepped into this realm. How could it be? If so, maybe the girl can suppress the whole Daozong. He's really scared. And now outside the Qingxian Peak. Yi Chen took a look at the dissipated black fog and asked Mo Ninger, "Can you teach me the ancient town magic?" The patriarch seems to be very afraid. Mo Ninger shakes her head, "Tu Moner, this is an ancient technique, which has great restrictions on cultivation. At least it can be used in the realm of Daoyuan. Now you are only in the transcendental realm. If you use it forcibly, you are likely to explode and die." Yi Chen sighs for a long time, "Just want to speak." The sound of crackling came from the body, a breath of breakthrough swept open. It's a breakthrough. Mo Ninger saw this scene and pinched her fingers. Everything around her seemed to be shrouded in her mind. "Tu Moner, I am now in charge of 10 Li. I will protect the Dharma for you. You can rest assured to break through. What's more, I feel that the thunder robbery you have to face in this breakthrough will be terrible." Good. Yi Chen no longer thinks much and sits cross-legged. He has already felt the breakthrough in his body to the extreme. Boom. The true qi in the body is like 10,000 horses galloping and roaring. 9 days Xianyang decided to move to the extreme. The energy from the elixir field made Yi Chen's whole body hot. Within the tendons and veins, it turns into 1,000 troops and horses in an instant, and its momentum is like a rainbow. Every piece of flesh and blood, every skeleton, seems to bear the burning fire, making Yi Chen look ferocious. Under the impact of the majestic energy, the pain can be imagined. Now! Enter the Holy Land, open! Thinking of this side, with a roar, Yi Chen's whole body momentum erupted. The strong air waves rolled and the wind howled around. Yi Chen's clothes, dancing in the strong wind, crackling. Yi Chen, the center of the storm now. The majestic energy rushes into the elixir field, and suddenly comes the sound of surging waves. Under the strong energy impact, the whole elixir field seems to be about to explode. Mo Ninger looks at this scene. Mao's son appeared a touch of complex emotion. Tu Moner, since everyone thinks that you are our turning body, I will give you a strength. It is up to you whether my body can be free or not. Mo Ninger points out. The red breath of the body. Help Yi Chen keep protecting his mind to avoid accidents. At the moment, Yi Chen strides across the Holy Land without hindrance. Thunder robbery appears on the sky. Mo Ninger felt the thunder robbery crazy landing, and a trace of solemnity appeared in her eyes. She knew very well that the greatest threat of the two Moner was the Patriarch. The gap is too big. She could not leave the two Moner too far away, so it was impossible to leave here to destroy Daozone. What's more, they can't arbitrarily destroy the balance of Kunlun Su. If they want to make a move, they must be present. The ancient sorcery in the body is going crazy. If you don't do anything this time, it will be really wasted. She took a look at the thunder robbery and suddenly thought of something. The next second, step on, the air waves roll, her body directly suspended in the air, is rising. Even gradually, the whole Kunlun Su was under her feet. When she turned her body, her red clothes fluttered and her cold eyes shot to a distant place. It's Daozone. Chapter 803. The reincarnation 2 Moner is too important for us. Although I am far behind the rest of the great powers, I have enough discourse power for the present Kunlun Void. Today I will let everyone know the cost of offending the reincarnated 2 Moner. Mo Ninger's indifferent voice falls down slowly. She was suspended in the air, closed her eyes, and her mind was released thousands of miles. Even 10,000 miles. Almost covered the whole Kunlun Void. Thousands of cold body released. Originally still in the hot meaning of Kunlun Su, actually began to snow. The temperature is gradually decreasing. The whole Kunlun people felt something was wrong. One after another, they came out of the practice room, clan and family. Some closed powers open their eyes and come out to feel everything around them. Ji Jia. Ji Xiqing is also aware of the vision, standing in the yard, seriously looking at the sky of snow. Ji Lin, who has already returned, raised his head curiously. Sister, how did Kunlun Su snow this time? Why do I still feel a little cool? Ji Xiqing shook his head. There is something wrong with the snow. It's just like the artistic conception created by human beings. If it is, it may be the existence of ancient powers. Is that the place opened? No, if it's the power there, it can't be as simple as snowing. There seems to be a trace of invisible anger hidden in the snow. Ji Lin listened to Ji Xiqing's explanation and frowned. Sister, do you think too much? It's like when you come back from the killing place, you're a little paranoid. Ji Xiqing sighed. It's not that I'm paranoid, but I don't know when the pattern of Kunlun Su has changed. If we really want to trace a point in time, it is after Yi Tian appeared. Jilin naturally doesn't care about this kind of thing. She takes apart a bag of potato chips and puts it into her mouth. This time she went to China. Although she didn't get the news of Yi Tian, she gained a lot. A lot of snacks are stored. Ji Xiqing glanced at the carefree Ji Lin and asked casually, no one in China really knows Yi Tian? According to the law, this guy appears in the Kunlun mountain of China for the first time, and always shows some horse's feet. Ji Lin shook her head. Suddenly she thought of something. Her eyes lit up and said, Sister, although Yi Tian has no news, the news of Yi Chen's boy in China is everywhere. Sister, don't tell me, I find I really despise Yi Chen. When he was in China for less than a year, he did so many feats. Also established a top family Yi family. Even known as the god of war in China by countless powerful martial arts. Let me tell you something about. Ji Lin put down the potato chips. Will Yi Chen in China one by one? Until he finished, Ji Xiqing still did not fluctuate. Sister, aren't you interested in that boy? Why didn't you react at all? Ji Xiqing looked at the flying snow and said, even if Yi Chen is the top power in China, then how about it? Compared with Kunlun Su, Huaxia is like the earth and the sky. I'm optimistic about Yi Chen. It's that everything is built on the basis of not dying young. However, this guy has no idea what to do with his mother-in-law of Qinghuan's sect to fight a war in a few days. Well, let him alone. I will do whatever I can. Ji Lin's mouth grows up, but she knows what level of mother-in-law of Qinghuan Zong is. Yi Chen wants to challenge. Are you crazy? Even if he knows the array, he should not be so fast. She was just about to say something when a shadow appeared on the sky. Shadow floating overhead. Like a goddess. Sister, look how could. Ji Xiqing naturally saw a woman in red floating above the sky. For a moment, she felt small. Sure enough, the snow has something to do with great energy. I don't know why the great power came here. And now the mid-air Mo Ning air breath brewing to the extreme. Fingers pinch, the world seems to fall into silence. Her cold eyes shot in the direction of Daozong, and her red lips opened. The power of ancient magic transformation and the true qi of Dantian all gathered together. There are so many ants in Kunlun. Today, thousands of Xian girls have come to the world and kill the heaven. They are the disciples of closing the door. The Zudiozong of Kunlun has no idea of death and dare to offend my beloved disciples. My heart is burning with anger. I should have erased Daozong, but I don't want to destroy my disciples' experience. We hereby inform you of the ants. If you want to challenge your own disciples, you can only ask for battle in the arena. If Daozong or other sects dare to attack their own disciples in secret, I will surely step down the whole Kunlun void. Never die. The cold words are like thunder, reaching up to the sky and reaching the virtual earth of Kunlun. Every cultivator under the source of Tao can hear it. For a long time. This is not over. Mo Ninger's 5 fingers open in the air, and a huge ice sword suddenly forms. Boom! Accompanied by the thunder, the ice sword fell down from the sky. The intense Mars encircles, like the planet hits the earth. Touch! The ice sword is directly inserted on a vast plain in Kunlun. The ground is split in all directions, and the whole Kunlun virtual earth is shaking for a long time. This is deterrence. Mo Ninger is very clear that since she can't erase Daozong temporarily, she can at least use such means to frighten the whole Kunlun void. When the time comes, Daozong wants to start with Yi Chen, and he should also consider the anger of Qianjua Xuannu. What's more, in the face of Kunlun's virtual naming of Daozong, there will be countless powerful people in the dark to restrict Daozong. This is relative to give Yi Chen a double protection. Of course, this is not a long-term solution. Yi Chen has enough strength to erase Daozong himself. After all, it was calm. The shadow disappears, the snow is no longer. Mo Ninger's body falls slowly and falls on Yi Chen's side. Her face is pale and her body is much weaker. This is the maximum she can do for Yi Chen. At least let Yi Chen have enough time to grow. Maybe when Yi Chen reaches that strength, he is qualified to know the truth behind the reincarnation cemetery. Half an hour later, Kunlun Su countless strong men and various major clan leaders gathered together in the place where the ice sword stands. No one thought that there would be a powerful woman coming to Kunlun Su, so deterrent words. Call the roll. What's more, they didn't expect Yi Shitian to be accepted as an apprentice by this great power. With such great power standing behind, who dares to move? Most of the people present knew that Daozong was cold. Even become a street mouse, everyone shouts to fight existence. That 1,000 unique Xuannu's move, like the power of Chinese entertainment circle, one word, killed a rising star. A generation of large amount of land. After today, Daozong will not have any allies. Chapter 804. Even be watched by countless powerful people. After all, if Daozong secretly killed Yi Tian again, it would be the whole Kunlun void that paid the price. A few minutes later, Ji Xiqing and Ji Lin also arrived here. The two people looked at the cold sword straight into the sky, the shock in their hearts could not be increased. The key is that there are 3 big characters carved on the ice-cold sword. Yi Shitian. This is the sword of Daning under the virtual tree of Kunlun. At least for one day, no one in Kunlungsu dared to attack Yi Shitian secretly. Ji Xiqing clenched his slender fingers. She found that the distance between herself and Yi Shitian was getting further and further away. She originally wanted to take this person as the goal of cultivation. Now it seems that the gap is like a gap. But this did not let her down, but let her heart ignite fighting spirit. Elder sister, why is Yi Shitian still hiding in the dark since there is such great power behind him? It seems that they are even in such a mess by Daozong. Shouldn't they? Ji Xiqing shook his head. The whole Kunlun Su is guessing Yi Shitian's identity, but he just doesn't come out. We can't help it. I can't wait now. This guy has a feature. He appears every half a month. Ji Lin's head turned and murmured, "Isn't the next appearance supposed to be over the talent of the Shuzong clan in Kunlun?" Ji Xiqing's expression was frozen and he stopped talking. "By the way, sister, if Yi Shitian becomes a member of our Ji family, will Ji family never worry about safety? If you don't want to, you can only wait for me to be 18 years old." "What if you don't want to do? What should I do if I'm ahead of schedule?" Ji Xiqing. And now the main hall of Daozong. Outside the door stood hundreds of disciples. Look nervous. The reason why they joined Daozong was that Daozong had a strong position in Kunlungsu, even among relatives and friends. But at present, Daozong was blocked by that great power. Everyone is thinking about leaving the clan. Even some elders who have been in Daozong for hundreds of years are hesitant. Creak. The gates suddenly opened. There was a complete uproar outside. "Master, ye killed the heaven." As soon as a disciple's words fell, his body turned into a mist of blood. Extremely cruel. The crowd was completely quiet. The leader of Daozong came to everyone. At the moment, he seems to be a few decades old, physically and mentally exhausted. He raised his head with a chill in his cloudy eyes. "Don't mention Yi Shitian again in front of me. I know you are afraid of the threat of power. But it's very clear, as long as you don't do it in secret. Can't we kill Yi Shitian in the open arena? In a few days, the talent ratio of Shuzong clan in Kunlun will be the highest, although Yi Shitian is unlikely to participate. However, our Taoist sect has lost face completely today, and we still need to take back some lost things. I have only one request. In this prosperous age, we must respect it. If you don't get the first place, you will die. Finally, I tell all of you here that there is no need to be afraid. Today, of course, our Daozong is invincible, but once our Daozong plan is successful, we will have the qualification to fight against the 1,000 unique Xuannu. King Xuanfeng. Thunder Rob dissipated, Yichen opened his eyes, slowly spit out a mouthful of turbid gas. This time, he stepped into the third level of the Holy Land. I'm still satisfied. At least, if I enter the Holy Land, I can fight against some strong people in Kunlun Virtual Holy Land without the help of cards. Of course, with the help of cards and some means, some strong people who return to the virtual state and even the early stage of the virtual king state will have a chance to kill them. He stood up and his eyes fell on Imo Ninger. Although he had just made a breakthrough, he still knew something about Imo Ninger. He was very clear that such a means would inevitably cost Imo Ninger a great price. No matter what, he wrote down the kindness. Thank you. Yichen Lightway. Imo Ninger's mouth outlines a smile, to Moner, the previous offense, when today to repay it. Yichen thought of what and asked, by the way, since the current problem has been solved, what is the condition you want me to promise? Imo Ninger bit her red lips and hesitated for more than 10 seconds, and then she said, to Moner, I went out of Zumo's home in Kunlun, cut off all love and pursue the supreme road with all my heart. Because of my cold body, I was cold by nature and had done a lot of things that I felt sorry for the Mo family. After the ancient war, the biggest obsession and regret in my heart was the Mo family. I hope that one day the owner of the tomb will go to Zumo's house in Kunlun and take care of it. Yichen nods. Although he has never heard of the Mo family in Kunlun, the surname Mo is extremely rare. But since Imo Ninger proposed it, he would naturally agree. Thank you, to Moner. I'm going to the Samsara cemetery first. After all, I'm just a obsession, and I can't stay outside for long. Imo Ninger owes himself, and then it dissipates completely. Yichen doesn't want to stay here too much, and walks towards King Xuanfeng Array. He did not walk a few steps, he suddenly felt something, the Samsara cemetery came to a change. This change is not from Imo Ninger, but from Duan Laren's tombstone. Duan Laren swallowed the archaic virtual and real Danes into essence, saying that he wanted to contact some things behind the Samsara cemetery. But after so long, there has been no news. Yichen naturally doesn't worry. After all, Duan Laren, as a great power in ancient times, is strong enough to solve everything in Kunlun. At the moment, however, he found that there was nothing so simple as that. Because Duan Laren's tombstone actually appeared a series of cracks, as if had been seriously damaged. Yi Chen quickly enters the reincarnation cemetery. Mo Ninger and Lin Qingxian are all there. They frowned. Look ugly. Master, what's the matter? Seeing Yi Chen come in, Lin Qingxian sighed, the tombstone is broken. Duan Laren is afraid to touch too deep. I'm afraid it's unexpected. If that force discovers his presence, they may even investigate here. Apprentice, things are more difficult than you think. Chapter 805. Is it tough? Master, which one is it? This is the first time Yi Chen has such a clear contact with the things behind the Samsara cemetery. Before that, these powers were always hiding, as if something could not be touched. Since he is the owner of the Samsara cemetery, he naturally has to face everything. What's more, Duan Laren helped him a lot. Of course, it's a kind of divinity and part of the Samsara cemetery. If he can help, he will help. The most important thing is that Duan Laren and he have been bound for a long time. Once unexpected, he must also be dangerous. Lin Qingxian takes a look at Yi Chen and stops talking. Disciple, there are some things that will naturally be told when the time comes. What you say now will only affect your heart of Tao, and may even change your path completely. What you need to do now is to train yourself and strengthen yourself. You don't have to think about the rest. One side of Mo Ninger wanted to explain what, Lin Qingxian a look in the eye, she then swallowed the words. Yi Chen suddenly felt his head big, looked at Lin Qingxian and said seriously, Master, is it that Duan Laren doesn't care? Lin Qingxian shook his head, Tube, of course. If something happens to him, the people behind him will probably realize your existence by some means. I thought that you could not be involved with those people before you entered the source of Tao. Now, I think it is too simple. Lin Qingxian sighed, his hands were behind him, and his expression was quite serious. Duan Laren's accident will only become a fuse. Fortunately, Duan Laren is only seriously injured, otherwise the whole tombstone will be broken, and there is not much time left for us. This time, I will go there in person. Disciple, I was going to continue to preach the way of healing God, but now it seems that it is no longer possible. I must use all the remaining energy. With his substantial body, he may help Duan Laren a little bit. At present, the most important thing is to determine the whereabouts of Duan Laren. Lin Qingxian no longer thought about it. He sat cross-legged in the reincarnation cemetery. His old fingers kept pinching the formula, and the speed was faster and faster. His elixir field seems to be flashing a dazzling light, the spirit of medical God, covering the entire Samsara cemetery. Nearly 100 tombstones are shaking wildly. A few seconds. All of a sudden, Lin Qingxuan's eyes suddenly opened, a finger in front of the void point out, a picture completely generated. The picture is a desolate place, with ruins everywhere, as if it had been baptized by the fire of war. The ground was covered with blood, some shocking. Under the color of blood, beside a stone statue, lies an old body, which overflows with faint thunder arcs. Very weak. It's Duan Laren. Not only that, Yi Chen also found a black stone tablet cut by the sword above the ruins. On the stone tablet, a few words are vaguely written. Zhen Lei Zong. I want to break through the 9 samsara and swear to compare with heaven. Life and death are up to me, life and death are my destiny. I can travel in all the world. Control the thunder and lightning and transform the supernatural beast. 1,000 robberies are hard for 100 generations. They are in a hurry all the time. The body of thunder can't extinguish the soul. They can shake the past and shine the present. Only I can shake Duan Laren, the Emperor of Thunder. This is the Zongmen site of Duan Laren. Lin Qingxian glanced at the picture, sighed, waved his arm gently, and the picture disappeared. Then, he looked at Yi Chen and said seriously, if I didn't guess wrong, his investigation into the matter was completely exposed. He wanted to have a look at the former ancestral home, but he didn't expect to be ambushed by the powerful forces. Now, the only advantage for us is that the strong people sent by that force are not high in cultivation. Duan Lairen has solved all the people at present. But once discovered by that force, he will surely send the strong ones to come here. Then Duan Lairen will be really dangerous. I don't care about Duan Lairen's death, but there are too many things behind Duan Lairen. I have to save those strong people before they appear. If Duan Lairen is taken away by those people or controlled by the technique, I can only find a way to make Duan Lairen disappear in this world. Disciple, I must leave at once. This trip will take at least 3 days. Lin Qingxuan's voice was full of urgency. Obviously, this is too serious. At this time, Mo Ninger said, Master Lin, I don't think it's proper. You can solve the problem to the greatest extent. But don't forget that Yi Chen is the tomb owner of the Samsara Cemetery. His greatest responsibility is to protect the Samsara Cemetery. If Yi Chen can't guard the Samsara Cemetery, it can only show that he is not worthy to be the tomb owner. A moment of hesitation appeared. Mo Ninger is right. He wanted Yi Chen to deal with this matter, but hiding in the dark is really that power. Yi Chen can't stop it and even expose his identity. Yi Chen seemed to see the hesitation of Lin Qingxuan's eyes and even said, Master, no matter what, there are some things I still have to face. You said that I am your turning man. Since your hopes are all on me, if I withdraw at this time, even I will despise myself. Not to mention turning over for you, I will not be so stupid as to reveal my true face this time. Yi Shitian's identity is enough. If there is danger, I can't resist it. It's enough for Master to do it again then. Yi Chen's eyes show a strong determination. After a few seconds, Lin Qingxian still made a compromise. Okay, but disciple, you must listen to the Master's command throughout the whole process, and you can't go on your own way. Yes, Master. Yi Chen and his parents, as well as the ancestors of King Xuanfeng and others say goodbye. Although some parents complain, but they can also see the importance of this matter to Yi Chen. No one asked more, just let Yi Chen pay attention to safety. When he comes to Huayan, he doesn't want to leave. Unexpectedly, just a few steps away, the gate opens directly and Duan Huayan comes out of it. Disciple, since you are here, just come in. Duan Huayan said with a smile. The restoration of Dantian makes him seem to have been reborn, not to mention how happy the mood is. Yi Chen turns around, he obviously finds that the breath on the Master is stable and powerful. Compared with the cave outside the killing place, there is a big gap. Is Master breaking through again? Disciple, you came at the right time. My elixir field was abandoned and I couldn't step into martial arts. Now that I have recovered, I should teach you something. When Yi Chen heard this, he arched his hand and said, Master, I'm here to say goodbye to you. I have an urgent matter to deal with immediately. I may have to leave for a few days. Duan Huayan's eyes congealed and said in surprise, in a few days, it will be the talent of the Shuzong clan in Kunlun. Moreover, you and the mother-in-law of Qingluan clan have already made an agreement. Are you sure you want to leave at this time? Chapter 806. Yi Chen firmly nodded, Master, this matter is very important to me. After handling it, I will rush to the Zongmen Talent Dobby at the first time. Do you want me to go with you? Duan Huayan asked. Yi Chen refused, Master's good intentions, I understand, but I have friends to go together, there should be no danger. Although Duan Huayan doubts, but also did not ask, can only let Yi Chen all the way to pay attention to safety. After saying goodbye to Duan Huayan, Yi Chen left King Xuanfeng. He intended to buy a mount at the foot of the mountain, but unexpectedly, a dark shadow rushed directly up. It is the king of the Black Tiger in the land of killing. Yi Chen's joy in his eyes touched the hair of the king of the Black Tiger and asked, Xiaohe, can Wen's sisters be safely delivered? The king of the Black Tiger nodded, but he kept rubbing his head against Yi Chen's body. Well, in that case, would you like to go to a dangerous place with me? The roar of the tiger resounded. The king of the Black Tiger radiates red light all over his body. The body is crawling down, Yi Chen step on the back of the tiger. The Black Tiger King's hind legs burst out, suddenly rushed out, in a direction quickly swept away. Ears continue to spread the howling wind. Yi Chen found that the distance from the first time to see the king of the Black Tiger, the sky faster. Is it because of those pills? But that's a good thing. 7 o'clock in the evening. It is still kilometers away from Zenliaizong's site. The king of the black tiger stopped slowly. It has issued a low growl, as if in fear of something. Yichen Mao's son, a congealing, jumped directly from the black tiger king's back. Lin Qingxuan's voice came to his ear, "Disciple, there are arrays ahead, but there is no trace of anyone at present. Of course, we should be careful." Yichen toward the front and go, full of 10 steps, the pace just stopped. He put on the mask of Yishir Tian, stretched out his hand, and instantly touched a layer of array barrier. It's 1,000 poison array. Once forced to break in, 1,000 poisons will devour the body, and it will not die. No longer hesitating, Yichen forces out a drop of blood essence, which shoots on the array, one after another, rippling with golden ripples. When the life talisman in the body is offered, the endless thunder and lightning are attached to the array, and the sound of ZZ is heard continuously. His original life talisman is extremely special. It can devour many things, and naturally he can absorb the 1,000 poisons of the crazy 1,000 poison array. Soon, the golden ripple on the array disappears. Yichen takes out the dragon and asks the sky sword. With one sword, a hole appears in an instant. Yichen has just stepped into the mouth, there is a strong bloody air hit, there are bodies on the ground, 1,000. He doesn't know what Duan Laren experienced here, but it is enough to prove that there was a great war here. The blood dragon in the body feels that the energy can be absorbed. He rushes out of Yichen's body and rushes to the top of the array. The dragon's posture absorbs endless blood. Yichen doesn't care about the blood dragon. The next second, he finds something, and suddenly takes it in a direction. Duan Laren is 100 meters to the south. There is almost no life, and the tombstone of the Samsara cemetery has gradually fallen into the dark. "Master!" Yichen comes to Duan Laren and helps him up. Duan Laren is full of wounds at the moment. A spirit temporarily condenses the entity, unexpectedly can break into such, this lets Yichen anger to the extreme. Blood holes in the chest and thousands of sword marks on the body make people can't bear to look directly at them. Of course, he didn't know how to master it. "I'll do it." A virtual shadow appears at Yichen's side in an instant. It is Lin Qingxian. He shouldn't have left the Samsara cemetery, but he can't care so much now. Lin Qingxian closed his eyes and grasped it with 5 fingers. 10 chi needles appeared instantly in his hand. "Disciple, it's just right now that I'll teach you a technique of turning death into life. Watch it carefully and remember it in mind." With that, the air needle in Lin Qingxuan's hand burst out into a dazzling light and shot out together. With the way of heaven, devour all things, with the way of God, save life. 10 soul-searching needles, fall. 10 air needles shoot at different places, and build a soul-searching array on Duan Laren. In an instant, the aura between heaven and earth poured into Duan Laren's scarred body. His face changed from pale to bright red. "Disciple, you should have 2 Taigashusher pills. Now give me 1. Lin Qingxian said. "Good. Danren will be fed directly into the mouth of the medicine." The original nihility of the body, the meaning of lightning more and more sheng. Suddenly, Duan Laren opened his eyes, an array of thunder burst in his eyes, extremely ferocious. When he saw Yichen appear in front of him, he was obviously surprised. "Disciple, how did you come?" Later, he noticed Lin Qingxian. Why do you want to come?" Duan Laren's face changed a lot. "The place itself is a trap. I killed everyone, but if I'm not wrong, that group of guys have found that the strong men in the ancient war have their minds left. It will be more complicated then. I intended to destroy my mind completely and dissipate the world. Why are you here now?" Lin Qingxuan's spiritual consciousness was released and asked Duan Laren, "But those old guys?" Duan Laren shook his head. "If it's really that group of people, I may not have the right to speak to you, but these animals also have something to do with those guys in ancient times. The runes and magic tools they hold are all from ancient times. Otherwise, I can't be so embarrassed. Don't tell me about it in advance. We'll leave at once. Duan Xianren can't enter the cemetery for a short time." Yi Chen blew a whistle, and Little Black came to Yi Chen's right and left instantly. He puts Duan Laren on the tiger's back. Yi Chen gang wants to step on it and leave together. At the moment, the dark clouds are pressing on the city, and the ground is shaking. A stream of cold air converges, and the originally torn Crazy Addiction Thousand Poison array is also completely recovered. Seeing this, Duan Laren's face changed greatly. Not good. Yi Chen, you leave now and leave me behind. I should be able to burst this idea, not to die with this group of people, at least to be able to hurt them. If you don't go now, it's too late. Yi Chen, you must listen to me this time. At this time, the voice of Lin Qingshuan's lament sounded, don't go, it's too late. But it's good to find out the identity of these people. They should know something. Disciple, are you ready? Yi Chen listens to Lin Qingshuan's voice, and his eyes stare at the front. The sky sword is cold and murderous. Just for a war. Chapter 807. Duan Laren watched the two sing and agreed, but did not continue to speak. There was little power left in his body. If Lin Qingxian had not hung him with the magic method, it would have disappeared in the world. In these days, what supports him to survive is nothing but obsession in his heart. After a few seconds, dark clouds covered the whole relic of Zhenlei sect. It seems that the array is split by a sword and split into two directly. The sound of footsteps vibrated. It's like a great army. Soon, Yi Chen has found dozens of shadow into his line of sight. The leader was a young man with long hair. He was wearing a white robe and full of dalian. There was no ornament on his waist, but a sword was on his back. The sword was wrapped in rags, which showed a trace of mystery. Just for the key is, the long-hair youth's body actually stepped on a full of more than 10 meters of red python. The python spits out the snake's letter, and his eyes are cold to the extreme. Dozens of people behind the python are armed, wearing helmets, and killing broke out. There is a very clear pattern on these people. It was the shape of a sword with ancient inscriptions on it. Around it were red flames. All of them stop, and countless eyes fall on Yi Chen and Duan Laren. The eyes of the young man with long hair were surprised. I wanted to collect the corpse, but I didn't expect that there would be some unexpected harvest. Boy, what's your relationship with that guy and why are you here? And who are you? Answer me. The tone of the young man with long hair is indifferent, but there is no doubt about it. He saw Yi Chen's accomplishments at a glance. Enter the Holy Land. Although I don't know why this realm appears here, it doesn't matter. He can make everything clear. A waste into the Holy Land and a god with little fighting power, almost crushed. However, he obviously did not know Yi Shitian's appearance, otherwise he would recognize this mask. Yi Chen came down from the King of Black Tiger and said faintly, Little Black, help me take care of him. The Black Dot nodded and retreated some distance. Eyes of course fear, but if Yi Chen wants it to do it, it must be without hesitation. Yi Chen looked at the young man with long hair on the top of the python's head and said in a cold voice, It doesn't matter who I am. I'm more curious about why you are here. Is that what you did to him? The young man with long hair obviously didn't expect that a waste who entered the Holy Land would dare to speak with him in this manner. His arm was gently pressed down, and the python's head was suddenly under the ground, and he was leaning forward. Only a few meters away from Yi Chen. Yi Chen can even feel the blood coagulation in his body, and a voice without temperature comes from his ear. You are the first person in Kunlun Su who dared to speak to me like this. Don't mention entering the Holy Land, you are considered as the strong one in the virtual kingdom. The only thing you can do is to surrender before my mount. I will give you a chance to say what I want to know, otherwise, I will let you enjoy the pain of 10,000 swords penetrating your heart. Yi Chen didn't speak. Lin Qingshuan's voice came from his ears. From Lin Qingshuan's words, he roughly learned some useful information. The realm of these people is not too high, and the young man named Dai Rate is only returning to the peak of virtual state, which is only one step away from the virtual king state. Most of the people behind him are returning to the void. The only fear is the sword behind Dai Rate, which has a strong ancient technique. The most important value of this technique is to limit the power of the mind within 10 miles. That is to say, the power of Lin Qingxian and Mo Ninger cannot be exerted. This is also the reason why Duan Lairen is so injured. They can't exert their power of mind. They have no difference from the disabled. Apprentice, the goal of this group of people is only to take Duan Lairen who is seriously injured, so they don't use the real strong ones. This is good news for you. But the bad news is that we can't help you in this war. If you can't resist, you can try to escape. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly and took a look at the dormant blood dragon in the clouds above the sky. The meaning of blood here makes the breath of blood dragon condense to the extreme, but obviously, this group of people did not find it. The meaning of blood dragon can produce some power. Lin Qingshuan's silver needle is already available. It's not hard to make a path. Crucially, this group of people is the closest to the existence of these ancient powers who have been hiding their secrets. Most importantly, he can't always rely on the power of reincarnation. Since that sword can bind the mind, it is not only a single sword. Their own strength is the key, and now is the best proof. Yi Chen no longer hesitated, but stepped out. I'm very curious, what gives you so much confidence, the sword behind you? Or the python under you? Dai Rate was stunned. He could not imagine that a waste man entering the Holy Land would dare to struggle. The only purpose of his trip is to take away Duan Huayan's mind. But at present, the young man is full of doubts and must be investigated. He looked at several strong people around him, and said faintly, "Take this waste and live. It is estimated that the great energy will be very happy." "Yes, little lord." Language down, 3 cold killing opportunities toward Yi Chen. In an instant, it turned into a shadow. At the moment of approaching Yi Chen, 3 long swords are offered to Yi Chen's elixir field and arms. Since we can't die, we can only abolish it. Yi Chen doesn't have the slightest fear. After entering the Holy Land, it's not so difficult for him to return to the virtual state. If you want to kill him, you can. He bent his legs and leaped suddenly at the moment when the 3 swords broke through the sky. It's 6 or 7 meters high, and then, cut the dragon and ask the sky sword, and chop it down. The meaning of thunder and lightning of this life talisman erupts suddenly. This sword drives the thunder and lightning of 10,000 feet. Powerful momentum swept, the 3 saw Yi Chen fall from the sky, carrying thunder, just like Thor. The eyes of the 3 people all shrink together. This guy is even more terrible than they imagine. The key is not the power to enter the Holy Land. The 3 men no longer hesitated. Their steps were like an array. They gathered together and formed a barrier on the surface. But the power of the sword is enough to crush everything. The barrier broke and the sword was overflowing. The 3 men flew out in unison. It's no match at all. They just want to stabilize their body, but found that a shadow in their body free. The violent thunder and lightning like a rope completely trapped them, unable to move. The next second, 3 smears of blood were sacrificed to heaven. In their startled pupils, the blood stain kept expanding and turned into a trace of blood mist in an instant. In the endless blood mist, Yi Chen raised his head, chopped the dragon and asked Tianjian to point at the youth with long hair. "Now, how much confidence do you have? You didn't even enter the virtual kingdom." "Sorry, in my eyes, it's rubbish." Cold words ring through. Chapter 808. In the eyes of a boy entering the Holy Land, is it rubbish? No one can believe it when you say it. But Yi Chen's attack really shocked everyone. Dai Rate brow is frowned, arrogant expression appeared a touch of surprise. 3 return to the virtual state was so easily killed by the young man in front of him? Of course, there is a slight enemy in it, but Yi Chen's attack just now is not the existence that ordinary people can resist. He found that the boy seems to be born for fighting, his body is filled with a very strong smell of blood. Is it Kunlun Su's killer? He no longer thought about it. He said to the dozens of people behind him, 10 seconds, take these wastes. Yes, little lord. But the dozens of people have not yet moved. Yi Chen has condensed the true qi in his feet, the body leaps away, the fierce cold light toward Dai Rate. Catch the king first. This guy is the core of this group of people, once killed, after all, there is no leader. Dai Rate's eyes were indifferent. Seeing that the boy in the Holy Land was so ignorant, he ordered, "The sky python, I don't like this kind of waste to be too close to me." Python instant inspiration, body a turn, the snake tail suddenly toward Yi Chen swept away. Yi Chen's 9 days Xianyang decided to move, and the sword in his hand crashed away. He believed his strength was enough to cut off the snake tail. Touch! In the next second, something startled him happened. Even if he used 10,000 sword techniques to chop it away, the snake tail was like dark iron, and it could be chopped continuously, only violent Mars. At the same time, a strong anti-shock force hit, Yi Chen was instantly smashed out. The body fell heavily on the ground, a deep pit formed directly. Lin Qingxian of the Reincarnation Cemetery said, "Disciple, in addition to the sword, you should pay attention to the giant python in the sky under that guy. Even if the python wants to be cut off with a strong spirit sword, it is impossible to cut it off. Its body is as hard as dark iron, far more difficult than that guy." Yi Chen just heard this sentence, is to see a huge black shadow fierce hit. It's the python. Yi Chen just wants to stand up, but the tail of the snake has quickly attacked. Under the heavy blow, Yi Chen retreated a full 10 steps, and the blood in his body surged up instantly. The hand that clenched is to spread shivering meaning more. Dai Rate looked down at Yi Chen and shook his head. "You shouldn't be arrogant in front of my soul sword gate. Although I don't care about Kunlun Su, it doesn't mean you can be so arrogant. Even if my mount can crush you, why should I do it? Waste is waste. You can never put yourself in a position." Dai Rate sneers at a commandway, "Sky Python, abandon this guy's hands and feet." His words are like judgments. When the wind blows, the python's body is constantly bent down, and he is about to touch Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen even takes back the sword of beheading the dragon. This makes Dai's smile even brighter. At the end of the day, this kid knows to accept the reality. But it's late. When he was determined to abolish Yi Chen asked the sky with his fingers and roared, "Since you have pressed me with your mount, I will show you my mount today." Hearing this, Dai Rate's eyes fell on the king of the Black Tiger. His smile grew colder and colder. The king of Black Tiger breath is good, but there is a big gap between him and the mount under his feet. It's just a fierce tiger. It dares to dominate in front of my giant python. I don't know whether to die or not. Words just fell, the sky actually came a sound of dragon chanting. The sound of dragons singing is so loud that the whole world seems to shake. Everyone in the room had to have their eardrums broken. Suddenly, the blood in the eyes stopped. Snake into Jiao, Jiao into dragon. In the face of the dragon, what is the python? In its blood, only humble. Dai Rate is aware of something wrong, suddenly look up, suddenly see a figure in the thunder cloud, a figure is rapidly diving down. To his astonishment, the other party is really a dragon. It's not the shadow, it's the essence. The blood dragon is awed and awe-stricken with the momentum of the sky. The big mouth of blood will swallow up all the dozens of people who return to the empty state in an instant. They don't even have the right to block. Yi Chen is also a little confused. When was the blood dragon so strong? Swallowing dozens of strong returning to virtual environment? It's not going to work. He even found that the body of the blood dragon was almost real. This is something he has never seen. Yi Chen Yuguang sweeps to the thousands of corpses, and suddenly, the blood dragon is born from killing. Bloody gas and killing thoughts are its best nutrients. Last time, we absorbed 100 people in the killing area, and then we were strong to the extreme, not to mention the thousands of strong people now. He finally understood why Duan Laren said that the blood dragon was more important than the reincarnation cemetery. That's why. After swallowing everything, the blood dragon chews his mouth and slowly falls down to Yi Chen's body. Under the head, it's like submission. Yi Chen steps out and comes to the head of the blood dragon. Blood dragon body stand up, far higher than the sky python. The sense of oppression makes the giant python's body tremble constantly. Feeling the unusual mount under the body, Dai Rate subconsciously stepped back a few steps and nearly fell down. No way. Dragon for riding? What qualifications does a man have to enter the Holy Land? Before he could react, there was a calm voice in his ear. How about my mount? That voice comes from Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at Dai Rate from a commanding position, and said, Blood Dragon, I don't like waste to be too close to me. He returned the original sentence to Dai Rate. At the moment, Dai Rate's expression is ferocious, as if humiliated. Behind him stood a giant. From the beginning, countless people would please. Never have you been so insulted. Sky Python, kill. The words have not finished, a dragon chant resounding. It's full of blood and killing. And the giant python under his feet is a fierce fall. Get down on your knees. Actually submit to Yi Chen's body. Sky Python, how can you be like this? Get up quickly. Yi Chen sneered, don't cry. You. Wearing Rate raised his head, and his ferocious eyes seemed to burst. Suddenly, a strong wind came down. The flaming red shadow is like a big sword. That's the tail of a blood dragon. Even with a raging flame. Dai Rate's face changed greatly. He wanted to draw out the sword behind him, but it was too late. Bang! His body was hit on the spot, a mouthful of blood spit out. The sword behind him is also flipped in the air and inserted on the ground. The breath of endless desolation. The rag broke and revealed the body of the sword. As like as two peas on the blade. This is the suppression of the existence of the mind. Suddenly, Yi Chen found that the black stone in his pocket flew out. Floating in the sky. Is this sword related to the Samsara cemetery? There will be 2 more shifts later. Chapter 809. Dai also obviously noticed the stone in midair. His eyes were like ghosts. This stone coincides with something in that portrait. As like as 2 peas. This stone is called ancient evil by some people. If you get it, you will die. But the great power went to worship the stone as a god. And it is the existence that must be obtained. No longer hesitating, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the black stone fiercely. Greedy eyes. Once you get this stone and dedicate it to those adults, your cultivation and strength will surely go up to a higher level. Yi Chen couldn't let the other party succeed. He said to the Blood Dragon, next I'll give it to you. I want to live. The sound of dragon chanting came, and the Blood Dragon instantly went towards Dai Rate. Very fast. You can't even react. It seems that violent blood can devour heaven and earth. Before the wearing Rate touches the black stone, the Blood Dragon appears in front of him. A big mouth, actually spurred out a flame. The flame is like a sword, carrying a rolling killing intention, cutting off Dai Rate's arm that will touch the black stone. The surging air wave seems to be 10,000 feet, which will blow Dai Rate out again. The Blood Dragon, which absorbs the blood of thousands of people, is extremely powerful. The only drawback is the time limit. Once the blood intention is used up, it will be empty again. Yi Chen even thought, if the Blood Dragon absorbed the power of 10,000 corpses, how terrible would it be? Will you have the right to shake the existence above the virtual king? Ah! The roar resounded. Dai Rate looked at the broken arm, his eyes were full of anger and ferocity. After all these years, he has never been in such a mess. The key is still in front of a waste entering the Holy Land. How can a Blood Dragon listen to this kind of rubbish? He can't think of it. What's wrong with the world? He was about to stand up, but his big feet were on his chest. It was Yi Chen. Sword. Yi Chen stretched out his arm and a cold light flew by. He asked the sky sword to hold his hand tightly. Later, Yi Chen turns the sword in his hand and puts it directly on Dai Rate's neck. Even because of the meaning of blood evil spirit, a blood mark has appeared. A steady stream of blood. Even as long as Yi Chen moves gently, Dai Rate will surely die. I ask you, do you recognize the black stone? If you lie, you will pay a nightmarish price. Yi Chen can see from the greedy eyes of the other side that this guy has definitely seen black stone. And the black stone is the bearing of the reincarnation cemetery. It must have something to do with it. Dai Rate was seriously injured, and his mouth was even overflowing with blood. At the moment, facing Yi Chen and Shui Long, he had no chance of winning. Of course, he still chose to turn his head and said in a cold voice, "Boy, don't think about it. You don't know what kind of existence you offended. If those guys knew, Kunlun would only become your burial place. Even because you turned into purgatory. I advise you to be obedient before things get too big. Otherwise, you and the people around you will be miserable." Yi Chen saw that the other side didn't mean to cooperate at all. The long sword reversed and directly fanned the back of the sword on Dai Rate's cheek. "Ha!" This sound, incomparably clear and crisp. A deep sword mark appeared. "Don't challenge my patience. If you don't say it again, I will make you feel endless pain." Yi Chen threatened. If this guy is better than him, maybe he can use his secret arts to check the other party's memory. Wangbu's realm is not enough. If you want to know something, it's a lot of trouble. Dai Rate's only hand touched his cheek, without any anger. Fanner's gloomy smile, "Pain? I was born again in pain. What can you do to me?" Yi Chen doesn't want to waste words on this guy anymore, and a dozen silver needles appear instantly in his hand. The fire that is not extinguished is attached to the silver needle and falls together. In an instant, countless flames with the help of silver needles penetrated into Dai's body. Dai Rate felt dry and hot all over, as if swallowed by a group of flames. The fire was in his internal organs, as if to dry him alive. This feeling is even like tens of thousands of ants in his body. Crazy bite. It's so hard. What have you done to me? Dai Rate said angrily. Yi Chen calmly took out a cigarette from his pocket, flicked his finger and held it in his mouth. His cold eyes glanced at his wearing Rate. "Have you heard of the immortal fire, the never-extinguished flame? He can swallow up some things, and even more can torture people to collapse. You don't know whether the fire is strong or not." Hearing this, Dai Rate's face became more and more ferocious. He kept roaring and his body shrank into a ball. After suffering for 5 minutes, he couldn't bear it anymore. He said quickly, "If you want to know something, you should first remove the flame. Come on. Otherwise you won't want to know for the rest of your life." Yi Chen shakes the ash and doesn't mean to stop. This moment's Dai Rate looks at Yi Chen as if facing the devil. Who can bear such torture? Of course, he has some means to end everything, but the blood dragon whose breath is far beyond the virtual kingdom is staring at him. Once he does it, he will die. I said. But if the fire keeps burning, I even want the right to speak." Yi Chen nodded his head with interest and waved his arm, which instantly dissipated the fire in his body. At the moment, his whole body is wet, just like the general out of the water. He looks to Yi Chen, the ice sun shrinks to the pole. "What do you want to know?" Yi Chen's eyes fell on the black stone suspended in the air and the simple sword inserted on the ground, and asked, "Tell me about your sword and the black stone." Dai Rate's eyes declined, and he continued, "This sword is the treasure of our soul sword gate. It was left by a great power thousands of years ago. That great power gave us no chance at soul sword gate. The giant python was also given to me by that great power. He had only one request at that time. Let us pay attention to the entrances and exits of several places, and pay attention to the spiritual power of the whole Kunlun void. As soon as the power of the mind moves around those places, inform them immediately. At the same time, every 10 years, that great power will send someone to leave some skills and talismans for us to fight against some powerful beings. And this relic of Zhenlei sect is one of the places that they always let us observe. Not long ago, there was a strong fluctuation here. The powerful apprentice told us with secret arts thousands of miles away. Words have not finished, wearing Rate pupils suddenly enlarged. The whole person seemed to twitch. In the void, there is a purple thunder and lightning, crashing down. Yi Chen's face changed greatly. Obviously, this guy's words touched some mechanisms. Someone wants to kill. Chapter 8:10. He offered this command symbol to absorb the thunder and lightning, but found it impossible. The purple thunder and lightning passed through this life talisman and hit Dai Rate's body. All day. There is a deep pit on the ground in front of Yi Chen, but the wearing raid is only left with a blood mist. Clues are completely interrupted. Damn it! Yi Chen blows his fist at the air. However, there are several things to be sure of. First, ancient powers have already known the existence of these divine powers in Kunlun. Second, there is a disciple of ancient great power in Kunlun Su. The other side is in charge. Hide in the dark. Third, the other side has been laid out, as if waiting for the opportunity. Yi Chen has a headache. His eyes fall on the black stone again. At the moment, the black stone has changed a little. It's like absorbing all the power of that sword. There were flashes of light all over the body. However, the body of the sword was turned into scrap iron, and there was no more vitality. It fell to the ground. The bondage of the mind is gone. The king of the Black Tiger takes Duan Laren to the scrap iron of the sword body. Duan Laren barely supports himself and walks down. Master, the power of this sword seems to be absorbed by the black stone. Duan Laren nodded. He didn't say much. He stretched out his hand and held the sword. He looked serious and gradually closed his eyes. His body began to weaken. It was as if he had used some skills to check some things inside the body. For a long time, eyes open. Jingguang Mountain Institute. Suddenly, the sword in Duan Laren's hand turns into a piece of yellow sand. Once the breeze blows, it dissipates completely. His eyes fell on Yi Chen, which was very complicated. This sword tells me something. In fact, those guys have known for a long time that there are gods like reincarnation graveyards in the world. However, they only know that they have never seen them. In those years, they used thousands of strong men to burn their spirits and deduce the fate, and they got some clues. The direction of the clues is directly directed at Kunlun. After the ancient war, they never give up, and they have been looking for this kind of god that can shake them. But with the passage of time, they still accept the reality. They have already given up, but my appearance these days makes them receive the message of Kunlun Su again. I'm afraid it won't be long before those guys actually send someone to come here. It won't be some rubbish of the Soul Sword Gate, but there will be extremely dangerous existence, even people like us. But one thing for sure, these guys take a long time to come here and find you. It's hard, it's very hard. So you're safe for the time being. But this security won't last long. This group of people can suppress their minds. So you must make yourself strong as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. This is not alarmist. Yi Chen naturally knew the consequences and costs, nodded. Master, what is the force you are talking about, and where is he? Duan Laren didn't answer. His body became more and more dim. The power is dissipating. The effect of Taiga Shusher pill has disappeared. He has been in the outside world for a long time. Dissipation is normal. Apprentice, there is something I can't hide from you. I checked some things with my skills just now. I found that the apprentice mentioned by the boy was actually in the Shuya family of Kunlun. For the first time, the bearer of the reincarnation cemetery appears in the Shuya family of Kunlun, and the capable person is also in the Shuya family of Kunlun. Although you don't know the identity, you must be careful of the Shuya family of Kunlun. Certainly. Yi Chen changes his face when he hears Duan Laren's words. He never thought that Kunlun Shuya household was also involved in it. For the revenge of his grandfather and grandmother, he and his parents are destined to set foot on the Yi family. Now it seems that Yi Jiayuan is not so simple. It is absolutely dangerous to have the apprentice of ancient great power sitting in charge without full assurance. Master, I will be careful. Duan Laren nodded. Suddenly, he remembered something, and a red thunder and lightning overflowed on his palm. Apprentice, Master has nothing to give you when you leave. This red thunder and lightning is a trace of my life's thunder and lightning. In the eyes of Kunlun practitioners, this is the divine thunder, which is just suitable for you. It should be given to you. As for the function, you will understand later. Remember, you can expose all information, but not the existence of the Samsara cemetery, including the family members around you. Yi Chen received the red thunder and lightning, suspended in the palm of his hand. He could feel how violent the red lightning was. Even with the fire that can't be extinguished. At the beginning, Duan Laren was attached to his body in Yibao Pavilion. It was not his strength that made countless strong men feel frightened, but the god of heaven. It can be seen how terrible the meaning of thunder is. With this god thunder, it is equivalent to an extra card. Yi Chen raised his head and just wanted to thank Duan Laren, Master. Disciple, don't be sentimental. We will meet again. The choice of you in the reincarnation cemetery proves that you are enough to turn us over. It won't be long. The power of divine thunder needs to be refined for a long time. Try to. The words have not finished. Duan Laren is turned into countless star power, even into Yi Chen's body. It's too late to say goodbye. After all, Duan Laren was too weak. Before he came, he suffered too much. Even if Lin Qingxian used the technique to alleviate a lot, it still didn't have much use. It's a foregone conclusion. Yi Chen looks at the red thunder and lightning in the palm of his hand and clenches it slightly. In an instant, a strong sense of tearing comes from the palm of his hand. I can't take it. No longer hesitating, he sat cross-legged, forced out a drop of blood essence on the god thunder, began to refine. As for this place, no one will come for a short time. He doesn't have to worry too much. After the end of refining, the mother-in-law of Qinghuan's sect has some confidence. At the same time, there is a peach blossom forest in the deep of Kunlun. There are mountains and water, quite artistic conception. The central land is a huge courtyard, covering an area of thousands of acres, far more than most families in Kunlun. On the plaque at the gate of the courtyard, there are two strong characters Yi Jia. This is the Shuye family of Kunlun. Ye's family is full of ancient spirit. And in a courtyard deep in the courtyard, an elder who was practicing suddenly opened his eyes. There was a deep horror in his eyes. How can it be that the Soul Sword Gate is totally destroyed? It seems that some people can't sit still at last. That thing has finally come out completely. There is nothing wrong with the calculation thousands of years ago. I don't know what kind of role the Yi family plays in it. However, I would like to know whether this chess game is won by your 100 people or by my master. Haha. Chapter 811. Zenli Aizong's sight. A young man wearing a mask was surrounded by countless thunder and lightning. Yi Chen tried many ways to refine the red god thunder in the palm of his hand, but found that every time he touched it, he was kicked out by an invisible force. It's like he's not in charge at all. Yi Chen opened his eyes, looked at the red god thunder and murmured, Master said to refine for a long time. How long is this long time? Or do I have no right to control right now? Words fall, a beautiful image suspended in front of him. It was Emo Ninger. The owner of the tomb. The power of God Thunder is special and contains spiritual consciousness, which is quite different from the life talisman in the body. It is impossible to refine it like this. You must sacrifice the blood essence related to you first. But if you sacrifice with your blood essence, it will cause indelible damage to your body. In ancient times, if they wanted to subdue the god Thunder, most people would sacrifice the blood of their relatives, and then refine them. If the tomb owner's parents are very strong, the sacrifice will bear the least strength. Yi Chen shakes his head when he hears this saying. It is impossible for him to use the blood of his parents to refine the divine thunder. God Thunder is powerful, but compared with parents, it is dispensable. Well, since I have no relationship with this god Thunder, I will not refine it first. Yi Chen just ready to stand up, a black shadow suddenly rushed over, as if to snatch the red god Thunder. He subconsciously wants to pick up the dragon and ask the sky sword to stop, but he finds that the shadow is Xiaohe. Key Black, what is this? Boom! With a loud noise, Xiaohe's tiger paw instantly touched the red divine thunder, and countless divine thunder twined Xiaohe's huge body like a big net. At the same time, a drop of blood was sacrificed. Animal blood. The animal blood was suddenly torn and burned by the power of God Thunder, and Xiaohe seemed to bear the supreme pain, and his face was ferocious. The fury of God Thunder seemed to devour the body of Xiaohe, and the hair of his whole body was even more burnt. Xiaohe, is he sacrificing God Ray with his blood essence? How can you help yourself in this way? Yi Chen had no idea that Xiaohe, as the king of fierce beasts in the place of killing, would do such a thing. This kind of god thunders pain if bear down, but want its life. There's no need for that. Mo Ninger saw this scene, and her eyes were moved. Tomb owner, the king of Black Tiger is special. He is willing to sacrifice for you, because it is your mount, and the spirit has been bound with you. It really conforms to the rules of Shenlei. Such a loyal beast is rare. Yi Chen Mao's son Tiny Amai, looking at small black pain constantly Hu Xiao, quickly asked, Mo Ninger, there is no way to stop. If this continues, how will Xiaohe? Mo Ninger shook her head. Tomb owner, the sacrifice ceremony has already begun, and it is impossible to stop. As for the consequences, we can't guess now. It depends on the bearing capacity of the fierce beast. If it can't bear it, it will surely die. If it can survive, it may be an opportunity for it. Tomb owner, it is the weakest time for Shenlei. Please refine it quickly, or everything the fierce beast has done will be wasted. Yi Chen takes a look at Xiaohe, who is entangled and engulfed by the divine thunder. He grits his teeth and no longer hesitates. He pinches the formula with his fingers and condenses his true qi. His right hand is holding the divine thunder and refining crazily. Endless god thunder drill into his body, his eyes, and Danta Guanghua masterpiece. The sky above the clouds rolling, a road of thunder robbery is also crazy hit. Around Yi Chen and Xiaohe, a series of big black holes have been formed in an instant, and the ground is devastated. Yi Chen's thunder is getting stronger and stronger, and the sound of crackling comes from his body. Blood dragon, give me strength. Hearing Yi Chen's voice, the blood dragon swoops down from the sky, swallowing thunder and lightning. The huge body is a circle after ring around Yi Chen. Of course, it is not enough. Yi Chen even felt that his body would be blown apart by the divine thunder. Cut the dragon. Come on. A cold light flashed by, and the sword rushed out of the ground. Floating on the top of Yi Chen, it can resist countless thunder and lightning. It's not enough. The fire that can't be extinguished will coagulate my spirit and resist the thunder. Under the roar, Yi Chen's eyebrow heart instantly gushes out a flame. The whole body seems to be wrapped by the sea of fire, swallowing thunder and lightning. Fire light, thunder light, blood dragon, sword idea, four kinds of forces are constantly entwined. The trees within 10 miles are all cut off by the powerful air wave. It's a wilderness. Fortunately, there is no one around here, otherwise such a vision will definitely surprise people. Yi Chen's side of the small black was still struggling, the sound of tiger roar with the meaning of hissing. Gradually the voice is more and more light. Its ferocious eyes are also dim. Fierce beast is certainly a fierce beast. It is impossible to resist Shenlei. Mo Ninger on one side looks at the king of the black tiger who is constantly lying down and shakes his head helplessly. She was indifferent. Of course, she can't help much. The value of a fierce beast can't be compared with her. If she uses magic to resist the fierce beast, she will be the next to dissipate. Ah, you are loyal to the tomb owner. After you die, I will bury you well. I hope you can become a practitioner in the next life, and there will be no more such encounter. Words fall, Missouri Ninger's body dissipates. It will take at least a few days to refine the god thunder, and she will stay at the Samsara cemetery. The king of the black tiger lies on the ground, and the endless god thunder has penetrated into its body. Before long, the internal organs will burst. And Yi Chen at the moment is also closed eyes, constantly refining god thunder. He wanted to help, but there was nothing he could do. If you give up refining, Xiaohe may die in vain. Time fell into silence, it seems to stop flowing. The king of Black Tiger opened his eyes difficultly, as if he had a last look at Yi Chen. At the moment when his eyes were about to close, the black stone in Yi Chen's pocket suddenly flew out. Around the king of the Black Tiger, the next second, a burst of colorful light has completely covered the king of the Black Tiger. The king of the Black Tiger was suspended. Suddenly, under the colorful light, the king of the Black Tiger was absorbed into the reincarnation cemetery. Mo Ninger and Lin Qingxian naturally saw this scene. Her eyes were full of wonder. Master Lin, how did the reincarnation cemetery get the body of this fierce beast in? Is the king of the Black Tiger recognized? We should know that the Samsara cemetery can only bear the dead except for the 100 great powers in Yi Chen, but cannot bear other people and fierce animals. What is in front of us obviously cannot be explained. Lin Qingxuan's eyes narrowed slightly and touched his beard. His eyes shot in a direction. You have forgotten one thing. One of the 100 great powers is a demon family man, and he has the blood of a beast against heaven. He was once the king of the demons. Chapter 8:12. Mo Ninger's eyes widened and followed Lin Qingxuan's eyes to see a tombstone, and the colorful light was pouring out from the tombstone. Is that the one? But that person should not be able to come out now. Lin Qingxian looked serious and hesitated for a long time before he said, whether the 100 great powers of the reincarnation cemetery will wake up depends on two things. One is the strength of the tomb owner or the external energy is enough to arouse. The second is that some things around the tomb owner have shaken some guys. If I'm right, I'm afraid it's the sacrifice of the fierce beast that moved the guy. Lin Qingxuan's words slowly fall, but the thunder and lightning of the king of Black Tiger has been covered by colorful light. At the same time, the fierce god thunder all gathered in the Black Tiger King's eyebrows. In the Samsara cemetery, a tombstone vibrates wildly. Suddenly, a blood essence rushed out of the tombstone. Quickly into the Black Tiger King's eyebrows. Lightning and blood essence intertwined. A powerful animal voice resounds from the reincarnation cemetery. Blood boiling. Mo Ninger sees this scene, the mouth opens slightly, cannot cover shock. She had no idea that the great power could even melt into the brow of the king of the Black Tiger with the blood of the beast against the sky. This is extremely rare demon blood in the world. The only thing we can fight against is the blood of the dragon. Such a precious thing, Kunlun virtual animals are not worthy of. But now it's all over the place. Lin Qingxuan's indifferent expression showed a smile. The opportunity of the tomb owner is far better than we thought. Although the fierce beast cannot completely melt the blood of the beast in a short time, it will definitely become the biggest killer of the tomb owner in the long run. Even the existence of this guy is enough to shake the demon clan of Kunlun Su. Yi Chen naturally does not know the state of the Samsara cemetery. Time goes by to refine Shenlei. I don't know how long it took. There was a sword, a blood dragon and an immortal fire. The fierce thunder was gradually extinguished. The meaning of submission is beginning to show. A few days later, Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes, thunder exploded, and the whole room was full of daylight. He stretched out his hand, his eyes were like the eyes of Thunder God. His fingers asked the sky and roared, God Thunder, come on. The sound was so loud that a violent thunderstorm appeared in the sky. This thunder cloud is different from the ordinary thunder cloud, it carries the supreme prestige. It's like an immortal coming. Suddenly, boom. It's like a mountain thunder. From the sky. Like a dragon diving into the mortal world. Yi Chen knows God Thunder will be very strong, but did not expect so terrible. When the God Thunder touched the ground, it was like an earthquake of magnitude 10. The whole Zhenlei sect is divided into 4 parts, stretching over 100 meters. In the center, a huge pit with a depth of tens of meters appeared. The pit is so terrible. It's full of thunder. If the lightning strikes the body, who can bear it? I'm afraid that if you don't fully resist it, it will turn into blood fog. When Yi Chen was in a state of panic, his body unexpectedly sent a shock force, the blood gushed up, and a mouthful of blood vomited out. The feeling of paralysis was extremely strong. Sleeping trough. What the hell is going on here? Carrying the power of thunder, you even hurt yourself? Tomb owner, this is very normal. Shenlei is usually mastered by the strong in the virtual king's realm. At that time, the body and the elixir's field were enough to carry the burden. However, the tomb owner's cultivation was far away from the Holy Land. Although the tomb owner's physical body and strength were far better than that of the Holy Land, there was still a great gap between the tomb owner and the virtual king realm. Such a situation is normal. In the ear comes Mo Ninger's clear and crisp voice. Yi Chen also calculates to understand. Originally thought that he had more than a counter heaven card, now it seems that this card is not to the critical moment cannot be used. Once used, not only other powerful people will be killed, but also they will be seriously injured. However, no matter how he said it could save his life, he was looking forward to such strength to deal with those Kunlun virtual strong. Granny Hua, is the Taoist patriarch eligible to accept it? Yi Chen's eyes suddenly fell on the side of a pool of blood. His eyes gradually covered with a layer of fog, how to say, because he died. There's not even a body. I thought that such a fierce beast could only be suppressed. Now it seems that this guy has long been loyal to himself. In the future, he may encounter countless fierce beasts and monsters, but there are no more loyal ones like Xiaohe. When Yi Chen was lost, Mo Ninger blinked her smart eyes and said with a smile, "Tu Moner, you might as well enter the reincarnation cemetery. Maybe there will be a surprise." Surprise? Yi Chen Mao's son Tiny Mai, although do not understand, but still do. When he came to the Samsara cemetery, he saw the small black wrapped by colorful light at the first sight. Mo Ninger, how can Xiaohe's body appear in this? Mo Ninger smiles like a flower. Tu Moner, this is not a corpse. What do you mean? Mo Ninger doesn't talk nonsense, and says all the things after Yi Chen refining. Yi Chen's expression is constantly changing, first puzzled, then surprised, and finally surprised. You mean Xiaohe is saved? Mo Ninger gently nodded his head. Tu Moner, it's not only saved. I'm afraid this fierce beast will have a completely new look. From now on, its blood will no longer be a crazy black tiger. It's the blood of the beast against the sky. In this way, Kunlun is the only one. As long as you give it enough time to grow up, it will certainly shake the demon world. Yi Chen was said to be boiling blood. This is the so-called blessing in disguise. At present, what he lacks most is power. If you wait until the blood dragon essence, plus small black, that is enough to crush everything. Don't mention mother-in-law Hua and Daozong. Even the Shuya family in Kunlun, or the 100 powerful forces, are qualified to shake. Yi Chen clenched his fist. Suddenly, he found his eyes extremely dazzling. The light comes from the colorful light of Xiaohe. Vaguely, he could even hear a roar. This is different from Hu Xiao. The voice was oppressive, as if it could suppress the blood. A full minute, the light finally dissipated. Dark shadow obscures sight. When seeing the black shadow, Mo Ninger and Yi Chen take a cold breath. Is this a crazy black tiger? The body is huge, the posture of fierce beast seems to swallow the sky. The appearance changes completely, just like unicorn. Fangs are ferocious, like sharp knives. The posture of the head horn is comparable to that of the dragon. Its fierce eyes, fearless, although alone, the West Chuj, but the prestige. Its hooves are thick and powerful, just like steel and iron armor. Majestic. Howling beasts. The momentum of the whole body gives people a sense of oppression. Breath is extravagant. Lying trough. At the moment, Yi Chen can only spit out these two words to express his shocking mood. Is this the son of a bitch he knows? Chapter 8:13. Of course, Xiaohe was a fierce beast, which scared many powerful people in the killing area. But now it's almost crushing the original. Even a look, let life out of surrender. If there is such a fierce beast, who can stop him? This momentum is too frightening. When Yi Chen was excited, Mo Ninger next to him was surprised and said, "No, of course there is the blood of the rebellious beast, but it can't be like this all at once. After all, the body of the fierce beast can't bear this power." The words are still falling, but the body of the raging beast is shrinking. Getting smaller and smaller. The momentum is no longer there. Until the end, finally stop. When seeing the little black now, Yi Chen almost spurts out a mouthful of old blood. The difference is too big. What about the fierce beast? How did it become an almost palm-sized cat-like existence? Fluffy, Xueling's eyes are curiously staring at Yi Chen. Because the hair is a little yellow, it looks like the orange cat of China. However, if you look at it carefully, you will find that the eyes of the little guy in front of you have a vivid meaning. It seems to be necessary to sharpen the hair when necessary. Are you Xiao He? Or Xiao Huang? Yi Chen calms down, surprised way. But in front of the hairy thing hears Xiao Huang, is some anger, seems to be insulted in general. Eyes even with a trace of killing. The faint roar sounds like a cat. Forget it, little black, no matter what color or size you become, it's best if nothing happens. I'll treat you well. It's a pity that you were able to fight a little bit, but now it seems impossible. Yi Chen's words fall, fluffy things rush over instantly, the speed is extremely fast. Obviously, the other party wants to challenge Yi Chen, or give Yi Chen some color to see. Yi Chen shakes his head and swings his arm gently, which is enough to beat the fluffy things flying. Grave Master, be careful. But unexpectedly, Mo Ninger is exclaimed. Be careful? Yi Chen can't help but feel funny, he just looks at the fluffy little black and stretches out his tender palm. Not to mention it's cute. Just as his hand touched the furry cat's paw, the thunder burst out. A powerful force came. How could it be? Yi Chen's face changed greatly, and the power was far beyond the realm of the Holy King. And the body of the little guy is not waiting at all. No longer hesitating, he will all the power of Dantian out, and even use the life rune. It doesn't help. Strong air waves are coming. And then he was blown out. More spit out a mouthful of blood. Strong. Very strong. Yi Chen dreamt that he would be so embarrassed by the existence of a cat of the same size. Although he didn't use all his strength, it was too much exaggeration. The power of this guy's explosion is far beyond the Holy King's realm of Kunlun's emptiness, and may even be back to the virtual realm. The fluffy guy jumped to Yi Chen's body and licked Yi Chen's neck with his tender tongue, as if showing off something. Yi Chen calmed down his mind and said, Are you really Xiao He? Aim. The sound of crispy numbness rings in my ears. Yi Chen gets up, the furry guy sits on Yi Chen's shoulder like this, is very comfortable. Well, I believe it, but your hair turns from black to yellow. It's almost like the orange cat in China. It seems that I'm going to call you Xiao Huang. Hairy things heard Yi Chen say it is orange cat, sharp eyes and killing, a ray of lightning around. Yi Chen quickly changed his way, don't misunderstand how can orange cat compare with you, but from now on, I'll call you Xiao Huang for the time being. Hairy thing nods, it is more comfortable to fall asleep on Yi Chen's shoulder. At this time, Lin Qingxian, who had never been moved, appeared at Yi Chen's side. Disciple, it is a fierce beast in ancient times. Now it looks weak, because he is still in his initial state, but his strength is not ordinary and cannot be ignored. It's a gift from the king of monsters. The fierce beast in ancient times had to undergo 7 changes in its life. Each time, it would be reborn, and its image and strength would have great changes. By the 7th time, it would be the king of beasts, swallowing the heaven and eating the earth. It could even transform itself. You're better treated. Yi Chen was shocked in the heart, looked at the hairy little yellow on the shoulder, and immediately some looked forward to it. Is it possible that the final form is the violent posture just seen? He just wanted to ask Lin Qingxian how to make Xiao Huang evolve, but Lin Qingxian said, It's been a long time, your Kunlun's adabi is about to start. Are you sure you don't want to go out? Hearing this, Yi Chen's face changed greatly. Kunlun Shuzong Gate Genius Dabi. Once you are late, you are disqualified. This is the key to the rise of the medical god gate. It even means a lot to him. Once he was kicked out of the arena, the 4 words of Fan Zhen Waste resounded through Kunlun Void. Everyone knows that there is still a root rubbish in the declining medical god gate. Once humiliation, he must redouble this time. This is about the door of medical god, more about his name, Yi Chen. He vowed to let the name Yi Chen and Yi Shi Tian resound through Kunlun Void, and the road of rising began here. No longer hesitating, Yi Chen leaves the Samsara cemetery. He takes a look at the lazy Xiao Huang on his shoulder and asks, Well, can you become a mount? Xiao Huang moved her body and continued to sleep. Don't pay any attention to Yi Chen. Helpless, Yi Chen can only run in a direction crazy. Ask for directions all the way. At the same time, Kunlun Su, 1,000 Ju city. The cold sword of 10,000 zhangs goes straight to the sky and shakes everything. On that day, 1,000 mysterious girls came to the world and shook Kunlun Su with a word of anger. What's more, the cold sword of 10,000 zhang falls down and does not disappear. This place was originally barren, and it was a plain within 10 miles. There is no value at all. However, in order to please the mysterious Chenjua Xuanyu, Kunlun Su Planning Bureau regards this place as a new city. Just a few days, tall buildings. There's even a big battle for protecting the city. Hotels, shops, markets, residential areas, everything. Not only that, this place has become the venue of Kunlun Zizongmen talent war. Today is the first time that Chenjua City became famous. Chapter 8:14. Chenjua Square. There is a huge arena in the center, and there are 10 small ones around. Every challenge arena has the power of array. The ring outside the arena, like a stadium, is full of stands and seats, surrounded by many practitioners. There was a lot of noise. There are almost hundreds of religious sects here. Most of them have come, except some of the top ones disdain to participate. They don't ask for participation, even to witness the emergence of the strong is enough. In other words, I don't know what to see this time. Someone asked. It's natural to have a look, but I'm afraid it's not as wonderful as that one 5 or 6 years ago. Ji Xiqing's one sword is powerful against all the heroes and becomes the beautiful girl of heaven. Since then, Ji Xiqing's name has been constantly ringing through Kunlun Void. I can't think of it. Ji Xiqing is so beautiful. Why is his strength so strong? The way of heaven is too unfair. He has given all the perfect things to Ji Xiqing. A woman practitioner was indignant. I don't know who is qualified to take off these lotus flowers. If Ji Xiqing suddenly fell in love with me one day, even if it was a dream, I would love it. If you don't know, who can say goodbye to the opposite sex? Very few. The crowd was dumb. Suddenly, someone said, "Don't say, there is really a root waste called Yi Chen, do you remember?" The crowd was stunned and sneered. Who doesn't know that the medical god gate has fallen down? He has never participated in the war of genius for so many years, but the boy has no idea whether he is alive or dead. 5 or 6 years ago, he directly signed up for the challenge arena, but he didn't expect to be kicked off the arena by Jianghuai of Qinghuanzong and become a laughingstock. If there was no Ji Xiqing, I'm afraid it would have been a dead body, and there was no need for this kind of waste to live. If I were him, I'd better find a piece of tofu to bump into death. It's said that the door of medical god has been blocked by Daozong, and it has disappeared for a long time. The waste of Fanzhen has not been heard of for several years. It is estimated that it would have died in some corner. Don't say it. It will be heard by Ji Xiqing later. We don't want to go out alive. What's more, I heard that Ji Xiqing has a special identity this time. She is both a referee and a player. As a referee in the first few games, he was promoted directly to the competition in the last one, losing the right of referee. Looking at the whole Kunlun Void, there is no referee in his 20s. The crowd took a breath of cool air, shocked in the heart, and quietly stopped the topic. Some words dare not say any more. After all, the ordinary waste is a little white face of Kunlun, with Ji Xiqing behind it. Although the relationship between them is unknown, it is enough to make many people dare not touch it. And now in a corner. There are several people standing anxiously, which is almost the worst position in Chenjua Square. Not even qualified to sit. If Yi Chen is here, he will naturally find that several people are the same door of several medical gods of Qingshuanfeng. Xiao Bai, Lao Shui and others. Naturally, they know that Yi Chen will take part in the competition on behalf of the medical god gate. Although not optimistic, the master Duan Huaiyan asked them to come together. But until now, not only the master did not come, Yi Chen also did not see the shadow. What the hell is this? After a while, there is no chance to sign up. Time is coming. Xiaobai paced back and forth anxiously, her eyes staring at the entrance. Still not here. Yichen said that he was going out to do business. There would be no accident. Otherwise, according to his character, he would not be late at all. Old Shui patted Xiaobi on the shoulder and comforted him. Xiaobi, I hope Yichen doesn't come. If he does, I'm afraid it will be more dangerous. I admit that his strength is much higher than that of 5 or 6 years ago. However, it's a battle of genius. The most important thing here is talent. We are all at the bottom of Kunlun. We can't afford to lose our face. If Yichen is kicked out of the arena again, we won't want to leave King Xuanfeng in the future. She's a little bit old. There is nothing wrong with what the other side said. Just as they were talking, a few people who had just stepped in not far away heard these words. It's Qingluan clan. But these people are the outer disciples of Qingluan's sect. The status is not high, the cultivation is not strong, naturally did not participate in the competition qualification. They come here with long faces. After all, King Luanzong has talent to compete. If you take the first 3, they have some luster on their faces. The token of the outer disciple of Qingluan's sect in the waist is extremely exposed, for fear that others will not know it. Several interesting people to Xiaobi and Old Shui and others go, mouth outline smile, Xiaobai and Old Shui and others changed their faces slightly and stopped talking. They did not dare to look directly at these people. Oh? I didn't expect that the people in the door of medical god had not died yet. How dare you step into Chenjua Square? The shrill voice comes from a young man with short hair. It's a lot of noise, for a moment. After all, the 3 words, Doctor's Gate, are too harsh. The eyes of innumerable channels all shwa shot over. Old Shui and little Biden's faces turned red when they looked down at the ground like children who had done something wrong. They rubbed their hands nervously. The main reason is that they dare not pay attention to it. The strength of the short-haired youth is at least above the Holy Land, even the Holy Land. And they hardly practice. Obviously, once the other party is in trouble, it will be a group of people. They can only escape. I hope these people don't make trouble. But at the moment, it's obvious that it can't be avoided. The young man with short hair enjoyed everyone's eyes. He stepped out 1 step and patted Lao Shui on the shoulder. This action seemed to greet him casually, but only Lao Shui understood that he was very uncomfortable at the moment. Why, a big man with his head down, how shy like a girl? Or are you just going to get out of your mother's door? By the way, I seem to remember that there was a loser who was kicked off the challenge arena by a senior brother of Qingluan clan. Let me think about it. Which woman is this? It seems to be called what's it called? Oh, I remember, Yi Chen. As soon as the words came out, the outer disciples behind him burst into laughter. When Xiaobi heard such an insult and the pain on Old Shui's face, she could only bite her teeth and raise her head and said, You Qingluan Zong, don't bully people too much. This is Chenjua Square. You can't do anything except the challenge arena. The young man with short hair grinned coldly and stretched out his hand, holding Xiaobi's chin with 1 finger. Is there such a strong woman in the door of medical god? Why don't I remember that there is such a beautiful and strong woman in the medical god gate? Such frivolous words make Xiaobi pale. There are 2 more shifts later. There are some delays in the recent holidays, but I don't have a rest. I will guarantee that the time will be advanced and stable as far as possible. Chapter 8:15. Xiaobi subconsciously retreats, wants to break away from each other, to find an invisible force, as if bound her, let her move. Why, do you want to hide? The young man with short hair grinned coldly. It's just a humble mole ant. Do you think you have the qualification to struggle? You're only here to insult yourself. Don't worry, I will not use force, because you are not worthy of the door of medicine. But even if I use force, there is an elder of Qingluan's sect on the judging table. Do they help me when you say it, or do they help you, the bottom floundering trash? Young people with short hair enjoy the feeling. In Qingluan's sect, he was just a small man, but in front of the medical god, he even felt like a god. Irresistible. Xiaobi bit her lips and broke free with all her strength. Her body was shaking, but there was no way. At this time, old Shui forced out a drop of blood essence, and his strength was condensed. A dagger appeared in the palm of his hand. Once the dagger was turned, he cut it directly towards the short-haired youth's arm. As a man, how can he see Xiaobi humiliated? The dagger flashed cold light, tearing the air, as if it could break everything. Short-hair youth eye sun shrinks, loosen a hand, small by falls toward the back directly. It is a buttock to sit on the ground, green shirt is also dirty a bit. It's a bit of a mess. No one came out all the time. This is the cruelty of Kunlun Su. There is no morality here, only strength. No one will stand up to help the medical god against Qinghuan's sect. After all, Qinghuan's sect is not weak among many schools in Kunlun. How dare you do something that doesn't know how to live or die? The young man with short hair snorted coldly, stretched out his hand, and directly grasped the dagger stabbed by Lao Shui. Click! With a sound, the dagger broke directly. The short-haired youth's right foot is raised high, carries the fury genuine qi, fiercely kicks. Touch! How can old Shui bear such strength? The medical god sect is not a Wudao sect, and Duan Huayan has never taught them martial arts. He just taught himself a little bit and barely stepped into the realm of spiritual wandering. There is a big gap between him and the disciples of Wudiozong's sect. His body flew out on the spot, and a bloody footprint appeared on his chest. It's shocking. This foot, if you exert more force, will definitely penetrate his body. Old Shui. Xiaobi's face changed greatly, so she took out a pill to give it to old Shui, and the silver needle kept shooting out. He managed to stabilize Lao Shui's wound with medical skill. I'm fine, forget it, Yichen won't come today. We'd better leave. We can't disgrace the door of medical god. Old Shui vomited out a mouthful of blood, said embarrassed. Chenjue Square can't fight except for the challenge arena. The young man with short hair obviously disobeyed the rules, but no one stopped him. What's more, he saw jokes and completely chilled his heart. He knows that rules are the toys of the strong. What did he calculate in the eyes of that group of people? He didn't deserve to enjoy the rules. Eyes congested, even if angry, what use? It's just like this in Kunlun. This is an indisputable fact. Once the ancient sect is no longer, only ridicule and dejected. With tears in her eyes, Xiaobi nodded. Her petite body set up the injured old Shui. She was just about to leave Chenjue City, but several figures were in front of her. Did I let you go? Just now this trash almost cut off my hand. How good to leave. The young man with short hair sneered. Xiaobi stares at the short-haired youth, word by word, we have no grudges with you Qinghuan clan, why don't you let us go? Can't we leave? If you do this again, I'll go to the referee. The young man with short hair glanced at the injured old Shui, opened his steps and disdained his eyes. Since the little beauties have said so, I will not torture you. As long as you two drill through my crotch, I will not embarrass you. It's not too much for a garbage sect to drill into the crotch of our Qinghuan clan. Words have not finished, Xiaobi cannot help, a slap in the past. Paw! Incomparably crisp. You can insult them, but you can't insult the god of medicine. She has no strength, has been forbearance, but at this moment, the anger in the heart has reached the boundary point, completely uncontrollable. The young man with short hair obviously didn't expect Xiaobi would start to fan him, even he didn't even resist. When you wake up, you'll be filled with anger. He is the outside son of Qinghuan clan. Compared with the medical god gate, it is noble. So many people are looking at Beifan. How can he get along in Kunlun? Stinky watch. The true qi condenses, and a slap makes a red palm print appear on Xiaobi's cheek, and her soft body falls to the ground again. Old Shui is also influenced by his strength. Spit out a mouthful of blood again. Xiaobi felt the pain in her cheek. Just as she wanted to stand up, she fell down from the top of her head again. From the short-haired youth. The power of this blow is far stronger than just now. Once photographed, light will be coma, heavy will be life and death. Obviously, the young man with short hair of Qinghuan clan was completely confused. Look, the power to touch Xiaobi, she was scared to close her eyes. At this critical moment, a faint female voice from the short-haired youth behind Luo Xia, a member of Qinghuan clan, dared to ignore the rules. The short-haired young man's face changed greatly, and he found a little girl in front of him. The little girl is holding a bag of potato chips in her hand, her eyes are cold. At the same time, the little girl clapped it out with one hand, and the violent airwaves condensed. The short-haired youth stepped back 10 steps on the spot. When he stabilized his figure, he said in an angry voice, "What are you? Dare to block his mother?" Before he finished speaking, a companion covered the mouth of the young man with short hair and reminded him in his ear, "This girl is Ji Lin." "Which Ji Lin?" Some young people with short hair can't respond. "Ji Xiqing's sister." Hearing this, the young man's face changed greatly and he kept silent. He lowered his head and said to the several people behind him, "Let's go back to the ancestral gate." Seeing that they were about to leave, Ji Lin said coldly, "Did my aunt let you go?" A group of laymen really regard themselves as characters. The young man with short hair stopped and his face turned pale. He turned stiffly and looked at Ji Lin. "Ji Lin. It's the first hand of the door of the god of medicine. It's all their own fault. Are you going to break the rules?" Although Ji Lin's character is straightforward, the rules of Chenjue Square are clear. What's more, she won't damage her sister's reputation by telling her many times today not to cause trouble. She stepped out and said in a cold voice, "These two people are my friends. If you want to leave, you can apologize to my aunt." Chapter 8:16. By what? How can the youth with short hair apologize and refuse? "My name is Ji Lin." Is that enough? Of course, you can't apologize. Now I won't embarrass you, let alone start. But when the battle of talents of Shuzong sect in Kunlun is over, I will step on the important person of Qinghuan sect with my sister in person. I'd like to see if Qinghuan Zong will give up a useless external disciple. Threat. Cold threat. Extremely overbearing. This is Ji Lin's character. She and Yi Chen have a good relationship, Yi Chen saved her, she naturally want to help out of the door of medicine god. The young man with short hair was pale, and his fist was clenched tightly. He dare not gamble. Just because of Ji Xiqing's 3 words. He hesitated for a long time, lowered his head and sounded like a mosquito, "Sorry." Then he was ready to leave, but Ji Lin's voice rang out again, "Who the hell are you talking to? How can you sound like a girl? I can't hear you at all. I wonder if you'll take it or not." "Xiaobi, do you hear me?" Xiaobi shakes her head. The young man with short hair has a ferocious face and blue veins in his neck. He can feel the attack of countless eyes, all watching his jokes. So insulting. What a man he is. He even felt like a clown. Disgraceful clown. But what can I do? The next second, he looked at Xiaobi and Lao Shui and said, "I'm sorry." With that, he turned and left. A kill is meant to flash away in the eyes. How many times can Ji Lin protect the door of medical god? When it's over, he'll start with these 2 ants. Pay him back so much. All anger will be vented on these 2 ants. Ji Lin didn't dare to go too far. She helped old Shui up and looked at Xiaobi, "I'd like to kill the animal, but the rules are there. I can't do it. Please forgive me." Xiaobi shook her head and bowed to thank him, "Mr. Ji Lin, thank you for your hand. If it wasn't for you, the consequences would be unimaginable." Ji Lin looked around and waved his hand, "Thank you for what, by the way, Yi Chen that boy? I haven't come yet. Since I left King Xuanfeng a few days ago, I have no more whereabouts. We are also very worried." Ji Lin frowned. After all, she listened to her sister's agreement between Yi Chen and Granny Hua. Yi Chen didn't come, which was obviously a confession. It's a shame, but it's the best result. She doesn't think Yi Chen is better than the flower mother-in-law of Qinghuan clan. Life is the most important thing. In that case, I'll go to my sisters first. If those guys come to bully you, they'll report my name or go to the front to find me. I'll cover you. And don't call me adult. I hate it most. Just call me my name. Thank you, Ji Lin's sister. Well. Ji Lin soon disappeared. Xiaobi and old Shui looked at each other, did not intend to leave, began to heal in situ. Soon, there was an uproar from the crowd. 6 figures appeared on the referee's bench. 4 old men and a handsome young man in his 30s, and a goddess in the dream of countless practitioners of Kunlun, Ji Xiqing. Ji Xiqing's appearance completely ignited the whole audience. Today, Ji Xiqing's long hair is like ink, and her eyebrows are not painted. Her snow-white skin does not need any embellishment, like a flawless jade. A white chiffon long skirt, blue ribbon waist, that elegant figure let the population dry. As high as the fairy's indifference. 6 people were seated. The square is completely quiet. Junlang Youth specially sat on the side of Ji Xiqing. Yu Guang swept a few eyes and his eyes were hot. The young man named Qiu Rongqing is a famous genius of Ju Wuzong. Young to become famous, talent and spiritual pulse against the sky. He is more than 10 years older than Ji Xiqing. Before Ji Xiqing came out, he was a genius on the surface of Kunlun. It's just that he was crushed by Ji Xiqing Feng. He had long coveted Ji Xiqing for a long time. He even proposed marriage to Ji family, but he was mercilessly rejected by Ji Xiqing. He really can't think of it. Both of them are matchless geniuses. Why does Ji Xiqing not accept himself? Is it because the 2 people communicate too little and are too unfamiliar? At the moment, he hesitated for a few seconds and accosted Ji Xiqing. Xiqing, I got a martial arts book in the secret place the other day. It's very useful for you, or we'll discuss it later. Eyes, but not a glance, no notice, it doesn't matter. We'll be later. You are too noisy. Ji Xiqing interrupts mercilessly. Qiu's face was stiff and he nodded in embarrassment. He could only change the topic to an old man beside him and said, Mr. Zheng, the registration time should be almost over. It's time to close the square array. How many people will compete this time? 749, no one should sign up again. Zheng Lao Lightway. All of a sudden, Ji Xiqing, who had never spoken, said, Mr. Zheng, help me look at the roster. Can a practitioner of Yichen compete? She asked, fearing to miss it. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Qiu's face was filled with a trace of anger. This little beast again. Years. Why does Ji Xiqing still care about this rubbish? He really doesn't understand. What's good about this rubbish? No cultivation, and it's just rubbish. This kind of person lives in the world is also a waste. The key lies in this way, but Ji Xiqing has been protecting it all the time, and the whole Kunlun Su people know it. In his heart, he said angrily, Smelly watch, I'm not cold and warm, but I'm enthusiastic about that little beast. When I put you in bed one day, I will kill you. Zhenglao Lingji glanced at the register and shook his head. I haven't received the registration of the person calling Yichen outside the door, and I haven't shown it here. Ji Xiqing eyes some dim, no longer speak. Qiu Rongqing was even busy and said, Mr. Zheng, it's time to close the array. Good. Zheng Laogang plans to pinch Ju, but Ji Xiqing says, Mr. Zheng, can you delay it for 5 minutes? I'm not feeling well. All of us know why we are here. Just to buy time for the boy named Yi Chen. Although Mr. Zheng felt that it was not appropriate, in his eyes, 5 minutes was nothing. It was also good to sell a face. He nodded, good. After 5 minutes, the array will be closed automatically and can't be delayed anymore. 5 minutes passed. Ji Xiqing has no expectations for Yi Chen. Such a cowardly person is human nature. Seeing that the array is about to close, suddenly, a figure is coming quickly. Splashing dust. Wait. The voice is not loud, but it is introduced into the ears of all practitioners. Ji Xiqing's disappointed eyes, when he saw the running figure, suddenly there was a surprise. Yi Chen is here. A faint smile appeared on her red lips. Dimples are like flowers. Seeing this smile, Qiu Rongqing's eyes flashed a trace of killing intention. Not to Ji Xiqing, but Yi Chen. In any case, this waste is absolutely the biggest obstacle in front of him and Ji Xiqing. Never let him leave here alive. Since he is a referee, he is naturally entitled to let Yi Chen die here. Yi Chen finally arrived at the door, but also reported his name at the door. He slowly breathed out a breath. Xiao Huang is too unreliable. At present, we still need to make a mount. Xiao Huang on the shoulder stretched a stretch, squinted and continued to sleep. Close the array completely. At the same time, a voice sounded from the sky. Chapter 8:17. Tens of thousands of lines of sight are shooting in the direction of the gate. Panic. Surprise. To be puzzled. Countless people like petrifaction, breath stagnation, so staring at Yi Chen, staring at death. Just because of those words. Yi Chen, the god of medicine. A declining medical school dare to participate in the competition of Wudiao Zongmen? The key is that Yi Chen was kicked off the challenge arena a few years ago. It's happening again. It's not killing me. Is that young man the joke of a few years ago? The guy who was kicked off the ring by Qingluanzong Jianghuai. Someone reacted and screamed. In their eyes, such ants, so many years can survive is the key, let alone come here again. This is the talent battle of Kunlun Su. All the top talents gather here. When is the turn of this kind of rubbish? Why don't you think you deserve the title of genius? It seems that he really is. There is no big change in his appearance, but his breath is much stronger. This may be his confidence. There is also humanity. After all these years, if there is no growth, it will be waste. But what's on this guy's shoulder? Spirit beast? Suddenly someone noticed Xiao Huang on Yi Chen's shoulder. Although Xiao Huang is small, her hairy appearance on her shoulders is also very recognizable. It's like an orange cat. What's the doctor's gate trash doing with a cat? Never heard of it. God knows, a useless idea is not important to us at all. It is estimated that a game will be wiped out, and maybe it will be the end of another leg. Alright, stop talking. If Ji Xiqing hears it, it will be troublesome. Ji Xiqing is the referee in front of him this time. The crowd quieted down in an instant. On the other hand, the outer disciples of Qingluan's sect are staring at Yi Chen's figure. What they didn't expect was that the medical god's waste would come to sign up. I don't know what to do. The young man with short hair just apologized, his fist clenched, and his deep roar resounded. Originally, I just wanted to kill those two people. Now that the rubbish has come, let's count it together. Only the dead can make me apologize. God of medicine, no qualification. In the first row of Qingluanzong area, 3 people sit in the front. A man and a woman and an old woman with a crutch. The old woman is naturally the flower mother-in-law. The man is the inner gate of Qingluan clan, and he has some connections with Yi Chen. Because the man who kicked the challenge arena was Jianghuai. And Jianghuai is surrounded by flowers if Huan. Hua Ruohuan's face swelling has been eliminated, but there are still some traces, her eyes bloodthirsty like staring at Yi Chen. I can see clearly what happened in the killing place. Almost affected her Dao Xian. She thought Yi Chen would not come to join the Kunlun Virtual Genius War, but she did not expect that this guy still came. She vowed that once she met in the challenge arena, she would torture the animal to death. Even want to suck the blood of the other side, let him live can't beg to die can't. Suddenly, Hua Ruohuan thought of something and looked at her mother-in-law. Master, do you really want to compete with this waste? Mother-in-law Hua's eyes narrowed slightly and nodded. Since I have agreed, I will naturally count. However, the situation of this waste is worrying. I can feel that countless murders are going towards this waste. I'm afraid that if he meets anyone, he won't be able to hold on for too long. Don't worry about this kind of guy. Hua Ruohuan said with a cold smile, Master, please rest assured that if I meet this boy, I will cut off his hands and feet and let him kneel in front of the master and beg for mercy. Granny Hua did not continue to speak, but looked at Ji Xiqing, the referee. There are beautiful women in the north, who are unique and independent. It's a pity that this beauty can't protect Yi Chen today. There is no chance of that day again. Not far away, Yi Chen naturally felt that countless lines of sight with the intention of killing. He touched his nose, did not pay too much attention to. Then, glancing at the direction of the referee's seat, Ji Xiqing was on it. The relative moment of his eyes, Ji Xiqing retreated first and closed his eyes, as if the waves were calm. Ji Xiqing, from today on, you may know me again. No longer think about it, Yi Chen's spiritual consciousness diffuses, and instantly he finds several people in the door of medical God. He smiles and goes away quickly. Soon, it was in the corner. But there was no sign of the master. He was just about to ask what he was about to ask, when his steps suddenly stopped and his words stopped completely. Because he found that Xiaobi and Lao Shui are sitting cross-legged and healing, and from the body's state of view, not long ago suffered a very heavy injury. The blood-red footprints on Lao Shui's chest are too clear. And Xiaobi's red palm print is startling under her white face. Even if Yi Chen did not experience what happened just now, he also knows what happened. There's something wrong with the medical god gate. Elder martial brother and sister have been humiliated. In the eyes of many schools of Kunlun Su, the medical god gate is too unbearable. Unbearable to all people do not care about the existence of the door of the god of medicine. In Kunlun, it is natural that the strong bully the weak. But when Yi Chen came back this time, one thing to do was to guard the door of medical god. What's more, let the door of medical god become the first sect of Kunlun. At present, Xiao Bai and Old Shui are hurt like this, and the protection in his mouth is his fucking farting. How can he not be angry? Xiaobi, what happened? Yi Chen step out. The tone seems to be indifferent, but forced to suppress the inner anger. If you don't suppress it, I'm afraid the blood dragon in the body will rush out of the body on the spot. Xiaobi heard Yi Chen's voice and opened her eyes. When she saw Yi Chen arrive, she revealed a surprise. Yi Chen, you are here at last. Old Shui and I are afraid that you will have an accident outside. Yi Chen stretched out his hand, gently touched the cheek of Xiaobi's palm print, and said word by word, "What's the wound on your face?" Xiaobi was stunned and embarrassed with a smile. "It's nothing. Just now I was fighting with Old Shui, and I was hurt." Old Shui also stopped, looked at Yi Chen, cooperated with Xiaobi and said, "Yes, right. After all, the competition has not started yet. We are fighting for better self-protection. It's not a big problem." A duel? Yi Chen hums coldly, no longer hesitates, finger pinches Ju, the technique starts. With his eyes closed, what happened here just now repeats again. The insults of the outer disciple of Qingluan's sect to Xiaobi and Lao Shui made him angry. The insult to the door of medical god is extremely unbearable. Even if Yi Chen is still good-natured, he is trembling with anger. If Ji Lin didn't arrive in time, what would happen to Xiaobi and Lao Shui? Such a ruthless generation absolutely cannot stay. Chapter 818. Qingluan Zong, what the hell is Qingluan clan? Do you really want to fight against yourself? Yi Chen clenched his fist and glanced at his cold eyes. In a moment, he found a pair of gloomy eyes in the sight of many people. It's the young man with short hair. No longer hesitating, Yi Chen goes to the direction of Qingluan's sect. Xiao Bai and Old Shui know Yi Chen's character, so they get up and hold Yi Chen. Don't apologize to Yi anymore. There's no need for us to go down to the arena anymore. It's all over. Xiao Bai and Old Shui's faces are full of anxious worry. If Yi Chen is in trouble for them, what should they do? Yi Chen broke free of their hands, handed out 2 pills, and ordered Xiao Bai and Lao Shui to take them. The effect of the medicine exploded in an instant, and the warm meaning made the 2 people's injuries much better. They had no idea that such pills were taken out by Yi Chen casually. Is Yi Chen refining pills far above Xiaobi? When the 2 lost their consciousness, Yi Chen had left them 100 meters and directly came to the area of Qingluan's sect. As soon as this was done, everyone was puzzled. After all, they witnessed the conflict between the medical god sect and the outer disciples of Qingluan's sect. But what is Yi Chen doing? Is it hard to come to the door and talk about it? Ji Xiqing in the distance is also frowning, unable to understand what Yi Chen is going to do. What is more muddled is the Qinghuan clan. A Dr. God door good position does not stay, fiercely comes to them here is to do what ghost. Hua Ruohuan saw Yi Chen, stood up directly and said angrily, Yi Chen, this is not the place of your medical god gate. Get out of here immediately. Yi Chen didn't pay attention to it. Instead, he looked at a short-haired young man with cold eyes and said word by word, who moved the man of my medical god just now, stand up directly. Young people with short hair are naturally not afraid of Yi Chen. Just now Ji Lin's attitude has made him uncomfortable. Now a rubbish comes to the door to ask for an explanation. If he doesn't make a statement, he won't want to mix with Qinghuan clan anymore. The most important thing is that now it is the boy who comes to find trouble first. What qualification does Ji Lin have to stand up for him? The young man with short hair stepped out with pride, and the long sword directly drew out from his waist. The blade pointed at Yi Chen. It's me, so what? Isn't it a garbage door that hasn't been moved yet? Yi Chen hears this sentence, the chill on the body releases. What do you want to do? I have already apologized to the disciples of Qinghuan's sect. This is not a place to kill. Please find out where you are now. This is Qinjue Square. There are 6 referees sitting on it. There are big powers sleeping in the dark. If you want to make trouble, please weigh yourself. Words just fell, Yi Chen then moved. For Hua Ruohuan's threat, he doesn't care at all. Step like the breeze, come to the youth with short hair and blow out a fist. There is no real chi flowing. It looks like a weak punch. So that no one can react. The young man with short hair sneers at the closer punch. A waste man dares to fight in front of my Qinghuan clan. You don't even have strength in your fist. It seems that after elder martial brother Jianghuai kicked you out of the arena, you didn't make any progress at all. In this case, today I'll scrap you and let many families in Kunlun see how much rubbish the people who come out of the door of medical god are. The short-hair youth's momentum ascends, the sword idea condenses. With the power of heaven and earth, the sword is covered with cold light one after another. This is the core of Qinghuan's sword technique. Don't mention the fists of the youth in front of you. Even the strong people who enter the Holy Land can't bear it. He wants to show the elder of Zongmen and many martial brothers. He is not weak either. Click. The edge of the sword touched Yi Chen's fist. An invisible red light spreads from the fist to the body of the sword. The force of terror and anti-earthquake is coming. Time seems to slow down. The smile of the youth with short hair is stiff, and the pupil is shrinking to the extreme. What power is this? The sword is broken. Broken by such a blow. Not only that, but he felt his life was threatened at the moment. He wanted to cry out in horror, but found an invisible pressure hanging over him. Then, Yi Chen and his body wiped shoulder, that fist has pierced his body. He opened his eyes and looked down at his body. He even felt that the body was collapsing and the blood was spraying. He thought of countless ways to die, but he never thought of it. Cold death wrapped his whole body. An indifferent voice sounded from his ear. I didn't want to kill you, but you offended the door of medical god. Death is not worthy of regret. Bang! Words fall. The short-haired youth's body smashed out, directly smashed the 6 or 7 outer disciples of Qinghuan's sect. Blood splashed on everyone's clothes, shocking. At the same time, Qinjue Square was completely quiet, like a cemetery in the middle of the night. No one would have thought that Yi Chen would make a move in front of so many people. What's more, I didn't expect that the former waste of the medical god gate would challenge the authority of the whole Qinghuan sect alone. Even above the rules of Kunlun Zizongmen talent war. Treat the 6 judges on that stage as air. Madman. A complete madman. Of course, there are a few people who have noticed Yi Chen's strength. They can also kill people with fists against swords. What kind of cultivation should we do? I don't know how long it took for Hua Ruohuan to react completely and draw out the sword directly. Jianghuai is also the same, cold eyes dead staring at the waist he used to kick off the arena, long gun shot, pointed at Yi Chen. Not only the two of them, but all the disciples of Qinghuan's sect sacrificed their weapons at the same time. And Yi Chen is like a normal person, take out a paper towel to wipe the blood on his hands. Even if Wang Jian pointed at him, he would not frown. Yi Chen, how dare you kill my disciples of Qinghuan clan in front of so many people? Hua Ruohuan cried out angrily. The boy even dared to challenge the authority of her Qinghuan clan in public, and let him die later without a burial place. Yi Chen will hand in the back, eyes to the blood-flowing body, suddenly opened away. Sorry, I apologize. Didn't you just say that apologizing can smooth everything up? That guy hurt my medical god disciple, so I'm sorry. Then I Yi Chen killed your disciple of Qinghuan's sect. Can't I apologize? Yi Chen's eyes are shining with no fear. You. If the flowers are happy for a while, the words are blocked. Who could have thought that Yi Chen was still a quick talker? She said, however, no longer hesitated, just wanted to start. 6 terrible figures fell directly. It is the 6 referees who Ji Xiqing is in. Chapter 8:19. Everyone's heart is pounding. Because among the 6 people, except Qiu Luocheng of Juanzong, Ji Xiqing and Jing Laozi, one of the other 3 referees is from Qinghuan's sect, which is called Nanming Taoist by outsiders. The Taoist of Nanming is not only terrible in cultivation, but also extremely rebellious. This is the right to be the referee this time, and it is definitely a senior qualification. At the moment, the Taoist of Nanming was livid and angry. In his territory, the disciples of Qinghuan's sect were killed for no reason. This is a provocation to him. Hua Ruohuan quickly bowed himself and said, Elder Nanming, you must make the decision for us. He is too aggressive and ignores the rules. He should be severely punished. That disciple of Zhongqing is dead. Nanming Taoist nodded, angry eyes shot at Yi Chen, endless pressure condensed away. Bold Yi Chen, in flagrant violation of the rules and killing innocent people, do not kneel down. Today, on behalf of countless families present, I will personally suppress you, a arrogant person. See the pressure crazy toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen's shoulder. Xiao Huang noticed what, sleepless. Stretch and stand up. An invisible force overflows from its body, enveloping Yi Chen. Free from all coercion. After all, the blood vessels and the corpus luteum are extremely special. Even if the king of demons is not really formed, it is not something that mole ants can touch. Yi Chen originally wanted to resist. When he realized the power of Xiao Huang's body, he doubted a little. He had no idea that Xiao Huang still had this property. Can we ignore all coercion? If it is, then he has found the treasure. Nanming Taoist constantly exerts his influence on Yi Chen. He thought the other party would kneel down on the spot, but he found that he was like a man who was okay. How could it be? His realm is enough to crush most of the people present, but why is the waste of the medical god gate indifferent? Even, because of the constant dumping of pressure towards Yi Chen, the faces of Taoist in Nanming are red. Even a little embarrassed. Ji Xiqing on one side wanted to make a move, but when he saw Yi Chen defuse the pressure of Nanming Taoist, his beautiful eyes showed a trace of curiosity. How could it be? Is this kid really having some kind of adventure? Qiu Bangcheng, who was on the other side, naturally found out what the problem was. He stepped down to the Nanming Taoist and said, Nanming Taoist, what the second son has done is really against morality and morality. Instead of letting him kneel down, you'd better suppress this boy and torture him. If you don't believe him, you won't be convinced. The Taoist of Nanming regained his authority. The look in Yi Chen's eyes was like a sad little widow. He snorted coldly, nodded his head and said, what you said is reasonable. Come on, put this guy down. See a few return to the virtual environment strong towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen just want to draw out the sword, Ji Xiqing but block in front of Yi Chen. Everyone's face changed. This is the fucking scene again. 5 or 6 years ago, the waste was kicked out of power by Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai wanted to kill him, but Ji Xiqing was in front of Yi Chen. Stop everything. Protect a piece of trash. And now, history repeats itself. Nanming Taoist looks very ugly, Ji Xiqing. Are you challenging my authority? I know your relationship with this trash, but you remember your identity, you are the referee. How can we trust the jury in such a false way for the benefit of private interests? Ji Xiqing's expression was indifferent, and he said directly, since the Nanming Taoist knew that we were judges, why did we deal with Yichen rashly without discussion among all of you? Is this against justice? You Nanming Taoist's face became more and more ugly. Ji Xiqing, you are only the first time as a judge. When I was a judge, you may not have been born. I am better than you. Get out of the way. If you don't, I'll deal with you. Qiu Rongcheng, who is beside Ji Xiqing, quickly advises Ji Xiqing, Xiqing, don't be confused. This is really the boy's fault. His influence is so great that if we don't deal with it, it's hard to convince the public. I know you and Yichen are friends. Since you are friends, you should be more considerate of him. You can help him once, but you can't help him all his life. Ji Xiqing glanced at Qiu Laocheng and spat out a word, well. Then he said to the Nanming Taoist, I learned about this from my sister. The outer disciple of Qingyuan sect first started to attack the medical god sect for no reason. He was not benevolent first. Yichen didn't intend to kill anyone. It's a pity that the outer disciple is so useless that he can be killed by sword and fist. It's useless for such a person to stay in Kunlun. Hua Ruohuan and Jianghuai can't speak when they hear this sentence. What is useless? Just as the Taoist priest of Nanming was about to open his mouth, Old Jing couldn't help but round the field and said, Dabi has already started. If we continue to hold on like this, time will be wasted. Those remaining 750 candidates of Kunlun Virtual Genius can wait. Since we can't get the result in a short time, we'd better use the challenge arena to prove it. We temporarily revised the rules a little bit, let the medical god Gate and Qingyuan Zong fight, no matter who wins or loses, it will be the result. There will be no more disputes off the field, how about? Ji Xiqing heard the plan, took the sword, and then said faintly, I have no opinion. What else can the Taoist of Nanming say? Good. Qianjue Square is based on strength. Speaking with your fist is more practical than anything else. But I hope some referees will not be selfish. Blindly protecting others will only make them die faster. This sentence is obviously for Ji Xiqing. Ji Xiqing ignored and patted Yichen. One look was enough. Then he stepped on the ground gently and came to the referee's seat again. The six took their seats again and everything was calm. Some of the old rules were too simple to be read out, so it was a waste of time. After all, there are too many 750 people. At least 2 games have to be carried out, and they will be eliminated into less than 200 people directly. And for the sake of fairness, it's all drawn. But there is one exception. That is the medical god Gate and Qingyuan sect. Medical Shenmen must be eliminated with Qingyuan clan first. Because only Yichen was the only one to protect his life, but there were 4 in Qingyuan sect. In addition to Jiang Huai and Hua Ruohuan, there are 2 other talented disciples. That is to say, Yichen must eliminate all the people of Qingyuan sect at least before he is qualified to be promoted. What's more, it's too bad for Yichen. Let alone strength, even if Yichen can win by fluke, what he has to face is the will battle. Everyone on the scene is not optimistic about Yichen. Although Yichen killed a disciple of Qingyuan sect with one fist just now, so what? There is no comparison between the outside disciples and the 4 talented disciples. Among them, Jiang Huai and Waruoan are the top 30 hot candidates this time. Chapter 820. Because of the special features of the medical god Gate and the Qingyuan sect, it was presided over by Zheng Lao himself. When he came to the biggest challenge arena in the central government, his eyes fell on the area of the medical god Gate and the Qingyuan sect, and said in a loud voice, please step into the arena with Qingyuan Zong and its disciples. Words fall, Jiang Huai is the first to step into the arena. He chose the first shot. In those years, he could kick Yichen out of the arena with one foot. Now, of course. The key point is that the former humiliation is likely to destroy the practitioner's mind of Tao. He believed that he was the nightmare in the heart of the medical god. A nightmare that covers all the darkness. Jiang Huai looked at Yichen with arrogant eyes. He offered a long gun, which swept everything. The spear pointed at Yi Chen. Little brute, how many seconds do you think you can hold on to the challenge arena this time? No, I can't even step on the challenge arena this time. The crowd burst into laughter. Innumerable Wei eyes wantonly fall on Yi Chen's body. Sneer, disdain, indifference. In fact, most of the people present knew the final result. Jiang Huai's cultivation is at the peak of the Holy King's realm. It is said that it will soon step into the realm of returning to emptiness. No matter how bad it is, I will return to the virtual state half-step. What about Yi Chen? From the breath point of view, at most into the Holy Land. This is 2 or 3 big realms, how to fight. There are even open bets. The pressure is not Yi Chen's win or lose. It's the medical god who can stay on the challenge arena for a few seconds without stepping on it. A lot of sarcasm. Even Xiao Bai and Lao Shui are also treated coldly. They clench their fists tightly, confused and unaware of the result. They want to believe Yi Chen, but the picture 5 years ago is still vivid. Can the same person and the same arena lead to different results? Yi Chen's eyes are directed at Jiang Huai, and the humiliation of those 5 years is completely released at this moment. Kunlun virtual waste? Fan Zhen garbage? Doctor's joke? Today, he will use the sword in his hand to break everything. Pa! Yi Chen's strength swept under his feet, holding Xiao Huang asleep, so he stepped on the challenge arena. The eyes are indifferent. But no one knows how angry it is to be indifferent. Old Jing saw that both of them had come up, and the weapons of Jiang Huai were out, but Yi Chen was holding a cat in his hands at the moment, as if he didn't care at all. He said, Yi Chen, it will start in 10 seconds. Put down your pet in your arms, or it will be affected. Take out the weapon as soon as possible. Although the surrounding arena has begun to eliminate, but countless eyes are still tightly staring at Yi Chen. They are curious about what weapons Yi Chen of the medical god gate will use. Is it a silver needle? Facing all the people's eyes, Yi Chen raised his head, touched Xiao Huang, and said to old Zheng, no weapons, I'll hold it. Some rubbish doesn't deserve my hand. My feet are enough. As soon as he said this, Zheng Laoi was stunned and his face was very ugly. Everyone under the stage fell into a brief silence and burst into laughter. Is it enough to hold a cat in your arms? Is Yi Chen brain disabled? Or did he give up long ago? When a man enters the Holy Land and confronts a strong man who almost returns to the virtual state, he still doesn't fight? You're kidding. Zheng Lao shook his head and ignored it, leaving one step at a time. Some people don't listen to it, they just eat their own fruit. On the challenge arena, the cold wind is bleak. Looking at the 2 figures standing on the high platform in the center of the challenge arena, the crowd below is very loud. Of course, most of the voices were abusive of Yi Chen. What kind of rubbish, get out of the way. Some of the insults were even ugly. Yi Chen, you don't have Ji Siqing to protect you now. Do you think I will let you go like 5 years ago? Today, I don't want to send you out of the challenge arena, but I will send you to the end of the world. The corners of Jiang Huai's mouth showed a bloodthirsty smile. Today is the end of Yi Chen's life. He won't let him live like last time. You are too noisy. My little yellow is sleeping comfortably. Listening to Jiang Huai's words, listening to the sarcastic words coming from the stage, Yi Chen did not move at all. His right hand stroked Xiao Huang, as if he didn't care about everything outside. He was not the Fan Zhen boy 5 years ago. He is now Yi Shitian, a fearless figure among numerous forces in Kunlun, and the tomb owner of the reincarnation cemetery. And not far away from the Jianghuai River, just return to the virtual state and calculate what. This war is destined to be his glorious return. Yi Chen closed his eyes in full view. Seeing this, Jiang Huai's face was ferocious. Little beast. I want to see what your arrogant capital is. Die. Finally, no longer waiting, a roar, Jiang Huai toward Yi Chen ran away. A long shot. The spear is full of sky. Step out in 3 steps, like the footsteps of thunder, people are shocked. He is faster and faster, like a beast. Boom! In the moment of the long gun, Jiang Huai's body is bursting out with crackling sound. The gun wind howls, as if to break the ban of the challenge arena. This moment of Jiang Huai control everything. He is confident. He's a man of his own. The shot on display is a lethal bloodthirsty gun, which can only become the soul of the dead. Under that terrible momentum, the whole arena was shaking faintly. The people under the stage looked at the vision of Jiang Huai's lethal bloodthirsty gun, and could not help but take a breath of cold air. You are the genius of Qingyuan clan. I'm afraid not many people of the same age can block this move. The Gun King deserves his reputation. The doctor's gate is dead. At the moment, Yi Chen is open eyes, no longer hesitant, a foot across and out. Holding Xiao Huang, the momentum of soaring, feet like sword. Tear the void. Thunder and lightning and blood dragon's power overflowed wildly. It's like turning into a monster, trying to devour the whole arena. Yi Chen's right foot came a sharp whistling sound, as if at any time burst out to destroy the power of heaven and earth. All of a sudden, his right foot rolled up a huge wave, like an ancient dragon facing the Yangtze River and Huaihe River. Destroy the weak and destroy the rotten. How could it be? Between Yi Chen's hand, the terrible momentum that breaks out is extremely clear to Jiang Huai. The wind is tearing at him like a blade. His blood is surging up. It's hard for him. The key force, he felt invincible. What a powerful momentum. How could it come from this trash? Bang! Before he could react, two forces collided together. Earth shaking and mountain shaking. The whole arena was ravaged by the strong wind, and there were loud noises. It is even more tottering. Dust all over the sky. How can it be so strong? Jiang Huai eyes full of panic. At this moment, his expression was completely frozen. Face twisted, become extremely painful. It seemed that he was not fighting with a waste, but he met a mountain, an unshakable mountain. Jiang Huai is unbelievable. Until a voice explodes in my ear. Today, it's your turn to roll down. Yi Chen roared. Boom! With this roar, the roar exploded like thunder. Yi Chen's right foot erupts the extremely violent strength. This strength far surpasses all. It's not even common to return to the virtual state to resist. Chapter 8:21. Puff. Jiang Huai blood gushes out. Under the collision of this force, the face looks pale. Click, click, click. Vaguely, all the people below clearly heard the bone fracture sound. Not from Yi Chen, but from Jiang Huai. The next second, Jiang Huai screamed in horror, and his body flew out on the spot. He could feel how badly hurt he was. Seeing that he was about to fall off the arena, he forced a drop of blood essence, which was sacrificed and wrapped in blood mist. At the same time, take a golden pill. I feel better. He took a foot in the ring with his right hand and wanted to return to the arena, only to find a young man with a cat in his arms. It was Yi Chen. He shot a big arrow in his sleeve. The arrow is black, the speed is extremely fast, so short distance, there is no possibility of dodging. This is his master gave him a way to protect his life. Enough to hurt most of the strong at the critical moment. Once stabbed, Dara Jingxian cannot be saved. He wants Yi Chen to die. How can he be kicked out of the arena by a waste? The arrow is about to touch Yi Chen's chest. Suddenly, he finds that the cat's eyes open. That look, like a bloodthirsty ancient beast. A single glance made him shiver behind his back, and the blood stopped flowing. An invisible pressure completely devoured him. Paw! His eyes widened, for the cat stretched out her pink hand and held the arrow directly. But he knew that there was an ancient magic power in the arrow, which could not be resisted by human practitioners, let alone a cat. In the open eyes, the arrow broke and the toxicity disappeared. Under one foot, he felt the metamorphosis of Yi Chen's strength. At least on the return to the virtual realm. This is shocking enough, but I didn't expect that the cat in this guy's arms is even more terrifying. It's like a big devil. Before he reacts, Yi Chen's killing intention breaks out. Once he steps on it, his right foot roars out again. This time, it hit the chest of Jiang Huai. In an instant, a huge blood hole pierced through. Without reservation, the body flew with blood, a parabola, heavily hit under the challenge arena. This is far from over. Yi Chen's 5 fingers open, and the spear originally belonging to Jiang Huai flies into his palm. Yi Chen arm a shock, long gun with the sound of howling, fly out. It is also with the idea of a towering gun, from the sky, inserted in the eyebrows of Jiang Huai. Air waves rippling, dust splashing, head smashing, headless corpse, detonating everyone's eyes. Jiang Huai is dead. Dead to everyone's surprise. I thought that Jiang Huai would crush Yi Chen under the challenge arena, but I didn't expect that it was Jiang Huai who fell off the challenge arena and didn't even have the qualification to live. Are Qinghuan Zong all these vulnerable wastes? Yi Chen holds Xiao Huang in his arms, such as plum blossom independence, but the cold voice blows in everyone's ears. This sentence, Yi Chen said to Qinghuan Zong. This moment, the scene is quiet to the extreme. It's even suffocating. It was not until a cold wind came out of Chenjua city that all the people couldn't help but fight with a spirit of excitement. Boom! The next one, boiling under the field. It even affected the remaining arena that was being eliminated. The medical god gate's ordinary root waste actually killed Qinghuan Zong's Jiang Huai with 2 feet. I didn't dream. That guy is holding a cat. Jiang Huai is not even qualified to resist. No resistance. Is this a real faggot who was kicked off the ring 5 years ago? Just now, the power of that guy is going back to the void. How can it be? It's a mess. Unbelievable. No one would have thought that the one they least expected to win. It's even like a dream. At this moment, their eyes changed in awe. At this moment, they are only dignified and frightened. Xiao Bai and old Shui of the medical god gate are completely stunned. I don't know what to say. The medical god gate actually won. But Ji Lin is lying on the chair, eating potato chips, a white-eye Yi Chen. This guy does not pretend to be forced to die. But the strength is really strong, and I don't know what he did. And what about the orange cat in her arms? When did this guy start raising cats? GC's beautiful eyes on the referee's bench were still worried. Seeing this scene, the stone in my heart fell to the ground completely. It seems that her worry about Yi Chen is superfluous. The real Yi Chen is back. The clearest thing about all this is Xing Lao. He looks at Yi Chen doubtfully, and for the first time he has a curious heart. A boy who has clearly entered the Holy Land to practice is actually crushing the strong one who is about to enter the realm of returning to emptiness. This is not only described with terror, it is simply evil. At the moment, he can't see the depth of the boy. Jiang Huai. All of a sudden, Huaruohuan and the other 2 disciples in the area of Qinghuan sect saw the headless corpse and uttered a complete cry of surprise. It's a shame that the disciples of Qinghuan sect came to such an end. Even the elder of Qinghuan sect on the referee's bench also exuded a strong anger. He tried to do it several times, but found a girl's eyes staring at him. As if as long as he hands, the girl will do it. Yi Chen, you want to die. The battle of the challenge arena is over. Why are you so cruel? Do you know how important Jiang Huai is to us Qinghuan clan? You are making people angry. Huaruohuan roared. Elder Martial Sister, please go to war. Elder Martial Sister, I also request to fight. I want this boy to feel the horror of Qinghuan clan's sword. Huaruohuan knows the horror of Yi Chen. But she and Yi Chen have a feud. It's up to her. She wants to kill everything at all costs. She wants Yi Chen to enjoy endless torture. You 2 get out of here, and give me the medical god's waste. With that, Huaruohuan pulls out his sword and prepares to step on the challenge arena. Yi Chen should not have recovered the elixir field, this is the best chance. Elder Martial Sister. Elder Martial Sister. The 2 talented disciples of Qinghuan sect, Lian Busi Dao. After all, the more behind the wheel battle, the more favorable. They hope that the elder Martial Sister will fight in the end. At this time, the young man's indifferent voice on the challenge arena slowly dropped. you talk too much nonsense. Since you all want to fight, how about I let you go together? After all, I don't want to spend any more time on your garbage." As soon as the words were said, the audience was immediately ignited. They are finally relieved from Yi Chen's crushing of the Yangtze River and Huaihe River. However, they did not expect that Yi Chen would challenge the three people in one breath. How dare a disciple of medical school dare to challenge three top talents of Qinghuan's sect? Chapter 822. Crazy. A complete madman. Mr. Zheng frowned and advised, "Yi Chen, this is not a joke. Although you have to face the will battle, it is better than 1 to 3. Arrogance also needs capital. It will be too late to pay for your life." Yi Chen ignored Zheng, but looked at Hua Ruohuan and the other two people. "Of course, if you are afraid, I can kill one by one. It's just too challenging." The three of them rushed to the top of their heads in anger. They could not help but stepped on the arena together. Once Yi Chen defeats these three men, it will definitely become the most wonderful war ever. The key is that all this comes from a common waste. Who could have thought of it? Yi Chen, since you are determined to die, we Qinghuan's sect will help you. Only, you will soon understand how ridiculous your decision is today. Language down, if Huan and the rest of the two people, the momentum of the body rose to the extreme. 3 green spirit swords are offered directly, and the atmosphere of the whole arena is completely changed. It's impossible for one person to kill 3 people. Unless you enter the realm of Virtual King. But Yi Chen is so old, not to mention the Virtual Kingdom, even if it is difficult to return to the Virtual Realm. In the face of these 3 people, Yi Chen did not dare to take it lightly and put Xiaohuang carefully in the corner. "I thought everything was stable, but I didn't expect that." Xiaohuang opened her eyes and came to Yi Chen's shoulder again. As if to fight with Yi Chen. "If you want to follow, follow. If you are in danger, you should pay attention to yourself." Language down, 2 cold shoots out, it is the 2 Qinghuan Zong disciples. No hands left, once touched, the body will be mercilessly torn. Yi Chen takes out a sword from the Samsara cemetery. His strength and body have been changed for a long time because of refining God Thunder and improving cultivation. The sound of sonorous is constantly ringing, and the sword meaning is towering, which is blocked by Yi Chen in an instant. Arm some tiny hemp vibration meaning, but does not affect Yi Chen's strength at all. Round sword idea, but he inherited 10,000 sword Zun. In addition to Wan Dao Jian Zun, who dares to use a sword in front of him now? The reason why Hua Ruohuan didn't make a move is to observe Yi Chen for fear of accidents. "Master, be careful of Yi Chen. She dare not have any carelessness." Seeing that the 2 younger martial brothers are about to devour Yi Chen, he makes a quick move. The green spirit sword in the hand is like a dragon flying through the sky. The green light tore up the space, and the violent cremation sound was too frightening. Gusts of cold wind solidified the challenge arena and the whole 1,000 Ju square. In this moment, the whole world fell into a dead silence. This is the way of Waruoan. For this day, he prepared too long. Green Luan Cloud Travel Sword, chop. This move is extremely dazzling. The strong breath even makes Yi Chen hard to breathe. Yi Chen finds that Hua Ruohuan is stronger than before. It's obvious that Granny Hua used a secret method on this guy. Yi Chen felt that his heart beat, as if with this sword sweeping, stopped beating. This discovery let his heart suddenly sink, his look became ugly. The crisis came all of a sudden. The breath of death seems to sweep everything in the arena. For a time, Yi Chenru was deeply mired and hard to extricate himself. "Elder martial sister, we give you a hand." Under the sword idea, the 2 younger martial brothers came directly to the back of Hua Ruohuan and forced out a drop of blood essence. Blood essence and true qi are flowing away. The vision vibrates, the green Luan cloud travels the sword as if transforms into a green Luan, the body unceasingly huge. Full of fairy spirit. Qingluan keeps getting close to Yi Chen, its huge mouth opens, as if it can swallow together. Yi Chen is more dangerous than lucky. Looking for death. In that cold light, such as dragon sweeping, to swallow Yi Chen, In the blood almost coagulation moment, Yichen cold away. That originally refined in the body of God thunder power burst out. His whole body is entangled with crazy arc. This is quite different from the thunder and lightning of this life talisman. More powerful, even out of control. Yi Chen's whole body seems to form a ray of light. Thunder breaks 9 days. This move is part of Duan Laren's memory and one of the few wealth left to Yi Chen. Only by cooperating with Duan Laren's skill can Shenlei exert his full strength. Yi Chen carries innumerable thunder, meaning, the air explodes and opens. Under one sword, all things change. Under a sword, the world vibrates. Boom! There are cracks in the whole arena, and the array is about to collapse. A trace of God's thunder devoured the sword in his hand. Not only that, but also the immortal fire in his eyebrows surged out. Thunder and fire. Huaruahuan, they did not expect Yi Chen to have such power. Under the influence of God thunder and immortal fire, the three people's mouths overflowed with blood. I was bitten back. Not at all. Still want to resist, in this case, I will let you feel what fear is. Yi Chen roars, his eyes are extremely fierce. Now he is surrounded by thunder and fire. Hold up the sword, thunder and lightning fall. Click. Qinghuan cloud travel sword, meaning, directly split. The body of the three is a full 5 or 6 steps backward. It's still unbeaten. The breath on the challenge arena is too oppressive. Huaruahuan seems to feel that a storm is coming. He quickly says to the two people around him, "Bad, leave quickly. If you want to go, have you asked me?" Yi Chen roared. Thunder burst. The wind howled. Red thunder light, such as Dao Dao Jianyi falls. The momentum of terror descended like a mountain and suppressed all sides. Chenjua Square is 10 miles around. The breath is controlled. The rest of the arena stops fighting. They find that their accomplishments are suppressed. What power is it? Innumerable eyes look at Yi Chen holding lightning. At the moment, it seems that Yi Chen is the master of the world. Once it's down, it's like a giant horse that's unstoppable. Down! Finally, the power fell. The array of the challenge arena is shattered and can't bear it at all. The fall of the sky, as if into 3 together, to Huaruahuan and the other 2 people. The whole body of these 3 people seems to be imprisoned and unable to move. Who could have thought that Yi Chen could even trigger thunder and lightning? Isn't this guy a disciple of the medical god sect? How can you become an attribute? Seeing the sword fall, the smile on 3 faces solidified. Sad face. They want to block, but how to block it? It's not the same level at all. His face was full of fear, his face was full of horror. Even the 2 Qinghuan disciples could not bear the pressure anymore, so they knelt down in front of Yi Chen. They want to live. Lord, please kill us. Words have not been said, the power of violence will devour the flower if Huan and these 2 people. 3 bodies, chi into blood fog. There's no body. The air is filled with the smell of blood, making the whole world completely quiet. Chapter 823. Chenjua Square, never as quiet as this moment. It was as if a needle had fallen to the ground. Yi Chen killed the outer disciples of Qinghuan's sect. They may understand. Even if they killed Jianghuai, they could only accept the facts in front of them. However, Yi Chen faced 2 talented disciples of Qinghuan's sect, and Huaruahuan. How could he have killed so simply? Huaruahuan is even a confirmed candidate to enter the top 10. It is also the greatest hope of Qinghuan's own. But at the moment, this hope is turned into a bubble. Who can accept it? It took 10 seconds for the silent crowd to come. The movement became more and more loud and noisy. Is this really the waste of the medical god gate? How to become so overbearing? Isn't Duan Huayan of the medical god gate unable to use martial arts? It was also wiped out by Daozong. How can a waste without a Dantian teach such a disciple? Don't you see the end of Qinghuan's sect who offended the medical god? If Yi Chen hears you, he may come to wipe you off. Countless people look at Yi Chen, only fear and horror remain in their eyes. They know very well that if they can kill the 3 talented disciples of Qinghuan's sect with such ease, their strength is likely to be above the realm of Holy King and even the realm of returning to emptiness. The breath of entering the Holy Land that Yi Chen bursts out is just to paralyze the public. Most of the people present boasted that they did not have the strength of Hua Ruohuan, so they did not dare to speak ill of the door of medical god behind Yi Chen. This guy is a real madman, who knows if he will be reckless in the next second. At the moment, an old woman on crutches is under the challenge arena. The face full of wrinkles is ferocious. Her body trembled. An invisible anger swept through. Hua Ruohuan died. Her favorite apprentice is dead. So he was killed by that little beast. She thought it was too late. She regretted herself, even more hated Yi Chen of the door of medical god. It's like a child raised by her own hand, and it's just like being destroyed. At this time, no one in her heart can understand the pain. Pa! She stood up, powerful momentum swept, behind the chair on the spot broken into powder, and then a startling roar rang through the whole 1,000-Ju square. Yi Chen! I'm going to kill you! You little beast, how dare you kill my lover? Give me back my joy! The words fall, the flower mother-in-law can't help, in the hands of the crutch paint completely off, the silver light is incomparably dazzling. It seems to be a weapon that I don't know whether it's a gun or a sword. Although I don't know the origin, the power of this weapon is terrible enough. It can't be stopped by anyone present. There is a strong flame on the crutches. The flame takes shape, and the temperature around is raised by more than 10 degrees. Some close to the people, their clothes are burning deformation. Seeing that mother-in-law is going to face the challenge arena, a beautiful image is slowly falling down, and it is blocking in front of the flower mother-in-law. The sword in Chen Ying's hand danced, and a wall of ice suddenly appeared. Fire and ice collide. Almost equal. As the elder of Qinghuan's sect, do you regard our judges as heir? If you insist on doing so, don't blame me, Ji Siqing. The cold voice fell like this, showing the unquestionable genius of the girl. Yi Chen on the challenge arena saw Ji Siqing's hand for the first time. He knew Ji Siqing was very strong, but he didn't expect to be so strong. The power of the crutch is blocked like this. Although Ji Si retreated a small step, but after all, she was a temporary move. What is the real strength of this girl? Yi Chen murmured. At the moment, mother-in-law Hua saw Ji Siqing in front of her, and her eyes were cold. Ji Siqing, are you so determined to protect this little beast? In the place of killing, I think I let the little beast go in your face, but now it seems that I am wrong. I should have killed the little beast. Even if you are the referee, Yi Chen can't walk out of the 1,000-Ju square alive today. You can protect him for a while. Can you protect him for the rest of his life? Although she does not think of revenge today, she is not afraid of. It is always a disaster for this boy to stay. What's more, she has agreed with Yi Chen to fight a war, which is just an opportunity. Ji Siqing's body is full of a sense of killing. When the wind blows, her sleeves dance and her hair flutters. Her eyes glance at the flowers, and her mother-in-law says, "Can I protect him for the rest of his life?" Let alone, tens of thousands of people have seen the result just now. It is obvious that you Qinghuan sect disciples are not as good as human beings. Are you going to turn over if something happens? If this is the case, then you, the elder of Qinghuan sect, are not so good. Granny Hua's face was red and red. Just about to say something, the Taoist of Nanming quietly came to her side and patted her on the shoulder and gave her a sign in the eyes, "Give it to me." The flower mother-in-law hesitated for a few seconds, or nodded, back a step. I hope you know that Hua Ruohuan and the other disciples are too important to the sect. If the master knows the result, he will be angry. At that time, you and I will be the first targets of anger. Nanming Taoist's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he looked at Ji Siqing and said, "Miss Ji, you and I are both judges. We should know that this arena is the place for martial arts to compete. Just point it out." But some of them were killed for 4 hours on purpose. And since Yi Chen killed people in defiance of the rules just now, all the order here has been destroyed by him. If he goes on like this, it will only turn Shenjua Square into a battlefield for killing, which goes against the original intention of the talent battle of Zizongmen in Kunlun. I don't think we should allow such a murderous guy to act recklessly. Obviously, Nanming Taoist doesn't want to leave Yi Chen. He must die. Ji Xiqing did not speak, but Qiu Rongqing of Ju Wuzong stood up and said, Xiqing, I have observed this young man many times. From the beginning, this guy's Tao seems to be killing Tao. I feel that if this guy continues to indulge, it will definitely be a nightmare of Kunlun Su. This unstable factor must be tried to kill it in advance. If you give him 20 years, he will become the highest in Kunlun. Ji Xiqing naturally couldn't pay attention to it. He said, Taoist Nanming, some things are done by the general trend. What I saw just now is true. Yi Chen is not wrong. If it is wrong, it is also the problem of Qingyuan's sect. Hearing this, Yi Chen on the challenge arena feels warm. 5 or 6 years later, Ji Xiqing's character has become more and more cold, but his feeling of himself has not changed. Chapter 824. Although I don't know the reason why they help themselves, it doesn't matter. Now he has the strength to cover the wind and rain for this woman and repay those old kindness. Knowing that Ji Xiqing would say so, the Taoist of Nanming held out his hand, pointed to Yi Chen and said, Ji Xiqing, I don't care about the passing, just the result. How long did it take to kill so many people? If the elimination goes on, I'm afraid the number of participants in Kunlun will drop sharply. Nanming Taoist put his hands behind his back, walked forward a few steps and continued, in a sense, Yi Chen's behavior has broken the rules. The whole game is because of him. This kind of person must not stay. No matter whether you agree or not, and whether you are in the position of that little animal, you have no right to object. 6 referees can vote when they have objection to something. The minority is subordinate to the majority. This is Mr. Jingshui's proposal. Ji Xiqing, do you remember? Hearing Mr. Jingshui, Ji Xiqing and other referees changed their expressions completely. If we want to say that the real authority of this competition is Mr. Jingshui. 100 years ago, he personally created this flourishing age, and it has continued to this day. Not only that, but also Mr. Jingshui's apprentice is famous all over the world. He is the first person in Kunlungsu to abandon the nature of the clan to accept an apprentice. The elders of many clans in Kunlun are disciples of Mr. Jingshui. You can see the light of contacts. Few people in Kunlun Void are willing to offend this rebellious, powerful and respected old man. Ji Xiqing clenched his fists and bit his teeth. He said seriously, I know what Mr. Jingshui said. I have no opinion. Good. The Taoist of Nanming looked at the other 4 and said, those who think Yi Chen should not be dealt with, please raise your hands. Words down, but no one raised their hands. Except for Ji Xiqing's lonely show hand. Except for her, all the judges were on the side of Nanming Taoist. Even Mr. Zheng is so. Of course, he is optimistic about Yi Chen, but Yi Chen's killing heart is too heavy. This kind of person is very likely to take a detour in the future. At that time, the loss will be the whole Kunlun Void. Don't let the small lose the big. Nanming Taoist was very satisfied with the result and said with a sneer, Ji Xiqing, the result is very obvious now. Do you want to stop it? Ji Xiqing bit her lips. She couldn't let Yi Chen have an accident. She hesitated for a few seconds. She pointed with her sword and gently touched her toes, and came to the arena. In front of Yi Chen. This is your decision, but I still want to protect him. If you want to move him, ask my sword to answer first. Ji Xiqing is very clear, Yi Chen's strength is really strong, even can crush 3 strong, but if faced with these referees and official forces, he will surely die. At this time, if she does not stand up to protect Yi Chen, who will protect it? She can't watch Yi Chen happen. The mother-in-law of Qingyuan clan saw this scene, but she looked at Yi Chen, little beast, are you hiding behind women all your life? Don't mention, I really look down on your little white face who only depends on women. Without Ji Xiqing, you may have died 5 years ago. How can you stand here? Ji Siqing just wanted to say something, but one hand was patted on her shoulder. She was stunned. In normal times, the opposite sex touched her shoulder and was killed by her sword, but she knew it was Yi Chen's hand. "Leave it to me." A magnetic sound sounded. Then, Yi Chen's body and her brush passed, is to block in front of her body. Ji Siqing found for the first time that Yi Chen's originally weak shoulders had become much wider. This is no longer the shoulder of a frustrated teenager, but the shoulder of a man. A man of determination. But you can't stop their strength. Ji Siqing hesitated. Yi Chen's smile, very gentle, "You have to believe me." All of a sudden, he turned and his gentle smile stopped. His face was suddenly gloomy, and his whole body suddenly turned bloody. Vaguely, the sound of a dragon's chant sounded in his body. Yi Chen's cold eyes shot at Granny Hua and Taoist Nanming and others, saying word by word, "You are such a group of respectable things. If you want to attack me, I don't have any problem, but there is an account to calculate." He pauses for a few seconds, and then, fiercely reaches out his hand and points to the elder of Qingyuan's sect, Granny Hua. "Word by word, old woman, do you remember the oath you made in the killing place before? Now get up here and die." The sound was so loud that it was like the thunder of the ninth heaven exploding in everyone's heart. The foundation of Qingyuan clan is confused. Nanming Taoist is also confused. Qiu's eyes almost burst out. Xiaobi of the door of medical god covered her mouth. Ji Lin, who is eating snacks, shakes his wrist and spills all the snacks. All the people present seem to be suppressed by Yi Chen's anger. No one would have thought that in such a situation, Yi Chen of the medical god gate let an elder of the sect go up to die. This is not an ordinary small clan. This is Qingyuan's sect. And this elder is still the flower mother-in-law. Granny Hua's reputation in Kunlun is very deterrent. Although Su is not a top player in Kunlun, it is not a small generation who can shout at her so much. Everyone thinks Yi Chen is crazy. This is the last struggle before garbage dies. But did not expect, at this time, the flower mother-in-law to smile, Yin Sen's smile. The next second rickets the body, the footstep lightly, strides directly into the challenge arena above. Face to face with Yi Chen. Cold air surging, let the whole world seem to solidify. This change came so fast that Granny Hua took the challenge. An elder who has been famous for a long time should be challenged by an unknown younger generation. Why does mother-in-law Hua respond to such a great disparity? Do you want to kill Yi Chen to avenge Hua Ruohuan? This is the best explanation. Nanming Taoist finally couldn't help but say, "Granny Hua, what are you doing, your identity, and dealing with this boy?" Mother-in-law Hua replied, "A few days ago, I met this boy, but I have this agreement. I thought the boy didn't dare to fight in the current situation. Now it seems that this guy wants to struggle before he dies. Then I will let him understand what is the real fear." Nanming Taoist no longer spoke. Anyway, it was all dead. This little beast died in front of the young talents of numerous clans in the hands of Qingyuan's sect, which may be more effective than the execution of official forces. Ji Siqing shakes his head. It's time to come. She may not worry about anything, but this war, she is really worried. The difference in strength is too great. Yi Chen only enters the Holy Land. Even if he can break out the peak of the Holy King's realm or return to the early stage of the virtual realm, he is still not enough to face Granny Hua. Chapter 825. Even if she is facing mother-in-law Hua, she may not have a chance to win. In addition, Yi Chen's real chi in Dantian is not much. This battle is almost a losing game. Her beautiful eyes look to Yi Chen, "If you don't fight, no one will blame you, after all, you and this person's gap is too big." Yi Chen at the moment is in the hand to touch Xiao Huang in the arms, reply, "You can rest assured, is not an old woman in advance of menopause, she wants to kill me, not so simple." Listening to Yi Chen's outspoken words, Ji Siqing sighed and left the arena directly and stood in Ji Lin's position. "Sister, what do you say Yi Chen should die?" Ji Lin was worried. Although sometimes, she looks down on Yi Chen, but no matter how, she and Yi Chen also have some friendship, she does not want Yi Chen to have an accident. Ji Siqing did not speak, but closed his eyes and tried to calm himself down. She helped this Fan Zhen boy for 5 years. After all, they were not the same people. She could not protect him for the whole life. Since all this is Yi Chen's decision, it should be borne by him alone. Life and death are up to fate. Sister, do you care about Yi Chen? Gillen rode. At the beginning, I tried to persuade him to make this oath with his mother-in-law Hua. He was determined to seek death. What can I do for him? Ji Siqing spits out a word on this, then no longer pay attention to Yi Chen. The whole square was extremely noisy. All the people are laughing at Yi Chen's extravagance. But there was a man whose eyes were very serious. It's Wei Ying. Wei Yinghan is in the crowd. She is 5 meters away. There is no one. It is this 5-meter land, once close to, practitioners can become an ice sculpture. It's like a spectacle. Some people naturally noticed Wei Ying, but no matter how they investigated, they didn't know Wei Ying's identity. It's like suddenly appearing in Kunlun Su. At the moment, a sneer appeared on Wei Ying's extremely cold face. This guy's Yanfu is not shallow, Ji Siqing is so protective. Wei Ying, if you don't have me, do you think you can capture this man's heart? Suddenly, Wei Ying's eyes suddenly changed, as if she had changed a person. Sha Shuihan Ti, I know you are very strong. We have reached an agreement. Please help Mr. Yi. Please. Wei Ying's voice is a little weepy. Evil Blood Cold Body shook his head. Wei Ying, can't you see that this boy is responsible for it? Even Ji Siqing gave up. What can I do? But don't worry, when this boy dies, if there is no one to collect his body, I'll help him a little. I'm also grateful for the boys taking me to Kunlun. At the same time, above the central arena, the old and the young are fighting against each other. This war of great disparity seems to be a joke. Although it's a joke, people are also curious. What kind of death would Yi Chen be? Granny Hua looked at Yi Chen with indifference and pride, and said word by word, I said that day, little beast, as long as you can hold on to my 3 moves, even if I lose, I intended to give you a good way to die, but now I have changed my attention. Within 1 move, I will make you worse than death. Yi Chen holds Xiao Huang in her arms. Xiao Huang is awake. She stretches and climbs onto Yi Chen's shoulder. Her hair is erect and she stares at Granny Hua. Roars softly, as if to rush out at any time. Punk, I don't like your cat. In that case, I'll erase it. Words fall, the winged mother-in-law moves. Little beast, the first move you can follow, this may be your last chance to breathe air. Green empty palm. Under the cold hum, 1 hand blows out. Flower mother-in-law's withered hands are surrounded by innumerable true qi, and the aura of heaven and earth all go towards her palm. The challenge arena is shaking. The cold wind swept, a palm print as if in essence, shot towards Yi Chen quickly. The palm print is getting bigger and bigger, and the green light is visible, almost covering the whole arena. When Nanming Taoist saw that Granny Hua didn't leave her hand, he touched her beard and nodded. This boy named Yi Chen suddenly rises. It's weird. Killing immediately is the key. When the palm print is close to Yi Chen's long sword is offered and a sword is chopped down. The immortal fire of the sword burst, and the sword's meaning was cut on the palm print with the flame. Cracks appear. Yi Chen's heart of joy, thought a move was completely broken by him, but did not expect that the split palm print turned into 10,000 ways. Like a huge beast with a big mouth, it wants to devour him. Yi Chen's face changes slightly, fingers pinch Ju, want to coagulate a ray block, but found that it is too late, helpless, he can only in the hands of the sword in front of him, the sword will continue to split out. Boom! The thunder and lightning of this life talisman burst out. In a twinkling of an eye, the sky and the earth are everywhere, weaving a vast net. In front of Yi Chen. Touch! When the palm print touches, the thunder net and sword chi can still block it for a few minutes, but when it comes to the back, the thunder net is mercilessly torn. The gap is too big. Although he has the ability of leapfrog fighting, but the real chi of Dantian is the biggest weakness. It won't last so long. Crash! One after another, the palm print overlapped and turned into substance, which exploded on Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen flew out on the spot. The blood is surging up, a trace of blood is exposed at the corner of the mouth, and the body is heavily smashed on the challenge arena. How about this, little beast? But you are really unexpected. It's very difficult for ordinary young people to hold on to my move, but you have done it. I have to say, I have a little curiosity about you. Flower mother-in-law sneers. In her eyes, Yi Chen is already like the bow of a strong crossbow. As long as you have another hand, you will surely die. Yi Chen stood up, staring at the flower mother-in-law with her eyes dead, but she laughed. This kind of power, are you tickling people? When Granny Hua heard this, her face was ferocious. Little brute, when you are dying, you have to fight back. I see if you can hold on to the second move. The next second, her thin hand held the crutch. Gently draw a blue rune in the air. The rune flashes and the breath explodes. Granny Hua comes out with weapons. Boom! Flame shrouded in the challenge arena, the temperature instantly increased nearly Baidu. The strong wind is sweeping, and the sword chi is in full swing. Bursts of roar exploded. With the sound of the explosion, blue light all over the sky, floating around. Once Yi Chen is devoured, he will surely die. Yi Chen snorted coldly, forced out a drop of blood essence. At the same time, a silver needle appeared in the hand. It's Lin Qingxuan's silver needle. He dare not take it lightly. Once defeated, it will be cracked by this move. Little beast, if you don't die, I'll take you. This time, Granny Hua was confident enough to crush her. Chapter 826. After all, there is hardly anyone who can still live in her sacrifice. What's more, a seriously injured waist. Her weapon is a part of the ancient spirit stone, but Yi Chen's sword does not know what kind of goods, how to stop it. Just as her crutch was carrying the will of heaven and earth, she found that the boy had closed his eyes. Hum. The flower mother-in-law snorts coldly, condenses the strength to the extreme. The entire 1000 Ju square faintly has a trace of vibration sound. It's absolutely appalling. Touch the leaf with crutches. Yi Chen opened his eyes, and his strong self-confidence spread out. He directly threw away the sword in his hand. Just holding a silver needle that can hardly be seen by the naked eye, he rushed up. At this moment, the audience are confused. Ji Xiqing and Wei Ying have strange expressions. They know Yi Chen well among many people, but this is really hard to understand. Abandon the sword and resist with the body? What a fool this is to make such a decision. There might have been a chance for the whole corpse to be turned into blood fog on the spot. In the eyes of countless people's doubts, Yi Chen takes advantage of the power to break the gods. A sense of desolation came from him. The power outside the arena seems to be completely absorbed, and the aura in the air is also crazily condensed. Yet, Granny Hua felt something was wrong. There was even a little uneasiness in her heart. It's like something's going to happen. All of a sudden, she found that Yi Chen's 5 fingers were open and crazily grasped her crutch. Click! Yi Chen can feel that the closer he is, the more his arm seems to be broken. It was more than he could bear. No longer hesitating, Yi Chen eyebrow heart of the fire is suddenly transferred to the hand. Fire, lightning around at the same time, Yi Chen xiang to resist the pain in his hands, break through all obstacles, directly holding the crutch. Ah! His veins burst out and he roared like a wild beast. At the same time, taking advantage of the power of the gods to break through thoroughly. The power of crutches is mercilessly transferred. Take advantage of the situation. This is... Granny Hua felt something wrong and wanted to take back her crutches, but she didn't expect to hear a startling roar. Your weapon, I'll take it. Boom. Take advantage of the power of the gods to break out in a moment. The whole sky is like the end of the day. Even more, there are some shocking traces in the arena. Yi Chen takes advantage of all the potential on the other hand's arm and strides out. The other hand holds the crutch with the force of the sky. The flower mother-in-law is aware of the crisis, just pinched Ju to stop. An extremely frightening force breaks out from Yi Chen's body. The boundless air waves are rippling away. Touch! Mother-in-law Hua's crutches are taken away by Yi Chen. At the same time, an invisible force pushed her away. She almost fell to the ground. To the extreme. Who could have thought that Yi Chen's attack had such destructive power? She also found that Yi Chen's power seems to be the same as her. What the hell is this? Such power is absolutely impossible to appear in such a waste body. The flower mother-in-law reacts thoroughly and steps out. Mole ant, return my weapon to me. Give it back to you. Yi Chen coldly smiles, the violent force on the arm has not dissipated. His eyes are overflowing with crazy color. If you want to take it back, you must have the life to take it back. The language falls, Yi Chen strides 3 steps toward a direction, the body assumes javelin posture, the right arm that clenches crutches erupts suddenly. Let go. It's a raging force. The crutch suddenly turned into a meteor and went away towards the ice sword left by the 1,000 mysterious girls outside. Meteorite falling to the earth is not so spectacular. Bang! 10 seconds later, in the eyes of countless people, the crutch was inserted into the place of the ice sword. More than 100 meters, even deep into the clouds. If it is not for the distance that practitioners can gaze at with the naked eye, ordinary people can't find it at all. Such a distance, it is very difficult for ordinary practitioners to get it back. What's more, it's something that can be left behind and inserted in it. Who dares to touch it? Everyone was in a daze. They simply did not expect that Yi Chen not only withstood the 2 moves of Granny Hua, but also made Granny Hua so embarrassed in the second move. What a genius this is! The sound of exclamation rippled in the crowd like a wave. Ji Xiqing's slightly open mouth, beautiful eyes are full of confusion, dreams she did not expect such a result. What did this guy go through? For a moment, she even thought that his future achievements might compete with Yi Shitian, who shocked Kunlun Su. The Taoist of Nanming had a trace of killing intention in his eyes. For the first time, he had a strong desire to kill Yi Chen. The existence of the key Yi Chen, far more than the controllable factors. No longer hesitating, he said to the flower mother-in-law on the stage, hurry up and kill this boy. The flower mother-in-law ignored, completely angry. Rushed towards Yi Chen quickly. Little beast, you want to die. Yi Chen coldly smiled, he looked around, did not fight back, but the fingers pinched pitifully. When the spirit stone is shot out, the array eye will play an important role in the challenge arena. In an instant, everything in the challenge arena is invisible to the outside world. His identity of killing heaven cannot be revealed. Once exposed, only the dead can see it. In his eyes, Granny Hua is the dead man. Seeing Yi Chen set up an array, Granny Hua sneered, Mole ant, are you afraid that everyone knows how miserable your death is? Her momentum is climbing, almost to the extreme. At this moment, she is even a god. Crush all the gods. Ants, kneel down and die. Endless pressure to go. But it was completely dissolved by Xiao Huan. Yi Chen was playing with the silver needle in his hand, raised his head and said, before you die, I will tell you a secret, how about it? The flower mother-in-law Wen Zheng, subconsciously wait, what? Suddenly, Yi Chen moved. Endless power to the silver needle. The body of God Thunder crazy gush out. Red God surrounded by thunder, like a Thor. Granny Hua naturally felt the power of God Thunder, and her eyes widened, how can it be? This is the power of God Thunder, you are. The silver needle in Yi Chen's hand instantly moved, and a roar resounded, I also have a name, named Yi Shitian. In an instant, the light was shining all over the place. Whoosh! The silver needle broke free of Yi Chen's arm and flew out. Boom! The power of heaven and earth is used as much as possible. Red Thunder package. Boundless energy, condense, the small silver needle actually expands on the spot. In the twinkling of an eye, it turned into a red 100 zhang spear. The spear around Shenlei. Lin Qingshuan's silver needle is strong, if you add the power of God Thunder. Who can stop it? Flower mother-in-law's eyes stare big. Is all incredible. There are only 3 words in her mind: Yi Shi Tian. Yi Chen is Yi Yen Tian. How could it be? Chapter 8:27. Impossible. The flower mother-in-law denies on the spot. But when she felt the power of the 100 zhang spear, she had to believe it. How can a waist grow so fast? There is no explanation except Yi Shi Tian. Yi Shi Tian likes to wear a mask. He is also easy to face. No one has seen his true face. Most of Kunlun Su only knew the existence of Yi Shi Tian, which was like a nightmare. Once it came out, it would inevitably lead to the Kunlun Su earthquake. Yi Shi Tian controls the gods, thunder, fire, and even medicine. His roots are less than 30. All the things in this moment and in front of the youth coincide. At this moment, mother-in-law Hua is absolutely sure that Yi Chen is Yi Shi Tian. Shit! How did he end up provoking this evil spirit? The key point is that the place she is stepping on now is the place where thousands of Xuannu warn the world. Yi Shi Tian is a close disciple of Qianjua Xuannu. What qualification does she have to touch in such an identity? Once touched, thousands of Xuannu are furious. Maybe the whole Qingyuan clan is not enough to bear it. Can't help her reaction. Yi Chen that carries the God Thunder 100 zhang long gun to break through the air. The wind is howling and the opportunity to kill is shrouded. Lock her down. She was very clear that she had no choice at all. Although she was injured, she could only force a drop of blood essence to stop her. Even if you burn, you have to survive. The power of blood essence has not been released yet. The spear has been broken directly. Essence blood turns into blood mist on the spot. Can't stop. The earth trembled violently with the glare of fire and thunder. God Thunder furiously devoured the body of the flower mother-in-law. Countless thunder and lightning cover everything. Under the power of God Thunder, people are vulnerable ants. Bang! The flower mother-in-law can no longer bear, the body flies out. A mouthful of blood is spewing out. Finally, he hit the corner of the challenge arena. She just wanted to stand up, but Yi Chen did not have any stay, rushed over again. Yi Chen is very clear that he has exerted a part of the power of God Thunder and Silver Needle, and the power of his elixir field has been exhausted. Therefore, Yi Chen must be in the flower mother-in-law weakest time hand. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Hold it in the void, cut the dragon and ask the sky sword to sacrifice directly. Hold the palm of your hand and kill the sky. The peaceful arena, boundless air waves were stirred up. The wind blows. Big waves. Yi Chen raises the dragon and asks the sky sword, and cuts directly at the head of Granny Hua. Granny Hua's face changed greatly. Although she was afraid of Ye's killing the sky, she burst out a strong desire to survive between life and death. Even if you are Yi Shi Tian. If I kill you today, I will be famous for Kunlun Void. Granny Hua clapped her hands on the challenge arena, and her old body rose into the air. At the same time, a jade pendant was offered in the hand. On the jade pendant is written the word Qingyuan. This is the amulet given to her by the elder of Qingyuan's sect. Once it erupts, it's enough to destroy everything. She wanted to use it in the face of the strong of the virtual king and the source of Tao. But I didn't expect to use it on Yi Shi Tian's body. The key to her original initiative. The jade pendant of Qingyuan is suspended on the challenge arena, and instantly condenses into a momentum of breaking the sky. It's under great pressure. It makes it difficult to breathe. Even gradually, a shadow floated from the jade pendant. It's just a thought of the supreme elder of Qingyuan's sect. Mother-in-law Hua quickly knelt down. Elder Taishang, please suppress that boy. This boy killed several talented disciples of Qingyuan clan. The method is cruel, never stay. If we don't die today, the consequences will be unimaginable. It may even threaten the foundation of our clan. The empty shadow glanced at Yi Chen and said, it's just waste into the Holy Land. The aura of the elixir field is exhausted. Since you dare to move my disciples of Qingyuan's sect, you can erase it. The red light flickers, and the virtual shadow turns into a sword, meaning of destroying the withered and decaying, and is ready to devour Yi Chen. Granny Hua smiles. This is her chance. When the shadow of the Supreme Elder condenses the sword, meaning, Xiao Huang, who has been lying on the shoulder of Yi Chen, roars and leaps fiercely. Hairy little hand, stretch out claws, crazily toward Qingyuan jade pendant to grab. A brute dare to challenge the authority of the Supreme Elder. I don't know what to do. Words just fell. Flower mother-in-law's smile suddenly stiff. Because she found that the yellow cat actually touched the jade pendant of Qingyuan without a trace of injury. She opened her mouth and swallowed up the shadow of the Supreme Elder. Devour thoroughly, she even saw that there was a touch of fear in her eyes. Obviously, I'm afraid. This is the power of the Supreme Elder. How can you be afraid of an ordinary cat? At this time, Ah Huang's body fell on the ground, and a flash of light. Faintly, the shadow of a wild beast appeared from Ah Huang's body, but soon disappeared. This orange cat is an ancient monster, and this blood. Before she finished speaking, Granny Hua noticed a sword coming. It's Yi Chen. Now, where does she have the courage to block? People against the sky, plus a monster against the sky, how can she stop it? Her frightened eyes could only see the dragon beheading and sky sword crossing her neck. Pata! One of the heads landed directly and the blood spilled out. At the same time, the shielding array on the challenge arena could not withstand the impact of the internal air waves and broke into pieces. Everything is clear. Under the stage. Countless people look forward to it, because after a few minutes, there is no movement. They can't see what's going on inside. Ji Xiqing closed his eyes calmly on the surface, but in fact, his spiritual consciousness spread. Watch everything. If Yi Chen is dead, she will be the first time to return to Yi Chen's body, at least scenery burial. This is the only thing she can do for Yi Chen. Sister, if Yi Chen died, would you cry? Ji Lin was sentimental. Ji Xiqing still did not speak. All of a sudden, there was a voice from the quiet crowd. Look, the arena can see clearly again. What's the matter? No, there's blood. Somebody's down. Haha, it must be the waste of the medical god's gate. The mother-in-law of Qingyuan clan is just crushing. Soon, however, the voice of the speaker stopped. Because a shaggy head rolled down the ring. Extremely ferocious. It is rolling at the feet of Nanming Taoist. It's Granny Hua. Granny Hua is dead. My head was cut off. How can it be? Boom. The crowd off the field exploded. When everyone sees the head, he is cold behind his back. The elder of Qingyuan sect was killed by an ordinary disciple of the medical god sect. How could it be? What a huge gap. What happened in the arena just now? They want to find the answer, but their eyes are fixed on the figure of a young man standing proud. Chapter 828. The young man held a cat in his arms, which seemed harmless to human beings and animals. But this moment, it is to let everyone feel the fear from the soul. Even those close to the arena subconsciously step back. Weighing in the crowd stares at the headless body on the challenge arena, and a touch of fright appears on Zhu Han's face. That kid didn't die. And killed the elder of Qingyuan sect? How could it be? There was a storm in her heart. She and Yi Chen contact time is not small, more than most of the present know Yi Chen, but simply did not expect Yi Chen to grow so fast. Soon, Wei Ying recovered from her fright, and a smile of disapproval appeared on her lips. Yi Chen, no matter how strong you are, if you come across me, you will still lose, and you will lose. Your existence is a threat to the girl. If you don't die, the girl will not be able to give me her body completely. Naturally, my plan will not be completed. In that case, we may as well wait and see. With that, Wei Ying is heading for one of the challenge arena. It's her turn. At the same time, Ji Xiqing opened her eyes. She could feel that Ji Lin's small hand was holding her hand, which was painful. Elder sister, Yi Chen unexpectedly. Ji Lin's mouth is huge and his face is unbelievable. Is this the son of a bitch she knows? Waste? If this is still a waste, then all the people in the whole Kunlun village are rubbish. Ji Xiqing glances at the challenge arena, and Yichen also looks at this side. With 4 eyes facing each other, Ji Xiqing exhaled a breath. In her beautiful eyes, the splendor rippled, staring at Yichen deeply. Her beautiful face was full of surprise and shock. She wants to see through Yichen. But found that she has been very familiar with the man, this moment unexpectedly incomparable mystery. Mysterious want to let people can't wait to understand. Yichen, what kind of secret do you have? At the moment, the body of Nanming Taoist is shaking, and he stares at the ferocious head under his feet. He had no idea that Granny Hua was really dead. Those Qinghuan sect disciples who were killed may be nothing. But a famous elder of Qinghuan sect was killed in front of so many people. This is an insult of Qinghuan's sect. If Yichen does not die, how should he account for it? Yichen, how dare you? How dare you kill my elder of Qinghuan clan? With a roar, the Taoist of Nanming stepped forward to the challenge arena. Without the slightest hesitation, he offered his sword and went towards Yichen's chest. He can feel that Yichen's real qi has been exhausted, and his body is just the weakest time. If he doesn't start now, when will he wait? Yichen naturally didn't expect that the Taoist of Nanming would suddenly attack him. He wanted to react, but it was too late. His body is too weak. In front of such a villain, he was in a mess. Ji Xiqing is aware of something wrong, quickly towards Yichen. But obviously it's too late. She is too far away from Yichen. Damn it! Ji Xiqing did not hesitate to force blood essence and blood, but found it impossible. Taoist Nanming, if you dare to move Yichen, I will commit suicide to Qinghuan's sect, and I will do what I say. She can only threaten it, but it's no use at all. On the contrary, the sword meaning of Taoist in Nanming is even more terrible. It's invisible to the naked eye. Seeing that the long sword is about to pierce into Yichen's body, Yichen has even become extravagant. Xiao Huang wants to help, but finds that his body is firmly held by Yichen. It growls in anger, it doesn't work. Seeing that the long sword is about to pierce Yichen's heart, an old figure comes quickly. Who dares to move, my medical god? This roar, earth-shaking. It reverberates in Qianjua Square. Countless people look for the source of the figure, but find that the other party is too fast to capture. Eyes are full of surprise. Here comes the master. Here comes Duan Huayan, head of the medical gods sect. Then, the violent wind came like a tornado. An old voice opened in the sky, carrying a magic sword, imposing momentum. Nanming Taoist felt the crisis behind him. He was afraid of change. His blood was shining. The sword broke through all the shackles without hesitation and went to Yichen's chest. The blade has penetrated a few millimeters. In the shadow of the fall, more and more ready. The voice of anger is unrivaled, Nanming beast. Hurt my apprentice. Look for death. Duan Huayan blows out. This palm rolls up the true spirit of 10 miles around. 10 miles above, the bloodbath, the beast roared, as if a giant beast from Duan Huayan's hand gushed out. Extremely tyrannical, once touched, will not die. Nanming Taoist's face changed greatly. He didn't care to kill Yichen, so his sword collided with him. Boom! An earth-shaking sound pierced through. The sword of Nanming Taoist turned into pieces on the spot, and countless pieces flew. It can be seen how terrible Duan Huayan's palm is. Nanming Taoist thoroughly see the people who do it. He thought of countless possibilities, but he didn't expect it would be Duan Huayan. Isn't this guy abolished by Daozong? How could this force break out? Before he could wait for him, Duan Huayan's palm pierced all the pieces and blasted mercilessly on the chest of the Taoist of Nanming. Puff! Nanming Taoist spit out a mouthful of red blood on the spot. It is in the dull hum, the body-heavy smash flies out. At the same time, the fierce air waves spread in all directions, and the arena under Yichen and Duan Huayan collapsed. It's splashing dust. They stepped into the dust and disappeared. After a few seconds, the wind blows and the dust blows away. There was a scream in everyone's ears. When we looked along the line of sight, we found that one of the judges, the Nanming Taoist, had a broken bone in his chest. Blood keeps coming out of your mouth. Unable to groan and panic. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone at the scene took a breath of cold air. Who did it? How could you crush the Nanming Taoist? What kind of power is it going to take? I can't think of such a bully. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed man stared at the old and the young, and exclaimed in surprise. The old man is not Duan Huayan, the leader of the medical god sect. The Kunlun virtual genius who was once abandoned in the elixir field. He's back. What? He actually stepped into martial arts again. My god. The next moment, the field was in a state of uproar and boiling. Everyone was shocked, and his face was even more shocked. Most people here know one thing. The decline of the medical god gate began with Duan Huayan being abolished. But if Duan Huayan rises again, and Yi Chen, who became the god in the first battle today, who dares to say that the medical god gate is a garbage sect? Chapter 829. Duan Huayan's appearance has changed everything, but also subverted everyone's cognition. The situation originally controlled by the Nanming Taoists was completely transferred. Controlled by Duan Huayan. Kunlun Virtual is the strong for respect. Duan Huayan at the moment revealed the strength is too terrible. Almost crushed the Nanming Taoist. Yi Chen looked at Duan Huayan in front of him and said, Master, you are here at last. Duan Huayan turned and touched his beard. Even if I don't come, I believe you won't have any problems. What's more, today is the first time for us to step out of the door of the god of medicine. How can we not come? I want to see my good disciple win the battle of genius. Words fall, 4 figures fall together. It was the other 4 referees except Ji Xiqing. Nanming Taoist, as the referee of this game, was injured in Qianjua Square. This is a big event. One of the old people just wanted to help Nanming Taoist, but he was stopped by Nanming Taoist. Nanming Taoist took the next pill, stood up, staring at Duan Huayan, and said, Duan Huayan, do you know what you are doing? Mr. Jingshui is standing behind the battle of Kunlun Shuzong's genius. Do you believe it or not, even your doctor's door will be wiped out at that time. Mr. Zheng also said, Duan Huayan, you really have a little too much. It's taboo to hurt the referee. Qiu Rongqing of Ju Wuzong also offered a cold sword, with the blade pointing to Duan Huayan. In his eyes, Yi Chen is an obstacle between him and Ji Xiqing. He thought Yi Chen would be killed by Nanming Taoist, but he didn't expect to kill Duan Huayan on the way. This section of Huayan is so destructive that it has broken the rules. It is undoubtedly seeking death. He stood beside the Nanming Taoist without hesitation and said to Duan Huayan, Headmaster Duan, although you don't know when you will recover your strength, do you know the rules set by Mr. Jingshui? If any external force dares to interfere with the game, it will be punished. If I were you, I would kneel down in front of Taoist priest Nanming and beg for forgiveness. Maybe I will give you a whole body. After saying these words, Qiu Rongqing looks at Duan Huayan with some pride. Now their master and apprentice are completely finished. Look how arrogant they are. Duan Huayan faces the public's accusation, his hands are behind him, his momentum is released, giving people a sense of pressure. Even most of the people present did not know what strength Duan Huayan was. Mr. Jingshui, I naturally respect him, but my apprentice, I also want to save. Nanming, an old brute, openly starts his hands on the disciples of the medical god sect. Can I just sit back and ignore it? If you think the same as this old beast, even try to move Duan Huayan's disciples, I promise, I will let you understand what kind of character Duan Huayan was decades ago. Threat. Cold threat. The faces of several referees changed slightly, because Duan Huayan was not abolished in Dantian. He was one of the best in Kunlun. He killed people without blinking an eye. If it wasn't for the Daozong, Duan Huayan might have been the existence of the Shuzong clan in Kunlun. Naturally, the Taoist of Nanming didn't eat this set. He wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, pointed the weapon in his hand at Duan Huayan and said, don't quibble for me. Even if you love your disciples, you should not be so presumptuous. Yi Chen killed so many important people in King Luanzong. This competition is a contest, but your apprentices are all killed. Shouldn't we suppress such people? Is this fair to others? Duan Huayan glanced at Yi Chen and replied, can't the arena of Kunlun Void determine life and death? Now that you're on the challenge arena, you've got your life and death. In other words, the whole Kunlun empty genius, no one should die, only the disciples of the medical god sect deserve to die. Duan Huayan step out, the sound rippled like a ripple, very deterrent. It's his anger. Those practitioners who are close to the challenge arena are suddenly full of blood and spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Nanming Taoist, Jing Lao and Qiu Laoqing turned pale. Although they didn't do it, they felt Duan Huayan's supreme anger. What kind of state can the power of sound wave reach? Is it possible that the strength of Huayan now far exceeds that of the virtual king? In this way, they are helpless. Nanming Taoist felt that they were a little weak, so he held out his finger to Yi Chen. Duan Huayan, since you are determined to break the rules, it is to prepare to fight against our referee group, Mr. Jingshui, and the Zhuangqianzong sect of Kunlun. A useless disciple, is it worth your destiny to block up the door of medical god? Before he finished speaking, Duan Huayan disappeared in his place. In a flash, he even appeared in front of the Nanming Taoist. The wind blows. It's stormy. 5 fingers together, 1 hand to shoot. Paw! The slap hit the Taoist in the face of Nanming without any struggle, and even several teeth flew out. The powerful force blows the Nanming Taoist again. If it was not for Jing Lao blocking a trace with the technique, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'll just say it once again. My apprentice Duan Huayan, if anyone dares to use the word rubbish again, there will be no amnesty for killing him. After a slap, Duan Huayan stands like this. His eyes are like thunder, and he stands proud and arrogant. He is extremely domineering. Even like the devil from the middle of the Shura hell, the whole body is filled with the atmosphere of tyranny. Today is an important battle for Yi Chen's return, as well as for Duan Huayan's return. If he is not happy, his master and his disciples will make a big fuss about it, so what? When the audience saw this, they were silent. Even a few of the most ferocious people who just scolded retreated to leave the place early. Yi Chen saw this scene. He found that the master and the strength of that day to wake up the sharp contrast, like Nirvana rebirth general, incomparable. Is this the reason why the master was closed and late? And Xiao Bai and old Shui, who were under the stage, were already full of tears. They never thought the master would have such a side. Since they entered the door of medical god, they were doomed to be inferior. They feel inferior, even if others bully them, they dare not fight back. It can only be tolerated. The disciples of the medical god sect have lived in depression for a long time. Why? It is because of the decline of the door of medical god. Master Duan Huayan will no longer step into martial arts. Become a waste man and a joke. And today, the strong return of the master is undoubtedly in the release of a signal. Since then, the door of medical god is no different from anyone. And the disciples of the medical god sect are not defeated by anyone. On the challenge arena, the Taoist of Nanming was helped up by Mr. Zheng. He looked at Duan Huayan's wild animal-like eyes, and his sharp and incomparable eyes pierced his heart like a knife. He lost completely. There's even no right to fight back. Chapter 830. Looking at this scene, Mr. Zheng sighed, took out an array plate and threw it out, as if determined to say, this thing is doomed to end in a bad way. In this case, it is time to use that power. We can't let people break the rules of Mr. Jingshui. The master and apprentice of the medical god sect should be wiped out. It's a pity that the boy is so talented. Good. The others nodded. Fingers pinched Ju, a ray of light is in the palm of the hand. Ji Xiqing under the stage saw this scene, his face changed greatly, and he even said, be careful. But it's too late. It's made of 5 kinds of blood essence, and an ancient rune is condensed. The rune is suspended in the air, and the formation potential of the array is formed. Then, the place of the array split, and the shadow of a huge fierce beast suddenly formed. This is a blood wolf with 9 ferocious heads. Eyes cold, with killing intention. Fangs seep into people and look down on everything. The crowd exclaimed at the 9 blood wolves. This is Mr. Jingshui's ancient killing array, Jilong Candle Magic Array. This array was originally created by Mr. Jingshui. Even the elders of the Array League were not rivals at that time. It must have been Mr. Jingshui who gave it to the referee's bench. Now the 2 men of the medical god's gate are dead. No matter how strong Duan Huayan is, he can't resist the Jilong Candle Magic Array. Listening to the voices coming from his ears, Yi Chen's eyes are slightly narrowed. Although he has never heard of this array, from the perspective of momentum, this array is absolutely not the master and he can carry. He even smelled a trace of the same smell from those blood dragons as that of the reincarnation graveyard. This ancient array is not ordinary and extremely dangerous. Who is Mr. Jingshui? Since Huayan knows the situation, we don't want to know the situation. Now, what we have to do is to leave. I'll hold the 9 animals, and you'll leave as soon as possible. And remember to expose your other identity. Duan Huayan knows that Yi Chen is Yi Yentian. If you report Yi Zhitian's identity, you can definitely reverse the situation a little bit, or even gain temporary security. But all this is only temporary. In the absence of absolute strength before the exposure of identity, will only die faster. At that time, the door of medical god will be strangled in the cradle before it grows up. This is the cruel rule of Kunlun Su. Yi Chen couldn't walk. He drew out his sword and said in a cold voice, "Master, since the power of Mr. Jingshui is so powerful, we can learn from it." Duan Huayan hesitated for a few seconds, or nodded, "Good." Words fall, 2 figures with swords rushed out. However, the 9-headed blood wolves were shaking their ferocious fangs and heads. With a tap of the soles of their feet, cracks appeared on the ground. Visible power. The cracks spread like a blade toward Duan Huayan and Yi Chen. With a gentle stroke, the sword breaks open naturally. Duan Huayan's eyes are tinged with coldness, but he knows the legend of Mr. Jingshui, who is almost talented and respected by countless people. Even the strength is extremely frightening. No clan dares to offend. This kind of people's strength cannot be despised. Once despised, it is to seek death. He bent his right foot and released his energy. His body was almost 10 meters in the air. The real chi of Dantian surged on the sword like a tide. Asked Song Yunhai's sword, "Break." A roar, 100-foot sword suddenly burst out, directly killed on the head of a 9-blood wolf. Click. Decapitation. The blood is shooting. Duan Huayan's heart is happy, just want to cut the second head of 9 blood wolves. But I didn't expect that the severed head was born again. His body was stunned, but he didn't react completely. 9 blood wolves, with their big mouths, rushed directly to Duan Huayan. Duan Huayan wants to dodge, but he finds an invisible force that seems to imprison him. Suddenly, he thought of something, looked down and found himself in the array. This ancient array has the power of binding. Touch! The body of 9 blood wolves directly hit Duan Huayan's chest. No matter how strong he is, he still can't help his blood rising. The body smashed to the ground. A deep pit appeared in the arena, and the dust was splashed. Roar! 9 blood wolves roared. Under the ferocious head, the cold fangs bite toward Duan Huayan. Once touched, under the force of 9 heads, it must be torn on the spot. The rest of the judges laughed coldly at the scene. Nanming Taoist is more gloomy way, Duan Huayan, even if you restore the Dantian, how about it? What you have to face is Mr. Jingshui. The top sects of Kunlun Su have to give Mr. Jingshui some face. This is why no one has made trouble in the battle of Kunlun Su genius for so many years. Today, you are the master of Garbage Clan. Do you really think you can take charge of everything? It's ridiculous, everybody. Let's see Duan Huayan on the road in person. 5 fingers pinched Ju, a trace of blood instantly wrapped 9 blood wolves. The blood wolf's body is more and more huge, even with a trace of rime between the wave. Just when the fangs are about to touch Duan Huayan, a figure blocks Duan Huayan in front of him. Beast, go back! Yi Chen blows out his sword directly. The blood dragon roars in his body, and the power of the endless blood dragon is swallowed up. The sword fell, and the whole body was in a rage. The momentum was towering. Ding! Yi Chen's sword severely hit the fangs of 9 blood wolves. But it doesn't work. Only violent Mars. Even if Yi Chen lost most of his true chi in the battle just now, it can't be so. Little brute, don't waste your strength. I have to admit that you have the strength to rank in the top 20 among all the talents. However, this array is specially designed by Mr. Jingshui for the strong. Don't try to break it. If I were you, I would kneel down on the arena and beg for mercy. Maybe I will make your death less painful. The voice of Nanming Taoist came out. At the same time, the 9 blood wolves suppressed again. Yi Chen didn't care about everything. He wanted to let the blood dragon rush out of his body, but he found that there was a force hindering the blood dragon from rushing out. Suppress everything in the array. Damn it! How about kneeling? Of course, you can't kneel alone. The old thing behind you should also kneel down. Mr. Jingshui is not something that ordinary people can offend. Nanming Taoist continued. I care whether he is mirror water or dirty water. If you dare to touch my master, I will kill him too. In a word, such as thunder, dominate the world, no one can resist. That thunderous roar shocked the whole arena, and everyone's eardrums hurt, as if to be torn. That breath is even more tyrannical. Chapter 831. No one thought Yi Chen even dared to insult Mr. Jingshui. In the eyes of countless people, Yi Chen threw away the sword in his hand, regardless of the wound on his body, and overflowed with divine thunder in his hand. Hit 9 blood wolves with 1 punch. Bang! This sound, extremely clear. Yi Chen spits out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Endless thunder and lightning. 9 blood wolves were forced back 10 meters. All eyes are full of horror. They even feel as if their throat has been pinched, difficult to breathe. 1 blow forced back the 9 blood wolves. What kind of horrible power does he want? Even a sense of death enveloped the audience. It's a pity that Yi Chen is also hurt badly. In the face of the will battle and the power of Mr. Jingshui, his real chi of Dantian was almost exhausted. For fear of another problem, Qiu Bangqing of Ju Wuzong no longer hesitated. He offered his sword and stabbed Yi Chen. In his eyes, this son died 5 years ago. He just wanted to take a few steps, but a beautiful image appeared on the challenge arena, which blocked his way. Qiu Rongqing's expression changed and he said with a smile, think about what you are doing. As a referee, you should know the seriousness of the matter. If you want to protect that boy again, you will have to bear serious consequences. What's more, since this array has been used, Mr. Jingshui must have known it. It is estimated that he will come here soon. If Mr. Jingshui gets angry, it will be too bad for you. GC snorted coldly, and his figure disappeared. He appeared at Qiu's side. As soon as he pointed out, Qiu's sword fell to the ground. She said coldly, I don't like your sword. What's more, Yi Chen and Headmaster Duan are wrong, but they should not be killed. I will go to Mr. Jingshui later. Now please remove this array. Words have not finished, 9 blood wolf is toward Ji Xiqing smash. Obviously, Nanming Taoist and Zheng Laoren are ready to fight Ji Xiqing. Ji Xiqing, you have repeatedly obstructed, and your position is completely biased towards others. The 5 of us have voted to expel you from the referee of this competition. If you don't go, Mr. Jingshui's array will sacrifice you to the array. 9 blood wolves roar, rolling up bursts of blood fog, 9 blood mouth open mouth, like swallowing heaven and earth. Go to Ji Xiqing. There was no stopping. Since Ji Xiqing is no longer a referee, they have no need to worry about anything. Ji Xiqing's eyes were cold, his sword was dancing, his clothes were fluttering, and his eyebrows were shining with brilliance. She knows very well that Mr. Jingshui's array is 2 against the sky. She can't stop him. The only way is to fight once. At the same time, she said to Yi Chen, you should take your master away quickly. I can't support it for too long. Yi Chen Gang wanted to say something, but a figure came from under the challenge arena. Steadily fell on Ji Xiqing's side. About a woman in her 40s. The woman's body is plump, but her eyes are full of solemnity. The cultivation is unfathomable. Ji Xiqing naturally also noticed the other party, eyes a joy, Ku Elder, how can you be here? Also ask Elder Ku to help Xiqing and fight against the 9 blood wolves together. She is extremely happy. After all, Elder Ku is the master of array in Zhongmen. He has the skills to communicate with the heaven and is her master of array. Must be able to resist the power of Mr. Mirror Water. Ji Xiqing, sorry. The cold voice falls, is a point in Ji Xiqing's eyebrows. Ji Xiqing's eyes widened, and she found that her body couldn't move. The strength of the brow also gradually dissipated. Elder Ku, you are. Elder Ku hugged Ji Xiqing and said faintly, you can't get involved in this matter. You've helped the boy enough. There's no need to get to this point. You're people from 2 worlds, and your identities are very different. If you offend Mr. Jingshui, it will be bad for you. Also, this time you have to enter the top 10. If you enter the top 10, you will be able to enter that place for 3 days without any chance of harvest. There must be no injuries until then. Language down, Ku Elder instant with Ji Xiqing under the challenge arena. Ji Xiqing wants to struggle, but he doesn't have any strength. She can't even talk if she wants to. When Elder Ku left, he took a deep look at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I admit that you gave me a great surprise after you came back, but I still hope you can make clear that your present achievements are nothing to Xiqing. Her master has already planned the future of Xiqing, and your gap will only get further and further. In other words, you are not worthy of her, so please give up those unrealistic fantasies. Finally, I would like to give you a piece of advice. Mr. Jingshui's position in Kunlun Su is not something you can shake. His contacts and resources can be easily erased. Only the remaining 10 people in this talent war are qualified to see Mr. Jingshui, and even enter that place. It's a pity that your ignorance and stupidity have missed this opportunity, and even your own life can't be guaranteed. In the face of no absolute strength, arrogance will only accelerate your death. Do it yourself. Elder Ku said that he disappeared with Ji Xiqing. At the last moment, Jiziking wanted to break the body's shackles, but found it impossible. On the arena, only the wild 9 blood wolves and Duan Weian and Yi Chen who have been injured are left. The crisis came closer. Qiao, Jing Lao and Nanming Taoist, etc. of Ju Wuzong, looked at each other and said in unison, compared to the time wasted a lot, do it. The words fall, the formation of Mr. Jingshui releases the red array of bleeding. Meanwhile, 9 blood wolves with the force of rolling all to Duan Huayan and Yi Chen. It's very fast. The challenge arena vibrates. Where we go, there is a huge crack. Everyone under the arena, eyes are shrinking. Cannot help feeling the power of Mr. Jingshui. The strength of the 9 blood wolves almost exceeded the virtual king state, even beyond the Daoyuan realm. How can the injured two be stopped? Although cruel, all the people present were sneering, mouth corners and even bloodthirsty. The fall of Yi Chen and Duan Huayan only makes the Kunlun virtual pattern and stability. Otherwise, the 2 people who are so against the sky will develop again. The doctor will definitely step on the body of countless doors to climb up. Most of the people here are not allowed to do anything. 9 blood wolves have appeared in front of Yi Chen, Zhang Kaijiu big mouth, evil blood meaning covers all. It's a crisis of death. It's so cold. Duan Weian eyes lonely, all just to the good place development, but this kind of thing. He just didn't count Mr. Jingshui as a chess player. Is it really the god of the day to die of the doctor? And at this moment, Yi Chen eyes are extremely serious. He was crazy about the communication cycle cemetery. But I don't know if it is the formation, cannot communicate. No longer hesitant, he forced out a drop of blood essence, just wanted to use secret method, a yellow figure is from his shoulder flying out. The little body actually went to 9 blood wolves. Chapter 832. Yellow. Yi Chen cannot imagine that Xiao Huang will take the hand. Isn't this guy always out of line? Although can dispel the prestige, it is the blood vessels of the ancient times. But Lin Qingxian said that Xiao Huang is only the initial state. How can we resist the power of Mr. Jingshui formation before it has been fully evolved? These 9 blood wolves are not the general existence. Come back, Xiao Huang. Yechendeo, but Xiao Huang didn't have the intention to listen to it. It was like moths fighting fire. The Taoist and the other referees in Nanming couldn't be amused. 9 blood wolves are carrying the power of array, which is a force of Mr. Jingshui. Even a fierce beast can't resist. Let alone a kitten with no hair. So ants want to protect the Lord, it is a joke. The tens of thousands of people under the arena were also laughing. In their eyes, what kind of people will raise what kind of cat? Yi Chen lives without knowing death, did not expect, raise cat also so. But such a huge battle, too no ornamental. Bang! On the arena, Xiao Huang's body was steadily falling in front of 9 blood wolves. Between the two, not only body shape or breadth gap is too big. Like a giant elephant and an ant. 9 blood wolves roar, just like the palm of the mountain, so to Xiao Huang to shoot. Once it falls, it must become a blood mist. Xiao Huang, run! The leaves are crying. But Xiao Huang is not leaning forward, the sound of the cat's cry is ringing. Also stretched out the tender hand to the 9 blood wolf and went. This scene, even some funny. Duanhuayan adjusted his breath and said to Yi Chen, "My dear, this little guy is your cat? Although spiritual, it is a pity. But this little guy should be able to fight for us sometime, and its death makes us live, perhaps the best result. Moreover, the formation of Mr. Jingshui is special. Even if the stronger person is in it, he will be bound. The stronger the strength, the greater the shackle, we must break the array and leave immediately. Force out blood essence, you lead fire and thunder to me, you and I strength 2 together, should be able to barely break open. Remember that once it breaks, those guys will surely come after them. All we have to do is run. Run at all costs. A gentleman revenge, 10 years is not late." Words just fell, the whole arena suddenly sent a huge shock. Yi Chen and Duanhuayan shot at the source of vibration, only to see that 9 blood wolf giant palm has been taken hard. Even touched the ground. But Xiao Huang is not found. Obviously, it's under the big palm. Is Xiao Huang so dead? Did the blood vessels fall like this? Yi Chen heart some loss, even uncomfortable. The smile of Taoist Nanming Taoist is especially prosperous. He hurriedly said to 9 blood wolves, "Kill those 2 guys quickly." But strange things happened, 9 blood wolves did not do anything. Instead, the body trembled and the face was extremely ferocious. It's like it's hard. Gradually, that originally touched the ground of the giant palm slowly raised. A stubborn yellow figure appears in the eyes of all. Is it the cat brought by Yi Chen? The key is that the other party is still alive. Even the 9 blood wolf hands were forced up. Is this fucking or cat? The ancient gods and beasts are not so exaggerated. The smile of Taoist Nanming is stiff completely, and he has bad premonition. He hurriedly pinched his fingers and just wanted to activate all the power of the array. Suddenly, a strong anti-phage came. Poop. He can't help it anymore, spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, under his horrified eyes, the little body of Xiao Huang was even full of thunder. This is the lightning absorbed by Xiao Huang. Shenlei is spreading, even like a big net to tie 9 blood wolves together. Boom! Xiao Huang accelerates suddenly. As if it had become a sharp arrow, directly through the giant palm of 9 blood wolves. A giant palm turned into a blood mist on the spot. 9 blood wolves sent a ferocious and painful voice, and the other hand showed sharp claws like a sharp knife, and went towards the yellow. Yellow limbs burst out suddenly, body off the ground, even more than 9 blood wolves. It was looking at 9 blood wolves, and the big eyes like amber were blinking with disdain. Roar! Suddenly, the mouth of Xiao Huang opens, a startling sky loud and roaring up. Yi Chen is very clear, this is not Xiao Huang's voice at all. At the same time, a huge shadow looms out of Xiao Huang's body. The shadow is only for a moment and disappears quickly. Yi Chen has seen this shadow in the Samsara cemetery. The real ancient beast. Is this the ultimate form of Xiao Huang? Xiao Huang's roar obviously suppressed the 9 blood wolves, and its fierce and ferocious eyes instantly turned into panic. The next second, is the limbs bending, kneeling in front of Xiao Huang. Like submission. This is the submission from the blood. This scene, let all present are confused. Who could have thought that an array of fierce beasts should have been subdued under the cat, and no one would believe it? It is difficult to see the extreme expression of Zheng Lao and Qiu Rongcheng. They don't believe it. They know the horror of the 9 blood wolves better than anyone else. This is the power of Mr. Jingshui. How can it be easily destroyed? The key is a fucking cat. Sleeping trough. When Zhang and others have not completely reacted, Xiao Huang is moving. In an instant came to the top of the 9 blood wolves. The little mouth opened, and even bit directly on the body of 9 blood wolves. It seems that people and animals are harmless, but the next second, the body of 9 blood wolves actually dissipated. The meaning of the powerful array is even more shattered. Patak. The array disc suspended in mid-air also fell down. It's fragmented. Everything returned to calm. The whole world is silent at this moment. Countless pairs of eyes are staring at the hairy object which is only dozens of centimeters in length. They really can't think that such a harmless animal could easily destroy everything. Is this a fucking cat? Chapter 833. How can cats crush such fierce animals? What an international joke. Duan Huayan on the stage was also a little stunned. In the killing place, he vaguely knew that Yi Chen had some ability to tame animals, otherwise the crazy black tiger would not become Yi Chen's mount. But even if Yi Chen can tame animals, it is impossible to control such a powerful existence. He is also well known, but he has never seen such a strange species in Kunlun Su. Is this a relic of ancient monsters? Xiao Huang finished all this, stretched out a stretch, step by step toward the old Zheng and others. All of them subconsciously stepped back. This little guy with unknown origin can even break the array of Mr. Jingshui, let alone them. They are very clear that with their strength, against this little guy, there is no qualification. Xiao Huang's eyes swept at everyone, her eyes were cold, and even had a faint sense of killing. However, he did not do it. He knew that it was much more difficult to deal with these practitioners than to deal with 9 blood wolves. It turns, a jump is to come to Yi Chen's arms, continue to sleep. Soon there was even a faint snore. It's as if everything you've just done is nothing. Yi Chen looks at Xiao Huang in his arms, more and more happy. It's a real treasure this time. This little guy is more important than the blood dragon. It's still the original state. After the next evolution, it is estimated that they will be able to kill the strong in the virtual king state casually. Suddenly, Yi Chen finds that there is a faint light on the surface of Xiao Huang's body, which should be left by the power of the array. Under the cover of the light, he can vaguely feel the violent energy in Xiao Huang's body. This is a bit like the existence of the blood dragon absorbing blood gas in the body, which should also make Xiao Huang explode into a strong killing move. Later, the voice of Duan Huayan came from Yi Chen's body. Disciple, do you still participate in this talent ratio? After all, the two people make such a big thing, although Mr. Jingshui's power has been broken, but after that, it is impossible to participate in the competition normally. Yi Chen raised his head, cold eyes at the referees several, and step by step toward them. The eyes of Zheng Lao, Qiu Rongcheng, and even the seriously injured Nanming Taoists shrunk together. They even took a look at Xiao Huang in their arms and became more and more scared. That little guy can compete with Mr. Jingshui's power, plus Duan Huayan, they want Yi Chen very difficult. The only way is to let Mr. Jingshui handle it personally. But Mr. Mirror Water has not appeared, naturally cannot walk, otherwise it would have come here. Yi Chen looked at several people from a commanding position, and his cold eyes made them fall into the ice cave. Only say one word, are you sure you want to stop me? If I still believe that I violate the rules, I'm sorry, I can only erase some things. It happens that Xiao Huang didn't eat anything. You should be enough food for her. A simple sentence instantly let the temperature of 1,000 Ju square lower than 10 degrees. This is obviously a threat. All over the world, there are players who dare to threaten the referee like this. Key, this group of referees has turned into a weak group. Nothing can be done. What the hell is this? Do Zheng Lao and Nanming Taoist dare to refuse? Of course not. Even if they are not afraid of Duan Huayan, they are also afraid of the animals in Yi Chen's arms who do not know their origin. After a short silence, Mr. Zheng took the lead in saying, there are some objections to this matter. Now I look at the whole situation and find that there are many misunderstandings in the whole thing. After all, life and death are very normal in the arena. The most important thing is that the people of Qingluan's sect make trouble for Yi Chen alone. It is too much. I think I will do the same thing if I look at the whole situation. Time has been wasted a lot. I suggest that this matter be turned over, Yi Chen successfully promoted. I have no opinion. I have no opinion. All of them expressed their opinions. Even if there are 10,000 unhappiness in my heart, I dare not show it on my face. Yi Chen is still satisfied with the result, and he has no intention to move these referees. After all, he is very weak now and needs to adjust his state under the stage with his master. In that case, the game goes on. Yi Chen Light Wei, at this moment his position and referee is doubtless. This is the impact of strength. Yi Chen and Duan Huayan go down to the stage. He glances around him and doesn't find Ji Xiqing's figure. I don't know where Ji Xiqing was taken by that woman. Fortunately, the woman did not have any hostility to Ji Xiqing, but there was no need to worry. It is estimated that Ji Xiqing will appear when the last 10 people are born. Wait. Yi Chen, you come to me. When Yi Chen is ready to walk towards the door area of Medical God, Ji Lin waves to Yi Chen in the front position. While Yi Chen Mao's son shrinks, still walked past. Yi Chen thought that Ji Lin was going to boast about himself, but unexpectedly, Ji Lin ran to Yi Chen excitedly and stretched out his hand to touch Xiao Huang. Yi Chen, what's the name of this little guy? It's so cute. Key and aggressive, I really like it. If you don't lend me a few days to play, I won't die. Yi Chen. Seeing Ji Lin's hand touch Xiao Huang opens his eyes and stares at Ji Lin's hand with big amber eyes. Even a low roar. Ji Lin's hand hung in the air, or take back. Not to mention, this little guy is still very stubborn, and you have a fight, forget it, wait until you get familiar with it. By the way, Yi Chen, you can sit here for the time being. It's a good place to look at the overall situation. Besides, my sister won't come back in a short time. It's estimated that she will come only after the last 10 people are promoted. After all, she has been in the first place among the 10 places. Yi Chen and Duan Huayan nodded and sat on the edge of Ji Lin. He wanted to ask about Ji Xiqing's sect, but he didn't expect that the battle in the rest of the arena would start quietly. He saw an acquaintance. Wei Ying. His face changed and he got up in a hurry. Wei Ying's disappearance has something to do with the evil blood cold body. Wei Ying's whole body was cold, and it was obvious that the evil blood and cold body almost controlled the whole body. This was more serious than that in China at that time. Ji Lin noticed Yi Chen's strangeness and said curiously, Yi Chen, do you know that girl? This girl is not ordinary. Once she sets foot on the challenge arena, those so-called clan talents can't hold on to 3 moves. Some even draw lots for the girl and give up. Like you, she is cruel and ruthless. Either she turns her opponent into an ice sculpture, or she is trapped in a situation of death. The strength is mysterious. I estimate that this person will definitely occupy one of the 10 places except you and your sister. Listen to the words in the ear, Yi Chen eyebrows more and more tight. Chapter 834. Although I don't know what Wei Ying is doing here, there is definitely a problem. Wei Ying is standing on the ring with her hands behind her. A player in front of her has fallen completely. Simple and straightforward. All of a sudden, Wei Ying realizes something. Her eyes shoot out in the direction of Yi Chen, and her red lips show a cold smile. It's like provocation, it's like seeing prey. With great confidence in the eyes. Keep your eyes on each other for 10 seconds. Ji Lin naturally perceived what, looked at two people. Yi Chen, do you really know? Yi Chen nodded. Her name is Wei Ying. She comes from China. To be exact, she was brought in by me. Hearing this, Ji Lin took a breath of cool air. The lack of aura in Huaxia has even given birth to two geniuses. Yi Chen alone is shocking enough, and there is a cold girl named Wei Ying. No, there's another Yi Shitian. As long as these three people don't die young, they will become one of the top talents in Kunlun Su 10 years later. At that time, they are more qualified to make the rules of Kunlun void. At the same time, Kunlun is in a secluded green lake. The lake is very large, covering an area of kilometers. There is a pavilion in the center. The pavilion is antique and has artistic conception, but it looks small compared with the green lake. The plaque above the pavilion is written with two vigorous and powerful characters, Mirror Water. In the middle of the pavilion sat an old man with gray hair and closed eyes. Under him, there is an array of 8 trigrams, which is constantly surrounded by awns. If those referees are here, they will be excited to the extreme, because this old man is the famous Mr. Jingshui in Kunlun. At the moment, Mr. Mirror Water suddenly noticed something, opened his eyes and turned pale. As soon as he grasped, an array plate appeared in the palm of his hand. But the array soon dissipated, turned into a dust, and went with the wind. His expression was a little surprised. What happened in Chenjua Square? My strength has been erased, how can it be? Are there strong men coming to fight against those geniuses? No longer hesitating, Mr. Jingshui forced out a drop of blood essence, and his fingers pinched the formula. The array of light under his body continued to expand, incomparably dazzling. Mirror Water backtracking. Mr. Jingshui points out that the void has gradually condensed into a picture, which is exactly what happened in Chenjua Square. His eyes slightly narrowed. Even if he saw Yi Chen to enter the Holy Land and crush people, there was not too much turbulence. In his opinion, Yi Chen is just a strong man hiding his accomplishments. Not so amazing. Even Duan Huayan's appearance did not make his expression change a lot. But when Xiao Huang appeared, he suppressed 9 blood wolves. Mr. Jingshui suddenly stood up and his eyes shrank to the extreme. The body trembled even more. Because he felt the breath of ancient monster from the orange cat-like little thing. This is the real ancient blood. No ordinary. Otherwise, the 9 blood wolves could not surrender at all. Only the king of demons can have this qualification. Such blood, but it is this form, then there is only one possibility. This is the cub of the ancient monster. If he gets and trains, he will definitely become a top monster. At that time, there will be a chance to control the whole monster. Mr. Jingshui's breath is short. I don't want to think about it anymore. My body is like wind, and my toes are on the surface of the lake. It's very fast. For the first time in so many years, the greed in his heart was inspired. No matter what the price, the cubs of the ancient monster must be used by him. As for Yi Chen of the Door of Medical God, how can he be gifted again? He is not qualified to control this kind of thing against heaven. Even if he has the right, he cannot hold it. Screen rotation, 1000 Ju Square. Hundreds of people were eliminated soon, drawing lots. In the end, it was obviously a duel between the clans. Every genius represents the door behind. Yi Chen's representative of the Door of the God of Medicine draw many times, but without exception, those who draw Yi Chen, pale face. Everyone chooses to abstain. How can we fight against a patriarch and a referee who can't stand it? No doubt it's death. The key is that Yi Chen is not the rubbish 5 years ago in people's minds. It's a mountain that can't be climbed at all. Yi Chen is so stable on the Daoyutai, no one to fight, but let him continue to recover. Finally, there were only 18 left. In addition to Ji Xiqing's direct promotion quota, these 18 people have to choose the last 9 to be promoted. Yi Chen naturally did not pay attention to. In his view, he is bound to be promoted. It is estimated that someone will give up. When the remaining 10 people drew lots, they were all praying not to meet Yi Chen and Wei Ying. Who met, there is no choice at all, can only abstain. Yi Chen and Wei Ying sit in two places, without the slightest disturbance. Until the sound of a sound suddenly falls down. Wei Ying, Ju Han Zong, Yi Chen, the god of medicine, please step into the number 9 arena. The cold voice resounds, Yi Chen and Wei Yingqi open their eyes together. Originally the silent crowd is a burst of noise. Accident. Terrified. No one thought that the two evil spirits in Chenjue Square should meet. One is the demon talent of crushing elders and judges, and the other is the cold-killing, cold as frost genius girl. Such a war is absolutely the most wonderful existence. The key is that any one of these two people is bound to step into the top 10. It turns out that only one person can enter. It's a blast. Wei Ying snorted coldly. Her toes were light and she leaped over the 10-meter arena in an instant. Wearing a white dress, Wei Ying's perfect figure is reflected incisively and vividly. She simply wears a bun on her head. Her eyes are as cold as a spring on a snow mountain. She can't bear to stare. The ethereal and aloof temperament makes the whole Chenjue Square cool down more than 10 degrees, and snowflakes fall on the challenge arena. Self-artistic conception. Incomparable. It's amazing. Yi Chen, come up. The cold voice falls down slowly. Yi Chen stands up and goes to the challenge arena. Xiao Huang sleeps sweetly in her arms. She shivers because the temperature is too low. Step out and come to the challenge arena. The two figures fight against each other. Although there is no beginning, the extremely cold killing intention is shrouded towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen shakes his head, the flame in the center of eyebrow breaks out instantly. The eternal fire covers the whole body. There is no low temperature in his area, let alone snowflakes. The force of extreme cold and extreme inflammation collides in the air. No match. Yi Chen looked at Wei Ying and said, Sha Shui Han Ti, I don't know what kind of deal you and Wei Ying have done. I just hope to end here. If I can't see the real Wei Ying, I will try to seal you permanently. I'll just say it once. I have the ability. Chapter 835. Yi Chen is not empty talk when he wants to seal Wei Ying under the control of evil blood and cold body. If it was a few weeks ago, maybe Yi Chen did not have this ability. But now, relying on the refined Shenlei and some techniques taught by Lin Qingxian, he can barely seal the evil blood cold body. It's just that the risk is too great. Whether for Wei Ying or for him. This method needs to gather all souls in the elixir field, which is extremely sensitive. Once the array fails, he and Wei Ying Danshan will be broken. Wei Ying heard Yi Chen's outspoken words and snorted, Yi Chen, do you think killing an elder of Qingluan clan is very powerful? Or is that little thing in your arms that can help you? I admit that your growth is beyond my expectation. I knew that, when you stepped into Kunlun Void from China, I should have tried to kill you. But now it's the same. Although the girl in my body doesn't allow me to kill you, I may still be able to do it if I abolish you. Today I must win, I must enter the dragon washing pool. Yi Chen heard this sentence, frown, wash dragon pool. Is this really where the last 10 people are? Are these Kunlun virtual talents participating in this flourishing age not for fame but for washing dragon pool? Seeing Yi Chen's doubts, Wei Ying sneered, it seems that you don't even know Shi Long Qi. Since you don't know, get out of here. I'll kill you. The words fall, weighing 5 fingers in front of the air, the temperature suddenly dropped, the water vapor in the air actually condensed an ice sword. The ice sword clenches and shakes gently. In an instant, a very cold sword is intending to rush to Yi Chen. Yi Chen can feel that Wei Ying now is much stronger than before, and no longer hesitates, and the fire is surging in the palm of his hand. The flame was dazzling and even gradually shaped. Extremely powerful. He didn't intend to use the sword. After all, this is Wei Ying's body. If it is injured, it will have no effect on the evil blood cold body. On the contrary, Wei Ying was in trouble. Of course, if the evil blood cold body is really difficult to deal with, it will only move the sword. Yi Chen's 5 fingers open, step out, a hand burst out, a flame virtual palm instantly swallowed away, like a head full of flame beast. The beast is ferocious and has a big mouth, as if to swallow all around the cold. The extremely cold sword idea was swallowed up in an instant. But Wei Ying did not have any loss, as if everything was expected. Her sexy red lips outlined a successful smile. Yi Chen, do you think my means are so bad? The wind blows from the cold sword. The whole arena is full of wind. Countless cold winds swept in, and even gradually turned into one tornado after another. Tornado contains a cold sword, meaning, once touched, it will inevitably turn into a pile of broken meat. Yi Chen's fire is surging, and the power of God's thunder is also condensed in the palm of your hand. This palm destroyed the withered and decayed, and saw one of the tornadoes, but found that Yi Chen's power disappeared on the spot. It's like being swallowed up. At the same time, Yi Chen found that the sleeves of his Armani casual clothes were smashed. Even the palm also appeared a sword mark. We can see how terrible the power is. Wei Ying holds her chest in both hands, and the full semicircle shows a little bit, which is very sexy. Facing Yi Chen. Well, do you feel fear? The yellow on the shoulder of Yi Chen is also aware of the danger. Wake up from sleep, the low roar continuously spread. Wei Ying's face changed. She was afraid, but she said, Yi Chen, are you going to hide behind this little thing all your life? You look down on me. Yi Chen naturally won't let Xiao Huang hand, and quickly orders, Xiao Huang, step back. Xiao Huang looks at Yi Chen, some unwilling, but still obediently back to the corner. The body a jump, is to the corner of a round stone pillar, continue to sleep. He even closed his eyes and took a sad look at Yi Chen. The tornado cold wind is more and more fierce. It seems that Yi Chen should be completely surrounded and all the way to live will be cut off. Yi Chen pinches the Jew with his fingers, and the immortal fire becomes a fire dragon. In an instant, Yi Chen's whole body energy was stimulated and his momentum was soaring. Boom! At the same time, the body's meaning of blood dragon also spreads out, a stream of evil spirit from hell surges out, forming a barrier around Yi Chen. Yi Chen's momentum broke out, one step out, directly blasted on a tornado cold wind. On the challenge arena, all of a sudden, the ground shook. Bang! Let everyone unexpected things happen. The tornado cold wind was directly smashed. Then, Yi Chen Sanglong's illusory body decided to speed up, eyes pan firm, toward Wei Ying. Wei Ying obviously didn't expect that her move was cracked by Yi Chen. It's still the key to use the fist. When can the fist be so hard? Can't help her thinking. Yi Chen has appeared in front of her, 5 fingers out, toward her neck buckle. Looking for death. Wei Ying snorted coldly, stepped back and waved her arm gently. Suddenly a wall of ice appeared between them. But Yi Chen has no scruple, 5 fingers for claws, with bursts of blood light, directly through the ice wall. At the same time, the 5 fingers firmly clasped Wei Ying's neck. Bang! The wall of ice broke. Wei Ying's face changed greatly, and a drop of blood essence was forced out of her slender fingers, which was suspended in the palm of her hand. All of a sudden, I shot it out. Touch! Instantly hit Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chen did not expect that the strength of the blood essence should be so terrible that his body flew out on the spot. Before landing, there are nearly 100 sharp ice cones around him. The ice cone sweeps the extremely cold force, directly toward the Yi Chen swallows and comes. Yi Chen, you have forgotten one thing. I am evil blood cold body. My blood is not ordinary people's blood. My blood can kill people. And now, it's you. I will let you understand how terrible I am when I enter Kunlun Su. Yi Chen feels the crisis and takes a look at the crowd around. Once again, gather and cover the large array. This is the best way to prevent Ye's identity from being exposed. Duan Huayan said that this is not the best time for him to reveal his identity. Soon, all the scenes of the arena disappeared, at least in the eyes of the people under the arena. The crowd was extremely disappointed and even howled. After all, Yi Chen and Wei Ying are the most qualified to win the battle of virtual genius in Kunlun. Now, it's hard to see the state inside. When everything was covered, Yi Chen stretched out his arm, cut the dragon and asked the sky sword, "Come on." He has to move his sword, or he will die. A cold light broke through the void and blocked him directly in front of him. Countless ice cones smashed on the sword of chopping dragons and turning into cold fog. Seeing the ice cone disappear, a pair of jade hands are penetrating, holding the dragon and asking the sky sword directly. It was Wei Ying. Chapter 836. Today I will let you understand the true meaning of the evil blood cold body. Not. The words fall, cut dragon asked sky sword unexpectedly to be wrapped by a piece of ice directly. The meaning of extreme cold is like a cold snake circling the sword body through the chassis. In just a few seconds, the sword was completely frozen and turned into a huge piece of ice. Bang! The ice of the frozen sword fell to the ground. At the same time, Yi Chen is shocked to find that he has cut off the connection with the sky sword. What means is this? How could this chill prevent him from connecting with the sword? Yi Chen is a little shocked. After all, it is impossible to cut off the connection between the two. There is absolutely something wrong with this ice. Before Yi Chen reacts, Wei Ying forces a drop of blood essence from her ring finger again. The blood essence touches Yi Chen's wrist and disperses completely. A stronger sense of ice and cold instantly engulfed Yi Chen. Not good. Yi Chen wants to break free, but it's too late. His hands begin to paralyze and freeze on his hands. The meaning of freezing is spreading, covering the whole body. His hands and feet were completely frozen, and the arena ground turned into an ice rink. Everything seems to be in Wei Ying's field. Yi Chen wants to use the inexhaustible fire to melt the cold meaning, but the brow has been covered by a chill. Without wine, his body turned into an ice sculpture, as if frozen forever. It was too cold to move. Wei Ying finished all this, but not in a hurry to deal with Yi Chen, but a fierce gasp, at the moment her face pale, even look a little uncomfortable. She paid a great price for such a move. She swallowed the next pill, adjusted it for a moment, then looked at Yi Chen curiously and said, "Yi Chen, I thought it was very easy to deal with you. Now it seems that only the ancient evil cold technique and the blood essence in my body can trap you. Originally, I planned to use such skills to bind the strong in the virtual king realm, but I didn't expect that it was your turn to be the first one. You should feel honored." Yi Chen's face changed slightly when he heard the ancient Sha Han Shu. This is one of the ancient methods. It's even a kind of existence evolved from a powerful supernatural power. It has the shape of supernatural power, but has no meaning of supernatural power. This technique requires a high level of performance, not only to be extremely cold-blooded, but also to be born against heaven. I didn't expect to be mastered by Wei Ying now. He knew that the evil blood cold body was against the heaven, but he didn't know that he was so rebellious. Wei Ying saw Yi Chen's surprise and enjoyed it very much. How does it feel to be controlled? Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, the girl won't allow me to, but I can still make you lose some costs. That day, in an ice house in China, you teased me. Today I will eliminate the most important thing of your man. Words fall, Wei Ying hand appeared in the hand of an ice sword. The ice sword dances, and Yi Chen instantly feels cool. This evil blood cold body is a madman. This kind of thing can be done. Yi Chen wants to struggle, but finds it impossible. This ancient technique is too against the sky. Seeing Wei Ying's ice sword ready to steal towards him, Yi Chen's ear rings a cold voice, "Tu Moner, do you need me to help you?" Yi Chen a zheng, eyes a joy. This is Mo Ninger's voice. He even thought it was wonderful. Of course. Tomb Master, the only thing in the world that can resist the evil blood cold body is my 1000 absolute cold body. Release your spirit consciousness and I will give you a strength. With this power, immunity to all evil blood cold body meaning. Yi Chen closes his eyes and releases his spiritual consciousness. In an instant, a virtual shadow appears. Mo Ninger stood in front of him. Wei Ying just felt something was wrong. After all, he couldn't see Mo Ninger. Mo Ninger points out, penetrates the ice, and points on Yi Chen's eyebrows. The next second, Yi Chen found that his elixir field was wrapped with cold, and any part of his body seemed to have been made of ice for thousands of years. All right. Mo Ninger disappeared and her body became dim. If you do it a few more times, I'm afraid it will dissipate forever. At the moment, Wei Ying glanced around. She always felt that there was something in her field that should not have appeared. It just disappeared quickly. She no longer hesitated, the hand of the cold sword with crazy evil sword intended to leave a part of the Chen. The wind is blowing. When the distance from Yi Chen is only 10 centimeters, Yi Chen's eyes open. The frozen feeling of his body was like a spider's web break. The endless air wave overflows in all directions. See this scene, Wei Yingmei's eyes are full of surprise. Yi Chen is practicing Jiang skill. It's impossible to break her skill. Even some great powers are not qualified. Evil blood cold body, man, that thing is very important, destroyed, but you have to regret. Even if you don't like it, it doesn't mean Wei Ying doesn't like it. Wei Ying is more and more annoyed when she hears the full meaning of the tease, and Han Jian cuts off again. Yi Chen smiles slightly, 2 fingers stretch out, clip that ice sword directly. Then Yi Chen's momentum sword, on the ring, suddenly issued a low voice of thunder. At the same time, a chill swept through. This is the extremely cold area of Yi Chen. From thousands of cold body. Black clouds are sweeping the sky. Under the gusts of cold wind, the whole arena is dead. This is... Wei Ying's face was a little pale, she clearly felt a deep bone marrow cold. The cold is palpable. Even the blood in her body was boiling. It's like seeing the same kind. No way. Why do you have this kind of cultivation? This vision seems to be a cold field of its own. No way. No way. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Wei Ying couldn't accept it and said angrily. She feels like she's holding back. Yi Chen smiles, don't you like extreme cold? Today, I want to see whether you have a strong cold body, or I have a strong body. Language down, Yi Chen step on. The ice on the ground has melted completely. Wei Ying heard that the body was extremely cold, and her body seemed petrified. How could it be? She knows Yi Chen better than anyone else. This guy can't be cold. Absolutely impossible. But what about the scene? In a trance, Yi Chen's figure has appeared behind Wei Ying. 5 fingers clasped around Wei Ying's neck, Wei Ying condenses the ice cone and stabs Yi Chen behind her. Do you want to do that again? Yi Chen smiles coldly, the body's 1000 absolute cold body releases, the ice cone in Wei Ying's hand actually melts. And Yi Chen's hand also grasped Wei Ying's wrist. Close to the body. Even the tip of the nose can smell a faint fragrance. Do you want to resist? Wei Ying heard the sound of infinite approaching in her ears, and her face flushed. She could even feel the itching feeling of Yi Chen's breath blowing on her neck. You son of a bitch. Chapter 837. Wei Ying turns around, and without using the ice cone, she pats Yi Chen with one hand. Yi Chen shakes his head, why struggle? All of a sudden, he released a chill, all the insight on the challenge arena, and even Wei Ying's movements were slowing down. Yi Chen does not dare to use too much strength. After all, it is the evil blood cold gymnastics that controls Wei Ying's body. She clasped Wei Ying's shoulder with her right hand and gently brought her body down from the arena. Seeing Wei Ying fall off the challenge arena, Yi Chen pulls and grabs Wei Ying's clothes. Tear. The sound is clear and crisp. The picture is fixed. The clothes on Wei Ying's back were torn in an instant. Everything on the upper body was completely exposed. Ah! Wei Ying screamed. Seeing that she was about to fall off the challenge arena, Yi Chen stopped hesitating. She took a stride, clasped Wei Ying's wrist with her right hand and pulled her back again. He just wanted to drive Wei Ying out of the arena. As long as Wei Ying lost, there was no need to fight again. But I never thought that the clothes on this guy are defective. It's broken when you pull it. If she falls off the challenge arena in this state and there is no shielding array, Wei Ying will be completely exposed to the public. How can Wei Ying be a person? Only pull back. But this pull, two people opposite, the rough situation showed no doubt. It's all gone. Yichen nose tips slightly red, feel a little embarrassed. That's sorry, there's something wrong with your dress. I'm not to blame. But Wei Ying is blushing at the moment. She doesn't know whether she is angry or what. She wants to condense the cold sword, but she finds it impossible. Yi Chen's extremely cold field is so strong that he almost controls everything. Even if it is her evil blood cold body to be mercilessly limited. Asshole, when are you going to see it? Believe it or not, I'll dig your eyes. Wei Ying is angry. Shame. She's even a little shameless. Although she controls Wei Ying's body, she is also weighing in the final analysis. Now her innocence is controlled by the people she hates the most. Her mind explodes. Girl, give back your body. You take care of this mess. Don't let me see this kid again. I can't afford to lose face. If I see Yichen again, I will not hesitate to kill him. Then, whether you agree or not, he must die. The next second, Wei Ying's murderous eyes gradually disappeared and turned into doubts. It's like a different person. Obviously, the evil blood cold body does not want to face Yichen, can only control the body back to Wei Ying. Mr. Yi. Wei Ying looked at her body empty, breathless, and even led to the ups and downs of things in front of her. Her face was red. I don't want to give her this bloody experience. How does she face Yichen? Yichen calms down, and this sound represents Wei Ying's return. In order to prevent embarrassment, he quickly takes off his casual clothes and puts them on Wei Ying's body. He was even more intimate. Because her fingers touched Wei Ying's chest intentionally or unintentionally, Wei Ying's voice was even more gentle. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your trouble. Wei Ying lowered her head and almost did not dare to look at Yichen. Yichen coughed gently and then changed the topic. I will suppress the evil blood cold body with the earth spirit Xian stone, or I will seal her permanently with some skills, otherwise she will always occupy all of you. Mr. Wei Ying did not think that Wei Ying would. If I were in China, I might wish to live that ordinary life. But now in Kunlun, where martial arts are respected, killing blood and cold body is very important to me. What's more, she has never planned to swallow me up. We are all one. Although she has a strange temper and cold personality, she is not bad-hearted. If she did something bad to you just now, please forgive me. Do you frown and frown? Can you control it now? Wei Ying nodded. Mr. Yi, don't worry about me. I have negotiated with her. She will listen to me for many things. However, Mr. Yi, there is one thing I can't say. Today, I have to enter the Shilong pool. That place is very important to me and very important. Dragon washing pool. Yichen Wenzheng, is these three words again. She really can't think why Wei Ying cares so much. At this time, Lin Qingshuan's voice rang out in his ear, boy, Zilongqi is a good place. If you look at Kunlun Void, it's only a place that has appeared for decades and hundreds of years. It's not only important for some special blood vessels, but also for your blood dragon and your little yellow. Your little yellow has absorbed the power of the 9 blood wolves, and is on the verge of the first evolution. If you enter the dragon washing pool and absorb the abilities there, you can definitely complete the first evolution. Yichen heard Lin Qingshuan's words, but he was a little excited. After all, Xiao Huang's strength is realized. In addition to sleepiness, he has no shortcomings, and can help him deal with some special things. Once it evolves, it will only be stronger. It's important to stay with him. He looked at Wei Ying. The top 10 can enter the dragon washing pool? Wei Ying nodded, yes. It's a pity that Mr. Yi can only go there alone. Yichen Mao's son Tiny Amai, he saw Wei Ying's eyes lost. Shilong Qi is the key to him, and the same is true for Wei Ying. Either way, both must step in. Yichen wants to know everything and looks at Wei Ying. Don't worry, we'll enter the dragon pool together. But the rules are there. Wei Ying hesitated. Yichen also does not waste words. Big hand a wave, remove cover big array. Under the originally noisy arena, it became quiet in an instant. All the contests have been over for a long time, but Yichen and Wei Ying have not heard anything. This can make the people under the stage very anxious. Come out. Look, who won in the end? Well? No, why are both standing? What's more, how did the girls' clothes become men's clothes? No, it seems that this dress belongs to Yi Chen, the god of medicine. Sleeping trough, are these two people in it? The previous second is not evil spirit Ling Ran? Wei Ying of Ju Han sect seems to have killed Yi Chen. How can it become the situation now? Why? Yi Chen is not so handsome, even can't compare with me. It's impossible to climb up to Ji Xiqing in my life. I wanted to try to pursue this talented disciple of Juhan's sect. Now it seems that it's no use. Why are the two flowers on top of cow dung? The crowd howled. Yi Chen and Wei Ying's clothes are not neat, and Wei Ying's face has not been scarlet for a long time. It's hard not to associate with them. Most of the talents in the arena had planned to pursue Wei Ying, but now they are gone. Chapter 838. After all, Wei Ying is a new man, Ju Han Zong is not so unattainable. Of course, the most important thing is that Wei Yingchang looks good. Although not comparable to Ji Xiqing, but in Kunlun Su absolutely count on the top beauty. Especially the cold temperament makes people have the desire to conquer. Now it looks like it's fucked up again. If Yi Chen's strength was not terrible and his deterrent power was very strong, otherwise someone would have rushed to the challenge arena to kill Yi Chen. As a referee, Xing Lao could not be as gossipy as the others. He stood up directly and said to Yi Chen and Wei Ying, "The remaining 9 places have been determined, but you are not enough." Who in the end won? Yi Chen looks at Xing Lao's back and finds several people. It's strange. These people should be the last to be promoted. 8. There are 2 more places. One belongs to Ji Xiqing. Ji Xiqing has not come back. As for the last one, he and Wei Ying choose. Yi Chen laughed and shrugged his shoulders and said, "This game, I and Wei Yingping of Ju Hanzong, are hard to tell the winner or loser." Draw? Mr. Zheng's face puffed. The rest of the referees look ugly. Tens of thousands of people almost fell to the ground. Martial arts competition, Kunlun Su big match, how can draw? Never. Now Yi Chen and Wei Ying don't have a wound, and they make a draw. Who doesn't know what's going on inside? Mr. Zheng glanced at Xiao Huang who was snoring in the arena, and then looked at Yi Chen. Martial arts competition is not a children's play. How can there be a draw? There must be results. The number is full. We can't hold 11 people. Unless both of you are eliminated. Elder Zheng's attitude is extremely firm. This is easy to do. Yi Chen holds Xiao Huang in his arms, step by step toward the promotion to the last few people. Suddenly, the steps stopped. Xiao Huang opened his eyes and looked at the men warily. And the evil spirit of Yi Chen's whole body shrouds and comes out. The cold eyes scan those several people. The eyes are like the devil of hell. Extremely cold. Bloodthirsty. Those few people but know Yi Chen's strength, one after another back a few steps, behind is a cool. Obviously, I'm afraid. There should be no doubt about the strength of Wei Ying of Juchen Zong and I. In any case, we didn't win or lose. We might as well choose one person at random and have a competition. How about it? This word that promotion a few people instantly full of sweat. Thank God they didn't get Yi Chen and Wei Ying. If you are drawn out to compete again, there will be no life. The key is that Yi Chen's eyes are killing. Once any of them sets foot on the arena, there will be no life or death. The key is that the small thing in, these referees can't help it. Seeing Yi Chen's threat, Mr. Zheng was about to speak when a man of about 25 years old suddenly stood up, covered his stomach and said to him, "Mr. Zheng, I'm really sorry. I feel that Dan Tian is a little uncomfortable. I should have suffered internal injuries in the battle and could not step into the Shilong pool. That Mr. Zheng, I choose to quit." Old Zheng's face changed and he was surprised. The dragon pool is a rare opportunity in 100 years. Are you sure you want to give up? What's more, do you want the door behind you? The cultivator nodded repeatedly. "Mr. Zheng, the requirements of our patriarch are very simple. As long as I get a place, I don't ask for anything else. My blood is special, and the dragon washing pool has no effect on me. It's better to spend more time practicing and farewell than wasting time. The practitioner didn't wait for Zheng's reaction and left directly. When I left, I took a deep look at Yi Chen. It was obviously threatened by Yi Chen. He even feels Yi Chen has been staring at him with his eyes, that is to see his action. If you don't act, the consequences will be unimaginable. He panicked. Chance is important or life is important. Qinghuanzong offended Yi Chen and almost all the troops were destroyed. Now, if he offends again, he doesn't know whether something will happen to the clan. He even felt that Yi Chen of the medical god gate and the mysterious Yi Shernai were like his mother. Like to dominate the fear. Can't he give up? In fact, this person has misunderstood Yi Chen. He just wants to try whether someone will leave. If no one leaves, he will not start. Think about it again. But since someone has left, it's better. Is it just right now, Mr. Zheng? Yi Chen said with interest. Mr. Zheng sighed, but he didn't dare to force Yi Chen into a hurry. He could only nod his head and say, I declare that Wei Ying, the absolute cold sect, and the door of medical god Yi Chen was promoted successfully. The sound went on and on. It should have been cheered, but it was still. No one would have thought that the referee really compromised. Draw can advance, I am afraid only Yi Chen did out. The key is what Zheng and other referees have to do. Fight also cannot beat, irritate this Yi Chen, estimate whole 1,000 Jews square all want to destroy once. Mr. Zheng glanced at the rest of the judges, offered a jade pendant, and said, now it's time to open the dragon washing pool. Zheng old finger pinches Jew, just want to do what, unexpectedly appeared a vision on the sky. There were clouds. Only on one side. One day, one night, just like yin and yang 8 trigrams. Endless thunder and lightning rolling in the dark clouds, a strong wind, a desolate breath swept. Seeing this, everyone turned pale. This vision, some familiar. This is Mr. Jingshui coming. Yes, the sky of yin and yang, it must be Mr. Jingshui. The next second, the 5 judges kneel down directly. Fear and fear. The body was shaking. They seemed to have their heads close to the ground, representing the most loyal to Mr. Jingshui. Not only that, the dark crowd heard Mr. Jingshui, but also knelt down together. Everybody's on their knees. Even those who were promoted in front of Yi Chen and Wei Ying knelt down one after another. Very devout. This is a belief in the strong. And the legendary Mr. Jingshui is their faith. No one can replace it. After all, the battle of virtual genius in Kunlun is supported by Mr. Jingshui. Now Mr. Jingshui is coming. If you can instruct a few people, or accept apprentices again, there is absolutely no chance. After all, once you become Mr. Jingshui's apprentice, there will be countless more backstage. If the whole Kunlun empty, most of the clan have strong brothers with you, this feeling is exciting to think about. But there are others who don't kneel. Yi Chen, Wei Ying, Duan Huayan, and several others are as proud as Qingsong. I'm not going to kneel at all. Real practitioners, except parents and masters, are not qualified to let them kneel. This is Daoxin. Dark clouds are pressing on the city. Gradually, a figure above the sky is clear. From far to near. An old man stepped on an 8 trigrams array plate and quickly came. The wind makes the sleeves dance, and Shenzhuan breath is awe-inspiring. Yi Chen glanced at him, not knowing the depth of each other. Xiao Huang in the arms is aware of what, eyes filled with a trace of anger, low roar ring. Chapter 839. What are you doing, Xiao Huang? Yi Chen even found that Xiao Huang killed Mr. Jingshui. If he didn't stop him, he might rush out at any time. Why is Xiao Huang so hostile to Mr. Jingshui? It should be the first time that Xiao Huang has met Mr. Jingshui. Yi Chen doesn't think much about it anymore. Now he can't be sure whether it's a good thing or a bad thing for Mr. Jingshui to come here. If this guy is not good for himself, he doesn't mind letting the Samsara graveyard's big powers do it. At last, the shining array disc fell on the ground steadily. Mr. Jingshui, with his hands behind him, glanced at the crowd and did not speak. Don't be angry and self-confident, and become a field of one's own. This is the temperament of the strong. See Mr. Jingshui. See Mr. Jingshui. We'll see Mr. Jingshui. The same and respectful voice resounded. There were even some people who were extremely excited, some with tears in their eyes. After all, Mr. Jingshui is a legendary existence. Some people are extremely poor and can't see it once in their life. Mr. Jingshui nodded and his eyes fell on Yi Chen's body for the first time. A trace of fanaticism flashed through his cold eyes. He walked step by step, floating in the world, and finally stopped 5 meters in front of Yi Chen. Zheng Laohe and all the kneeling people raised their heads, and when they saw Yi Chen and others had not knelt down, their hearts thumped. Is Yi Chen looking for death? Mr. Jingshui didn't kneel. Qiu Luocheng, a Taoist of Nanming and Zhu Wuzong, even gloated. After all, Yi Chen insulted Mr. Jingshui not long ago, and now he doesn't kneel. Mr. Jingshui will be furious. Mr. Jingshui's anger is not what ordinary people can bear. Some meaning, Yi Chen, I ask you, these people all kneel me, why don't you kneel down? Sure enough, Mr. Jingshui's cold voice dropped slowly, making people feel palpitating. Yi Chen stood proud and upright and said faintly, do they kneel on your knees, do they mean we want to kneel down on you? What logic is this? Yi Chen doesn't kneel and the sky doesn't kneel down. Do you think Mr. Jingshui still covers heaven and earth? When Mr. Jingshui heard this, his face was expressionless, but his eyes were fixed on Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang should be aware of the other party's plunder heart, the more intense the roar. Yi Chen, I know you and even appreciate you, but I don't like your attitude. The weak should submit to the strong. This is the unchangeable rule of the reincarnation of heaven. Breaking the rules will have serious consequences. I'll kill you. It's easy. But I won't, I like to convince people by virtue. Yi Chen snorted coldly and ignored. Mr. Jingshui glanced at the remaining winners and nodded, it seems that you are the 10 winners. This year's rules are somewhat special. Originally, the winners could have the chance and magic weapon. But recently, it happened that the Shilong pool came out again, and I happened to get the key. The chance of the 10 of you is in the dragon washing pool. The longer one can stick to it, the last one will be the winner. As for what the final chance is, I don't know, which needs you to explore with pride. The language falls, mirror water Mr. Arm gently wave. An ancient atmosphere swept around. Countless people's hearts trembled and their eyes were full of fear. Only Mr. Jingshui can do it. The ground shakes, the ring in the center of Qianjua Square disappears. Instead, there is a huge pit stretching for thousands of kilometers. The momentum of the array is coming from inside. Boom! All of a sudden, a startling noise, only a kilometer-deep pit, a mountain rise. Even towering into the clouds. What kind of vision is it that you can gather a peak at will? The key is that the mountain peak is not a shadow at all, but a real one. Yi Chen along the mountain to see, the central place, there is a ladder. There is no pressure on the ladder. At the foot of the mountain, there is also a black tombstone of tens of meters. On the tombstone, there are a few big characters, Zelonki. Vigorous and powerful. Supreme charm. Shilong Pool is on the top of the mountain. Mr. Jingshui stopped and said, this mountain is the chance of your talents. Ordinary people can't step on this mountain, but I can take you up to fight for more time for you. There are only 3 days for the Shilong Pool. After 3 days, the mountain will disappear. If we want to open this opportunity again, we have to wait for 100 years, even 1,000 years. As soon as this word comes out, innumerable envious eyes shoot toward those who are promoted. Most people don't go to Shilong Pool at all. Only Mr. Jingshui takes it to the top of the mountain in person. This has no chance, only 10 people enjoy it, who does not envy? No more nonsense. I'll take you up now. Mr. Jingshui gently waved, 10 aperture appeared in the ground. How many of you are in the field of aperture? When the aperture appears, 2 figures come quickly from the crowd. It is Ji Siqing and Elder Ke. Ji Siqing has a number of escorting places, so he naturally wants to go to Shilong Pool. Originally, Ji Siqing's face was still a little cold and sullen because of what had just happened. When he saw Yi Chen standing not far away, a surprise appeared. Yi Chen has nothing to do. You're promoted. How could it be? What happened when they were away? Even the Elder Ke was very ugly. Her heart set off a storm, incomparably surprised. The boy's strength has survived. Is there any exception in this period of time? No longer thinking about it, Elder Ke said to Ji Siqing, "Siqing, go. Since Yi Chen has nothing to do, don't blame me. I do it for you and Zhongmen." Ji Si snorted coldly, stepped on the aperture, and even more saluted Mr. Jingshui, Mr. Jingshui. Mr. Jingshui nodded, and he had a good sense of Ji Siqing. After all, this woman is a top talent in Kunlun. If it does not die young, it will even be one of the makers of the virtual rules of Kunlun in a few decades. Yi Chen and Wei Ying are also stepping on the diaphragm. 10 people are ready to go. Mr. Jingshui pinches the formula with his fingers, and his palms are full of light. 10 rings of light suddenly flickered. Then, as if he thought of something, the movement in his hand stopped. He looked at Yi Chen with burning eyes and said, "Yi Chen, I think your talent is good. Would you like to be my disciple of mirror water?" As soon as the words came out, everyone turned pale. No one would have thought that Mr. Jingshui should have accepted an apprentice at the last minute. What the hell is this? Mr. Jingshui has not accepted apprentices for many years. Why suddenly? Countless eyes toward Yi Chen, envy to the extreme. Many geniuses are jealous of Yi Chen. Jealousy even turned to hate. Even Ji Siqing's mouth also outlines a smile, happy for Yi Chen. After all, this is Mr. Jingshui. Mr. Jingshui, a Kunlun virtual means to heaven. Once there is Mr. Jingshui standing behind Yi Chen, there are almost no Zhongmen who dare to move Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen's character is too troublesome and needs this protection. Chapter 840. The rest of the people are even thinking about how to please Yi Chen and the door of the god of medicine. After all, one person is promoted to heaven. Without hesitation, they will not accept such attractive conditions. But Yi Chen was calm and did not reply for a long time. Mr. Jingshui thought of something, and then looked at Duan Huayan in the distance. "Headmaster Duan, you should not mind. If you have a master, your disciples will benefit a lot." Duan Huayan looks strange. I don't know why Mr. Jingshui is suddenly like this. This is totally unreasonable. It's ugly to say that Mr. Jingshui's current behavior even has the feeling of weasel paying New Year's greetings to chickens. Of course, he still arched his hand and said, "I am a master of nature, there is no opinion, everything depends on Yi Chen's choice." Mr. Jingshui nodded and looked at Yi Chen. "How?" Yi Chen frowns, he can feel the anger of Xiao Huang in his arms, even let him not accept. He looked at Mr. Jingshui with interest and said curiously, "If I guess correctly, it's not so simple to be your apprentice. What do you want?" Mr. Jingshui laughed, touched his beard, and said, "It's easy to talk to smart people. My requirements are very simple. I just need you to give me a worship ceremony. After all, I'm not a casual apprentice. Yi Chen Mao's son Tiny Me, what do you want to worship?" Mr. Jingshui held out his hand, pointed to Xiao Huang in Yi Chen's arms, and said word by word, "I want the spirit beast in your arms." This word Yi Chen facial expression big change. Even with an invisible anger. Would he be very rare to trade Xiao Huang for the protection of Mr. Water? He has 100 great powers in ancient times. What do you mean by Mr. Jingshui? There was also an uproar around. All of a sudden, Mr. Jingshui is not the talent of Yi Chen at all. It's about the powerful spirit beast. After all, this spirit beast can destroy Mr. Jingshui's array. It's not ordinary. But of course, Yi Chen will benefit from this spirit. A small spirit beast and a powerful shelter, this is not necessary to choose. Even if the spirit beast goes against the sky, is there still Mr. Jingshui? Ji Siqing took a look at Yi Chen, hesitated, and finally did not say what he wanted to say. She can't help Yi Chen make a decision. Only look at Yi Chen himself. Mr. Jingshui urged, does this matter still need to be considered? Yi Chen, I can give you everything you want. All of a sudden, Yi Chen raised his head and shook his head. I'm sorry, you are my master. I'm not rare. What's more, Xiao Huang will only follow me, now and in the future. I won't trade it. He's nothing. Don't think about it. No. Mercilessly refused. No one thought Yi Chen would refuse. And it's so justified. Not rare. Thanks to his words. This is Mr. Jingshui, a huge supporter. The crowd took a breath of cool air. They couldn't calm down for a long time. They didn't understand Yi Chen's idea at all. Yi Chen's attitude is equivalent to hitting Mr. Jingshui's face. When they looked at Mr. Jingshui, they found that Mr. Jingshui had always been indifferent, with a deep chill on his face. It's even killing. The whole face is getting dark. So you're rejecting me? No one has ever dared to refuse me. Have you ever thought about the consequences? Mr. Jingshui's threat came. It's scary. There is even a supreme pressure gathered, crazy toward Yi Chen smashed. Xiao Huang hair erect, a light wrapped around Yi Chen, to prevent Yi Chen from being injured. The pressure is gone. I ask you again, would you like to give me the beast in your arms? No. Yi Chen cold way. Attitude unusual resolute. Good. Good. Very good. Mr. Jingshui suddenly laughed and waved his fingers. An invisible force shook away. The next second, Yi Chen felt that the viscera was penetrated by a force. His body flew out on the spot. It's 20 meters long before you can stabilize your body. There was even more blood in the corner of the mouth. I don't like being rejected, Yi Chen. Don't think I don't know what you've done here. It's too hard for you to kill the elder and disciple of Qingyuan sect innocently. Although you are promoted, I don't intend to take you who will eventually enter the devil's way to wash the dragon pool. If you are so arrogant, you can do it yourself. The whole world suddenly quieted down. No one would have thought that Mr. Jingshui would be so angry. Break the rules, don't take Yi Chen to wash the dragon pool. Without Mr. Jingshui, ordinary people can't go to this mountain at all. They even have some sympathy for Yi Chen. The quota that should have gone up was ruthlessly deprived. It's a shame. But Mr. Jingshui is qualified. Wei Ying looks at Yi Chen injured and stands alone in the distance. Some heartache. Mr. Yi, I will accompany you. Wei Yinggang plans to take a step, but Yi Chen waves his hand. It doesn't matter, I can, you go up by yourself. This opportunity is very important to you. But... Wei Ying wanted to say something, but still didn't say it. At the moment, Ji Xiqing takes a deep look at Mr. Jingshui, who has a black face in the distance. He is angry in his heart. There are some villains in the other party's behavior. He had no affection for this legendary figure. White fingers clenched. But the matter has been so far, she cannot help Yi Chen. The only thing she can do is to go to wash the dragon pool to see if there is any chance to leave Yi Chen some points. Now Yi Chen is too embarrassed, of course, the strength is enough to dominate in many young people. But today, Mr. Jingshui's attitude is equivalent to being banned. The whole Kunlun virtual block. After Yi Chen's road will not be very easy to walk. All of a sudden, she thought of something and walked quickly towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen, are you really not going to apologize to Mr. Jingshui? It's a rare opportunity. Yi Chen shakes his head. Impossible. What's more, Mr. Jingshui is nothing in my eyes. It's just that there's some trouble in not going to the Shilong pool. Do you have to rely on this person? When Ji Xiqing heard such arrogant words, she wanted to laugh. Instead of blaming Yi Chen, she looked at the latter and said, Yi Chen, we don't have to rely on Mr. Jingshui. Mr. Jingshui just has the means to help us cross the ladder. Ladder of heaven? Yi Chen looks at the ladder leading to the top of the mountain. Jaisai counted and nodded. The ladder is not accessible to ordinary practitioners. There are gods and countless powerful oppressors there. Most people can't walk a few steps, let alone go to the top of the mountain. Since ancient times, few people have succeeded in reaching the top of the mountain with the help of the ladder. Never. Chapter 841. Yi Chen listened to Ji Siqing's introduction and curiously took a look at the steps that spread from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain. The ladder is vertical and horizontal, although the distance is far, but the sense of pressure is also very strong. More like a pair of eyes staring at Yi Chen in the depths. Threats. It's cold. Bloodthirsty. Is that the only choice? Yi Chen Dao. Keith counted and nodded, yes, unless you are willing to apologize to Mr. Jingshui. Yi Chen, although I despise and even hate Mr. Jingshui's actions, the rule of Kunlun Su is just like this. Mr. Jingshui has enough discourse power in this land of thousands of miles. If you offend him, it will be very troublesome, and there may even be many sects and forces to move you. Kunlun Su has some shameless practitioners who can do anything to please a person. Hearing Ji Siqing's warning, Yi Chen did not speak. He has no choice. Just then, Mr. Jingshui's cold voice sounded from behind. Ji Siqing, don't you want to step into the dragon washing pool? It's not back in place. Ji Siqing, you should be very clear, your talent and this boy's fan route, there is no comparability, you are not the same way, I advise you to give up this boy early, this boy may not even survive for a year. Mr. Jingshui sees Yi Chen's coldness more and more powerful. No matter what, he will get the beast in Yi Chen's arms. Unfortunately, not now. His status is noble. If he is forced to rob in front of so many disciples, what will the whole Kunlun people think of him? When the washing dragon pool is over, he naturally has a way to let the mole ants obediently send the spirit beast to him. Ji Siqing takes a look at Yi Chen and sighs and returns to the aperture. Mr. Jingshui nodded with satisfaction, and his eyes fell on Qiu Bangcheng, Ju Wuzong. Qiu Rongcheng, as a judge, you are also considered as a young talent. You can take the place of Yi Chen. Qiu Rongcheng was stunned, and immediately there was a sense of ecstasy on his face. He knelt down in front of Mr. Jingshui and said respectfully, "Thank you, Mr. Jingshui. I won't let you down." Ten returned. Qiu Laoqing stares at Yi Chen with interest and snorts, as if he is preaching some sovereignty. Now he is not afraid of Yi Chen. After all, Mr. Jingshui is standing behind him. If Yi Chen doesn't know how to live or die, he will die faster. Mr. Jingshui pinched the formula with his fingers and said to Yi Chen, "Boy, I gave you the opportunity. It's because you don't cherish it. Aren't you proud of yourself as a genius? Then you might as well rely on yourself to go up. However, I said that in front of me, many people have tried, but no one survived. Of course, the ladder depends on the strength of the cultivator, but also on the talent and spiritual root of the cultivator. As a person of ordinary roots, not to mention crossing the 100 steps to the top of the mountain, it is estimated that you are not qualified to even step 10. A piece of trash really thinks there's hope." After that, Mr. Jingshui looked at the numerous practitioners behind him. If there is anyone who doesn't believe in the present, you can try it. As long as anyone can surpass 50 steps, I am willing to take you as an apprentice. When this was said, there was an uproar. This is Mr. Jingshui's chance to recruit students. Once you step into half, you can become Mr. Jingshui's apprentice. It's fascinating. As soon as Mr. Jingshui's words fell, a few figures quickly turned to the sky ladder. Many talented people want to gamble. Once successful, it will be able to quickly step into the peak of Kunlun Su. But in a few seconds, there was a scream on the ladder. In the gale, is to see a figure, was thrown out of the ladder. Bang! Boom! Immediately after that, several other figures were thrown out of the sky ladder and fell on the ground. When one of them fell on the ground, it instantly turned into a blood mist. We can see how terrible the power is. Seeing such a scene, many people took a breath of cold air. This ladder is so powerful. None of them can step out of the 10 steps. One of them is Wangtsen at the top of the Holy Kingdom. The realm of the Holy King can't cross the 10 steps, not to mention the 50 steps. The key point is that this attempt has also paid the price of life. Who dares to challenge? It seems that the most secure way is to send Mr. Jingshui up. Although it is dangerous, there are still some practitioners who want to try. But the results were no exception. Either serious injury fell down, or it turned into a blood mist. The difficulty is beyond comprehension and endurance. Yi Chen, do you know the difficulty? Because I still have a sense of survival for you. If you apologize and give me what you have in your arms, I can let bygones be bygones. This is the last chance I give you and the only chance you have. When this was said, there was an uproar. No one thought that Mr. Jingshui was willing to compromise again and again for Yi Chen. So chance, why all come to Yi Chen's head? I also said for the last time that you want to be my master, you don't have the qualification. If you want Xiao Huang, you are not qualified. There is no trace of temperature in his words, and Mr. Jingshui's face is even more ferocious. Seeing that Yi Chen was so ignorant, Qiu Bangqing of Ju Wuzong flattered Mr. Jingshui and said to Yi Chen, "Dear Yi Chen, you're tired of living. I really think that killing a few people will be invincible in the world. If you have the confidence, you may as well cross the 100 steps. It's not about arguing here. You can't change the fact that you're just a waste of time." The language falls. On the ladder, there are people into bursts of blood mist. No one dares to go on. Even if a young man with a terrible breath has arrived at the 19th floor, he finally retreats. His face was pale, his whole body was covered with sweat, and he sat down on the ground. This ladder is like facing countless powerful people. Both the body and the mind will be severely damaged, which is not what people can break through. This makes everyone realize how severe the ladder is. This makes countless people feel desperate. Duan Huayan, the doctor's god, quietly walked to Yi Chen's side, patted Yi Chen on the shoulder and comforted him, "Disciple, let's go back. It's okay if we can't go to the Zelonki. I know some secret places of Kunlun Su. I'll take you to look for opportunities." When Yi Chen just wanted to talk, Qiu Rongqing turned his eyes and thought of something. He quickly left the aperture and said to Mr. Jingshui, "Mr. Jingshui, wait for me for a few minutes. I have a way. I will let this trash apologize to you." Qiu Rongqing is gambling. If the plan in his mind is successful, it will definitely make Mr. Jingshui have unlimited favor with him. Maybe you can take yourself as a disciple. Mr. Jingshui, doubtless, nodded. Chapter 842. Later, Qiu Rongqing stood up and went to Yi Chen. Soon, his steps stopped, and Yi Chen side by side. He turned his head and glanced at Yi Chen with disdain, and said, "Little waste, do you dare to bet with me? Just now you were so arrogant that you said Mr. Jingshui was not qualified. I'd like to see if you have the qualification." Yi Chen's cold eyes glanced at Qiu Rongqing and did not speak. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't respond, Qiu Bangqing said again, "Little waste, can you hear what I said? Are you willing to accept the challenge?" "Why should I accept your challenge? What kind of thing are you?" Yi Chen hit back. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't play his cards according to the routine, Qiu Bangqing felt helpless, but he still said, "You are now expelled from the quota by Mr. Jingshui. This ladder is the only way for you to go to Zelonki. If you are a man, you can block up with me. It depends on who can go further. If I win, you give up the spirit beast in your arms and apologize to Mr. Jingshui. If I lose, whatever you do. If you're a man, you bet with me. It is estimated that the most useful method is the method of encouragement. This boy will definitely accept it." Ji Xiqing knew what Qiu Rongqing meant, so he said, "Yi Chen, you don't have to bet with him. The ladder of heaven also depends on talent. Yi Chen certainly has an organic relationship, but on talent and body, he is definitely not Qiu's opponent. After all, many years ago, Qiu Rongqing was one of the top talented young people in Kunlun. With a rare spiritual root, countless families fought for him. Duan Huayan also advised, "Apprentice, this kind of gambling is not necessary to accept, let's go back to Qingshuanfeng." Yi Chen took a look at the ladder, and his eyes twinkled with firmness. Then, unexpectedly, he said to Qiu Rongqing, "Okay, I promise you, but I have a request. If you lose, you can kneel down in front of me, and then abandon the elixir field." Qiu Rongqing was stunned. He gritted his teeth and agreed, "Okay. This ladder is not that formation. The guy in your arms can't help you. He can never lose. Whether it is talent, spiritual pulse, cultivation, he is far more than Yi Chen. Yi Chen's only powerful one is the guy in his arms. This guy is useless in the sky ladder. Yi Chen is nothing." "Well, I promise you." Yi Chen nodded. Qiu's heart is happy. Step out. The momentum of the whole body began to rise. It's so frightening. Countless pairs of eyes staring at him, Qiu Rongqing enjoys this feeling incomparably. It seems that he is the most dazzling existence here. Step out. The second step. Step 10. Qiu's voice of exclamation has come to the 10th floor. He didn't stop. Soon to the 20th floor. My God, Qiu Rongqing has climbed the 20th ladder. It's worthy of being the top talent of that year. Qiu Rongqing. If only I could have half of his accomplishments. The following praise to Qiu Rongqing went on and on. After all, no one has ever stepped into the 20th floor. Key, is this the limit of Qiu's 20 floors? This is the biggest doubt in everyone's mind. Well, what's the 20th floor? Qiu Rongqing, with both hands behind him, pretended to be a strong man and continued to move forward. But soon, his relaxed expression stopped. It's very serious. He was a little out of breath because of the endless pressure. Ju Wu Xanfa. Qiu Rongqing's breath keeps rising, extremely strong. Every step out, even the ladder vibrated a little bit. Countless cold winds swept over the two of them, blowing up Qiu's clothes. His eyes were firm and resolute, as if in charge of everything. My God, this Qiu Rongqing is so powerful that it's 25 floors. The crowd was terrified. Even Ji Xiqing looked up to Qiu Rongqing. It has to be said that among the people she knows, Qiu Rongqing's talent can be ranked in the top 10. If we get some more chances, we will feel that Kunlun will be a powerful force in the future. But he's almost to the limit. It's dangerous to go down. Although Qiu's body was hard, he forgot everything when he heard the praise from the bottom. He sneered, I'm going to step into the 50th floor. Step out in a few steps. But on the 28th floor of the earth, a mouthful of blood suddenly came out. The blood was terrible and his face was pale. Seriously injured. He knew very well that he couldn't move on. The 28th ladder. It's terrible. It's a record for this year. I'm afraid that no one can climb the 30th ladder today. After all, Qiu Rongqing has achieved the ultimate goal. Although Qiu Rongqing was hurt, everyone did not blame him. After all, Qiu Rongqing's achievements are far away from the second place. Well-deserved genius. This talent is recognized by the ladder. This Qiu Rongqing is not bad among the younger generation. Although he has not reached the 50th level, he is far more than most of the geniuses. Mr. Jingshui touched his beard and a smile appeared on his mouth. He was very satisfied with Qiu's performance. Qiu Rongqing naturally noticed Mr. Jingshui's smile. He was a little excited. Standing on the 28th step, he suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed at Yi Chen. Word by word, he said, Little waste, it's your turn now. Of course, you can choose to give up. I won't blame you. As soon as he said this, countless people turned their eyes to the thin young man at the foot of the mountain. Young people are expressionless, but they are extremely complicated in people's eyes. After all, before Mr. Jingshui came, he crushed everything by absolute means. But Yi Chen is said to be a fan root, how far can he go? Yi Chen snorted coldly, naturally fearless. He put Xiao Huang on his shoulder and began to take the first step. Step out, Yi Chen will feel the violent air waves. It's pounding his body and mind. Even for a moment, he felt extremely contemptuous. Small as dust. Yi Chen stepped out a few steps and came to the 10th floor. The 10th floor is a watershed. At this moment, it seems that countless huge mountains are pounding on his shoulders. He was a little pale. But not much. Come again. Yi Chen roared. The 9 days Xianyang decided to move. The real chi of the elixir field gathered all over the body, as if forming a golden barrier. Yi Chen takes a few steps again. He wants Qiu Rongqing to see who is the real waste. This place depends on talent and spiritual roots. He can't do anything. Ridiculous. Deneng of the Samsara Cemetery said that the reason why his spiritual roots are ordinary roots is that all the instruments of Huaxia and even Kunlun are not qualified to be tested. It's not worth it. Under the support of the barrier, Yi Chen has come to the 15th floor. When Yi Chen is ready to step into the 16th layer, the barrier of true qi suddenly breaks. He can't rely on his true spirit any further. Chapter 843. Seeing this scene, Qiu Laoqing laughed darkly. Boy, if you can't support it, don't rush in. Just now those garbage have turned into blood fog, which has a warning effect. If you want to die, the price will be too high. Yi Chen laughs coldly, no longer pays attention to this life talisman sacrifices. The whole body is full of violent thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning instantly dissipated all obstacles around. Yi Chen took a few steps again. It's on the 20th floor. At this moment, the audience was extremely quiet. Even Qiu's expression on the 28th floor was wrong. The gap between them has been shortened to 8 levels. Damn it! How can he just step into this place? At this time, Yi Chen moved again. This time, his eyebrows were filled with fire. The immortal fire envelopes the whole body and resists all pressure in an instant. Yi Chen goes step by step. Although not so embarrassed, but Yi Chen is clearly feel the strength of one after another toward him. His face was pale, his whole body was wet, and he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Qiu Rongqing didn't expect Yi Chen to be so crazy. Although he was worried, he still said, Yi Chen, if you insist on going on, your life will not be guaranteed. If you can step into here, you are already very good. Don't ruin your future in vain. Go away. Yi Chen green tendons burst out, roar a sound, is to stride a few steps. In a few seconds, Yi Chen came to the 28th floor. Together with Qiu Rongqing. The clothes on Yi Chen's body can't bear the power of this ladder, and it's broken a little bit. How could it be? Qiu Bangqing exclaimed in surprise, and his eyes were deeply shocked. Such a waste, what qualifications to be equal with him? Before he reacts to come over, Yi Chen is to stride 2 steps again. These 2 steps directly let Yi Chen come to the 30th floor. At this moment, Yi Chen is not only full of thunder and fire, but also full of awe-inspiring murderous spirit. This murderous spirit makes the whole world suddenly cold up. Madman! A complete madman! But the onlookers under the stage are frying. Yi Chen's performance is undoubtedly set off a storm. A rout of the people, even across to the 30th floor. Can Yi Chen's talent and strength far exceed Qiu's? How the hell is that possible? Many people even rubbed their eyes. They would rather read wrong than believe it. Ji Xiqing's beautiful eyes on the distant aperture changed from worry to curiosity. Today, Yi Chen gave her too many surprises. The surprise was far beyond her knowledge. She even wondered where these opportunities and strengths came from. It's a good starting point for Kunlun, but it's a good starting point for 5 years. But Yi Chen has become more terrible since he went to China, where the aura is thin. It's like a pair of hands pushing Yi Chen, stepping on the road of the strong. Duan Huayan of the medical god gate should not have this ability. Is Yi Chen appointed by some great power? At the same time, there was a man whose face was completely black and ugly. Mr. Jingshui stares at the 30-step Yi Chen, clenching his fist. He thought Qiu Rongqing could do something, but in the end, Qiu Rongqing became a stepping stone for Yi Chen. It's disgraceful to be such a waste. There was a trace of killing in his eyes. Although Yi Chen did not cross to the top of the mountain, there is one thing to be sure of. Yi Chen's talent has surpassed that of most young people. He can't grow up anymore. Otherwise, it would be a threat to him. But at the moment Yi Chen did not continue to go on, cold eyes on Qiu Rongqing's body. Qiu Rongqing, willing to gamble and admit defeat. Dan Tian, and then kneel down. Yi Chen will not have the slightest hand and sympathy for this kind of person. Qiu's face was a little scared. He had no choice but to bite his teeth and step out. He thought he could cross 2 levels. At least not lose. But I didn't expect that he had not taken a step. He was shocked back by a force. Mouth is spit out a bright red blood. It's shocking. Yi Chen, don't deceive people too much. Too much bullying. Yi Chen cold smile, a cold sword out, lose is lost, which so much nonsense. Qiu was seriously injured and knew that he could not move on. He turned his eyes, no longer hesitated, and went directly down the mountain that he didn't care to be embarrassed. If he knelt down in front of the little beast, what face would he have? The key is to pay for Dan Tian. Without Dan Tian, everything will be gone. Only by leaving this boy and hiding in Mr. Jingshui, he will be safe. The ideal is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Qiu Luocheng had not yet stepped a step, but a cold sword broke open. It was directly inserted in front of him, swept by the fury, and his body shook and flew back to the original place again. Before he reacts, a dark shadow is coming. It's Yi Chen. At the same time, the cold sword fell on Qiu's shoulder. Cold and bloodthirsty. Give you 2 choices, keep your promise, or send you on the road. Qiu's whole body was stiff, and he could feel a ray of thunder and lightning attacking his whole body. I belong to Ju Wuzong. Before finishing his words, Yi Chen pulls out his cold sword and hits Qiu Rongqing's cheek directly. A mark of incomparable clarity. Kneel down. The cold chill rang through. Qiu's body is full of scars, and the pressure around him has been swept by, plop. With a sound, he knelt directly on the ground. At this moment, there was only fear in his heart. Here, only 2 of them, no one can help him. I don't need to tell you what to do next. The voice of indifference resounded. Yi Chen, we don't have a deep blood feud. We don't have to kill them all. Qiu Rongqing is unwilling to say so. Yi Chen nodded. If I lose, will you sympathize with me? The last 3 seconds, don't waste my time. What Qiu Rongqing just wanted to say, Yi Chen moved. He grasped it with 5 fingers, and the sword flew back to his palm, and then the rage of thunder overflowed wildly. Thunder and lightning encircle the sword and instantly breaks away from his right hand and shoots into Qiu's dantian. Click! Countless qi overflows. Dan Tian is broken. Qiu Rongqing spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood on the spot. It's shocking. You. Qiu's eyes widened, even with a trace of death. Yi Chen Mingming said to give him 3 seconds, how come a second did not arrive? He made a move. This scumbag. Sorry, I changed my mind. I didn't want to give you 3 seconds. With that, Yi Chen turned and took a step. Seeing this scene, Qiu Rongqing's expression was extremely frightening, just like a ghost. He really can't imagine, 30th floor is not Yi Chen's limit. Chapter 844. Yi Chen should continue. Can this guy really rely on himself to enter the dragon washing pool? Yi Chen is to step out a few steps, these steps, even let him exhaust the true qi of the elixir field. It's hard. But he knows it's not his limit. His real strength lies not in his accomplishments, but in his cards. He closed his eyes. Qiu Rongqing naturally noticed Yi Chen's action. He has a strange look on his face. At this time, the whole ladder vibrated. His elixir field is broken, can't bear this vibration feeling, spit out a mouthful of blood again. Now he is almost half dead, he is not willing to. Yi Chen gave him all this. He wants to watch Yi Chen turn into blood mist. At this time, he found Yi Chen's open eyes. A flash of light, like lightning tearing the sky. Yi Chen's momentum changed completely, even in Qiu's eyes, he was very tall, just like a giant. Is the existence that he can only look up to in this life. My God, it's the 35th floor. This Yi Chen is not a waste of all roots. Why is it so far above the ladder of heaven? Is it that he hides everything? Is he the sole root against heaven? No way. No one in Kunlun could escape the test of the machine at the beginning. This boy must be Fan Zhen. As for why this happened, it is very likely that he got some chance by accident. If we get this secret, we'll be better than him. Look, Yi Chen is still walking. Seeing Yi Chen go further, inside the square, it is exclamatory again. Yi Chen is not any root is not important, everyone wants to know where the limit of Yi Chen is. No way. Illusion. It must be an illusion. How could this little beast cross so far? Is my talent worse than this little beast? Left behind by Yi Chen, Qiu Rongqing looks unbelievable. He can't accept it. And the crowd was already crazy and chaotic. Yi Chen every step out, the bottom is a cry. The sound of exclamation is extremely neat, such as the waves sweeping the whole 1,000 square. In their eyes, Yi Chen is an invincible son of heaven. At least for this moment. It's nothing to do with Vogue. Before today, who would have thought that the punk who had been kicked off the ring 5 years ago would return so strongly? Who would have thought that this boy's talent could crush the incomparable Qiu Rongqing? Everyone wants to see Yi Chen's school flowers, but in the end, they find that Yi Chen is already overlooking them from the top of the mountain. They are the real jokes. They beat Yi hard with their action. Hard. Mirror Water Mister does not have any expression, his eyes son Tiny Mai certainly does not admit, but still Wei, I still despise this boy. It's just that I don't know how a mortal root can bear this pressure. Is there any secret in this boy? It must be so. Mr. Jingshui doesn't believe that there is any talent for any kind of rubbish. Yi Chen must have a treasure. He and Yi Chen have completely torn their faces, he naturally does not intend to let Yi Chen continue to live. Maybe after washing the dragon pool, he will wipe this guy away permanently in Kunlun. He has the qualification. Since they are enemies, he will never let Yi Chen continue to shine. At the moment, Mr. Jingshui stares at Yi Chen, and his eyes are extremely cold. This scene is being discovered by Ji Xiqing. Ji Xiqing is worried about Yi Chen. She wants to block Mr. Mirror. It's hard. It seems that after today, let Yi Chen leave here immediately. She made up her mind. And now, Yi Chen's enigma is full of blood, and he becomes extremely hard step by step. When stepping into the 40th step, Yi Chen's figure trembled. This is his limit. He can clearly feel a mountain of pressure destroying his everything. It almost broke him. The means he can use have been used. The immortal fire, the divine thunder, and even the power of the blood dragon are also used. It's almost impossible to step into the rest of the place. Yi Chen has no choice but to bear the pain of the body and clench his teeth. He took another step, but at last he came back. Spit out a mouthful of red blood. See the scene which is dreadful to one's mind. He looked at the distant and extremely close to the top of the mountain, and felt powerless in his heart. What to do? Is it true that Shi Long Qi has nothing to do with me? Just then, Xiao Huang on the shoulder wakes up from sleep. It rubbed his eyes, looked around, eyes suddenly have a trace of surprise. It's like seeing something delicious. The next second, something weird happened. Xiao Huang opens his mouth, and Yi Chen finds that his whole body's pressure has disappeared. His eyes were startled. He looked down at Xiao Huang, and immediately understood what. Xiao Huang is not afraid of pressure. This pressure is nothing to it. Even, he felt that Xiao Huang was eating the pressure left by these great powers. It even has a faint light on it. After a while, Xiao Huang seems not satisfied and pulls the clothes of Yi Chen and points to the front. Seems to let Yi Chen continue to move forward. Yi Chen's heart was shocked and completely suppressed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He walked quickly towards the top of the mountain. You're not wrong. It's a quick step. To the back, even like running up. The crowd at the bottom completely exploded. My God, look, what can the boy of medical god do again? I didn't read it wrong. How can Yi Chen's speed get faster and faster? It's like the pressure of the ladder has no effect on him at all. Look, he seems to be a man who is okay. He's running. Grass. On the ladder, the wind is dancing. Yi Chen strong match. The ladder is a plaything in his eyes. And under the ladder, the crowd surging, one by one stare big eyes, like hell. No one would have thought that Yi Chen would run his mother. Even 2 steps at a time. Can you be more serious in such a oppressive place? Others a step into blood fog, you'd better, directly run up. Those fallen talents don't want face. Even if they have never been on the ladder, they know the horror of it. No one has ever climbed the top of the mountain. Not to mention as relaxed as Yi Chen. How did Yi Chen do it? This moment of Yi Chen, as if blooming bright light, incomparably dazzling. Above the square, it was very quiet. All were silent and in awe. Now, who has the right to laugh at Yi Chen? And a few people in the aperture saw such a strange Yi Chen. A little confused. What the hell, they even suspect that the thing in front of them is really a ladder. Why is it like a general ladder in Yi Chen's eyes? It's a good pressure. Nothing. It's weird. Ji Xiqing held out his hand, covered his mouth, and didn't even let himself make a sound. She knew more than anyone how terrible the pressure on the ladder was. But how could Yi Chen be so relaxed? The key is to run. Don't mention Yi Chen. Even she or some of the clan leaders of Kunlun Su can't do this. How did Yi Chen do it? Mr. Jingshui's eyes were also surprised for the first time. No way. Is there any pressure on the ladder? Is it impossible that the ladder has failed? When countless people were wondering, Qiu Rongcheng, who had been abandoned from Dantian, suddenly cried out, the pressure on the ladder is gone. No pressure at all. This ladder is not working. Haha. After all, Xiao Huang swallowed up all the power, which also eased Qiu's suffering. To some extent, it's cheaper for Qiu. Mr. Jingshui's face changed greatly, his body was floating, and he came to the sky ladder in an instant. He closed his eyes and felt a little bit. Suddenly, his eyes opened and a cold light flashed. Sure enough, the pressure of the ladder has failed. Is it because the mountain has lost its spirituality for too long? That boy is really lucky. Now it doesn't work. All doubts are solved. This is also the best explanation. There is no problem running on the ladder without spirit. Looking at the top of the mountain, Mr. Jingshui found that Yi Chen was about to step on the top of the mountain soon. His face became more and more ugly. He quickly pinched the formula with his fingers and saw that the circle of light at the feet of those who were promoted flickered. Chapter 845. Don't let that boy step in first. You're ready. I'll take you up. The language falls, he pinches the Jew the speed to be faster and faster. Yi Chen's appearance broke all his rhythm. No matter what, he can't let Yi Chen get the chance to wash the dragon pool first. This guy doesn't qualify. The next second, Mr. Jingshui, Ji Xiqing, Wei Ying and others all disappeared. Everything returned to silence. The top of the mountain. Yi Chen breathed out a breath, patted Xiao Huang on the shoulder and praised him. Xiao Huang, don't say it. I depend on you several times today. Without you, I don't feel so good. Thank you. With that, Yi Chen took out a Shuanghui ham sausage from the Samsara cemetery, tore open the package, and handed it to Xiao Huang. This is what I reward you. Xiao Huang glanced at the ham sausage, but turned away, as if disdainful. It is ancient blood. How can it eat this kind of thing made by Chinese factories? What's more, the pressure just now has filled its stomach, so it won't eat anymore. Come on, you don't eat me. Yi Chen took a sip. Suddenly, he felt the breath coming from behind him. No longer hesitating, he took Xiao Huang to the only cave on the top of the mountain. The cave was cold and dark. The long corridor, Yi Chen quickly through, the darkness disappeared, the whole world instantly bright up. Yi Chen stops because he finds a huge ancient well with a diameter of more than 30 meters. Yes, Gujing. The shape of the well is almost the same as that of the outside world, but it is too big, and even looks like a lake. The edge of the spring, Zhou Wei, is protruding and engraved with ancient Sanskrit. Yichen can't understand, but his eyes touch those bulges, and his heart seems to be purified. In the middle of the spring stands a stone tablet. The stone tablet is painted with pictures of Jiulong flying together. At the same time, 3 vigorous and powerful characters are highlighted. Wash Dragon Pool. Xiao Huang on Yichen's shoulder is also dead, staring at the spring, breathing a little shortness of breath. It is constantly flowing with light, which is obviously the meaning of evolution. When Yichen lost his mind, Xiao Huang's body leaped and jumped directly down the dragon washing pool. In an instant, the dragon washing pool is boiling up. Go and grab the dragon washing pool. Suddenly, Mr. Jingshui's voice sounded outside. Yichen also felt a few shadows swept by. He didn't hesitate and jumped into Xiao Huang's place. Instant spring water cannot enter the body. Disappeared. Yichen feels that his body is sinking, and he is looking for Xiao Huang's figure underwater. But I found Xiao Huang missing. Grass. Where has Xiao Huang gone? The washing dragon pool is too deep. There is no Xiao Huang on the surface. Yichen can only dive into the water to look for it. The dragon washing pool has no chance, but also represents danger. Yichen has taken Xiao Huang as a friend and partner, and naturally does not want Xiao Huang to have an accident. Yichen swam toward the deep and tried to yell for Xiao Huang several times, but the voice was finally covered up and countless springs were swallowed. On the other hand, Ji Xiqing, Wei Ying, and several others jumped down one after another. Instead of sinking into the dragon washing pool, they sat cross-legged and suspended. A strong sense of spring water came and formed a whirlpool all over them. Ji Xiqing's whirlpool was the biggest, followed by Wei Ying and another young man in Daopao, while the remaining 5 were not. Mr. Jingshui stood on the periphery of the dragon washing pool, his hands behind him, and his cold eyes swept around. But found Yichen and the spirit beast are gone. No way. They came in just now. Mr. Jingshui's eyes are gloomy and cold, and his spiritual consciousness is constantly expanding. He even goes deep into the dragon washing pool, but there is still no movement. Strange. Ji Xiqing and Wei Ying are also constantly paying attention to the surrounding, looking for Yichen, but there is no news. Yichen is like evaporation from the world. Shilong Pool was once a place where wild monsters drink water. It is said that the dragon has lived here for thousands of years. The water in the pool is very spiritual for practitioners. Even there are many powerful cultivation methods and experiences in the Shilong Pool. If you feel it well, you will surely gain a lot. What's more, Shilong Pool represents opportunity and more danger. The springs inside are full of crisis, such as magma, thundercloud, extremely cold water and sword sea. Their danger will increase with your strength training. Once you can't eat, you can come out in time. Otherwise, you will stay in it forever. This is not a threat. Please pay attention to it. You have 3 days left. Over the years, only a dozen people have survived for 2 days, and few of them have survived 3 days. I'm out there. You can call me if you have anything. With that, Mr. Jingshui went outside. Since there is no Yichen in Shilong Pool, it must still be outside. Just when there is no one, try to erase this boy. And now. 100 meters under the Shilong Pool. There is no bottom. Yichen's face turned red. Although practitioners are not afraid of deep water, it's hard to stay in it for a long time. If you can't find Xiao Huang again, it will be in trouble. All of a sudden, Yichen felt something, the body in a strange way, dragon chant bursts. By the way, this is the dragon washing pool. The virtual shadow of the blood dragon in his body is also related to the dragon. The dragon washing pool is naturally his territory. No longer hesitating, Yichen releases the shadow of blood dragon in his body. In an instant, a red light rushed out of the body, and the huge sound of dragon chanting made the washing dragon pool roll again. It seems that Zhou Yi is constantly trembling, even more excited. Then, the blood dragon spits out a thing, like a bubble smashed on Yi Chen's body. All of a sudden the pain disappeared. Yi Chen at the moment is like walking on the ground. Yi Chen was overjoyed. Then he thought of something and asked Shuilong, "Do you know where Xiaohuang is?" The head of the blood dragon lightly points and rushes towards the south in an instant. Yi Chen followed up. He found that the underwater body is more light, and even the cohesion of the dantian is extremely relaxed. A minute later, the blood dragon stopped. Yi Chen found himself in a palace under the sea. But the palace has been in decline, leaving only ruins. There is no prosperity of the past. Where's Xiaohuang? Yi Chen turns head to ask away, but discover the ice son of blood dragon dead stare at a direction. There is a huge array. Ancient array. The eye of the array is made up of 6 animal bones. The skeleton is extremely huge. Even if it is just a bone, it also makes Yi Chen feel a little afraid. This must be a fierce beast in ancient times. The key is why the ancient fierce beast appeared here. And it's reduced to an eye. What means is it? When Yi Chen is confused, there is a fluffy thing in the middle of the array, with colorful light shining. The deep roar is constantly ringing. It's Xiaohuang. Key small yellow face shows pain. Extremely ferocious. Chapter 846. Name the divine urban physician author. The wind laughs. Turn on reset. Yi Chen steps out, but before he gets close to the place of the array, an invisible obstacle surges in. Bang! Yi Chen's body was instantly repelled by a barrier. There was a surge of blood. Yi Chen just wants to ask the blood dragon what the situation is, but he finds the bones of those ancient fierce beasts. The roars of fierce beasts rang out. Even more, he stares at Yi Chen. Even if there is no flesh, the eyes actually let Yi Chen feel cold. Boom! All of a sudden, one of the bones ran towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't expect this thing to move. Yi Chen stretched out his arm and asked the sky sword to appear directly in his palm. Helpless, only a sword to chop. Violent sword with thunder and lightning crazy toward the bones of the ancient beast devour and go. Ding! The airwaves roll, and Yi Chen's sword is cut on the skeleton, and there is no reaction. You know, this blow is far beyond the realm of the king. What the hell is it that such strength doesn't respond to a skeleton? A short pause, the moment of the ancient fierce beast rushed over, as if to mercilessly bite. Once bitten, the consequences are unimaginable. Blood dragon naturally aware of the danger of Yi Chen, the dragon chant, crazy impact. In the dragon washing pool, the blood dragon may have been influenced by some ancient dragon, which has been transformed into substance in a short time and is extremely strong. Far beyond the outside world. Bang! An earth-shaking sound appeared, and the bones of the ancient fierce beast scattered in an instant. The blood dragon stops dead in front of Yi Chen's body. The sound of dragon chanting is getting louder and louder. It seems to be frightening the remains of several fierce animal bones. Seeing that she was ready to go, Xiaohuang opened her eyes, and the sound of pain suddenly rang through. Sound waves rippling, Yi Chen can't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. And Xiaohuang's side a few fierce animal skeletons seemed to see some terrible existence. Get down on your knees. I'm submissive. Yi Chen is a little shocked. Although Xiaohuang's blood vessels are not ordinary, they come from ancient times, but these skeletons also exist in ancient times, even in front of Xiaohuang's face. Yi Chen looks at Xiaohuang in the array. He can feel it is very painful, as if Xiaohuang's body is being mercilessly torn. The colorful light is like 7 extremely sharp blades, each cutting on Xiaohuang's body. Yi Chen summon the heart cannot bear, slowly close, Xiaohuang. This time, the bones of those ancient fierce beasts did not attack Yi Chen. Yi Chen also successfully entered the array. He didn't know what to do. He could only follow some of Huaxia's treatment of cats. Reach out your hand and gently touch Xiaohuang's body. Roar! Xiaohuang is extremely defensive, ferocious fangs exposed, just want to bite the person who touched it, but found it was Yi Chen and stopped. Don't touch me. A cold voice sounded. Yi Chen stops action, pupil dilates. This Xiao Huang is talking. Sleeping trough. It's really a human voice. Is the first evolution to let Xiao Huang have the ability to communicate with him? You should know that the ancient ferocious beasts outside can only speak when they step into the highest realm. But Xiao Huang is just growing up. We can see how terrifying Xiao Huang's blood is. Stay away from me, or you'll get hurt. Xiao Huang's voice rings again. Yichen this just suddenly, hastily backward. Before walking a few steps, another voice sounded, wait, I have your blood essence in my body, and now I need a drop of your blood essence, give it to me. Although the essence of blood is precious, Yichen does not hesitate to force out a drop. When the blood essence shoots on Xiao Huang's body, the colorful light suddenly expands, and Xiao Huang is completely shrouded. I can't see it clearly. Yichen is waiting outside, the voice of Xiao Huang's painful roar comes from his ears. He could feel the spirit of heaven and earth in the dragon washing pool rushing towards Xiao Huang crazily. Xiao Huang's power of thunder breaks out completely. A red column of light is straight to the sky. In an instant, the dragon washing pool rolls over. Several people who realized and practiced above opened their eyes and vomited out a mouthful of blood. What's wrong with the dragon washing pool? Why do I feel a terrible pressure coming? Someone exclaimed, his eyes full of fear. He didn't want to die when he came here. I'm going out. The man clapped his hand on the spring and jumped out in an instant. However, before leaving the washing dragon pool, the red light column penetrated. Boom, his body turned into a cloud of blood on the spot. A corner of the dragon washing pool is full of blood. Ji Xiqing and Wei Ying and others saw this scene, and their eyes shrank. They didn't know what the light column was. But it's absolutely terrible to kill such a talented person easily. At this time, Mr. Mirror Water rushed in from the outside. He was staring at the light column full of thunder. Finger pinching. Close your eyes. When the eyes open, his eyes are shocked. No! This breath comes from that boy's spirit beast. Is it a change of spirit and beast? They are at the bottom of the pool. Mr. Jingshui's eyes flashed a killing opportunity. From the beam of light, that boy's spirit beast will only become stronger. It makes him even hotter. This kind of treasure, just into the holy land of Fanzhen, waste what qualifications to control. It should only belong to him. He sacrificed an array plate in his hand and shot it like a dragon washing pool. Then, his body stepped over the array plate and wanted to enter. He just stepped into the pool again, but when he started to move, a sense of desolation is coming. From the ancient fierce beast rage swept. This pressure is not what he can resist. Bang! The array plate at the foot was broken on the spot. Not only that, but the powerful Mr. Jingshui was suddenly repulsed by the force at the bottom of the pool. Pooh! A mouthful of red blood. Mr. Jingshui's body smashed hard on the edge of the washing dragon pool. It's really embarrassing. Ji Xiqing, Wei Ying and others were completely confused. Who could have thought that the legendary characters were so embarrassed by the movement and stillness under the dragon washing pool? What is under the dragon washing pool? Why is there such pressure? At the moment, Yichen found that everything around him was calm. And all that was covered was gradually dispersed. A figure gradually emerged. The body is very small, the same size as before Xiao Huang. But the hair and color had completely changed, yellow and black interlaced, just like the lines of fierce beasts. The feeling of yellow and black was cold and bloodthirsty. It's very deterrent. There was a cold wind under the water for some reason. The hair floats like a cape. Majestic. This is not the most terrible. Terrible is a pair of cold, no temperature eyes are staring at him. From the evolution of Xiao Huang. Eyes blue, red. It's still a different pupil. There is a lightning pattern in the blue pupil. It seems to represent the power of thunder. As for the red pupil, the rune is extremely strange. It felt like it was from hell. Chapter 847. Yichen is staring at Xiao Huang of different pupil like this. He even felt an invisible weight hanging over him. Xiao Huang ignores all the powerful's pressure, and can swallow those tyranny even more. And now, the endless pressure that Xiao Huang devours on the ladder seems to be all enveloped. The blood dragon is aware of something wrong, and quickly pans Rao in front of Yi Chen. A dragon roars through, and the pressure is smashed in an instant. Of course, the blood dragon also suffered different degrees of injury. Roar! All of a sudden, Xiao Huang raised her head, and a roar resounded through the sky. The whole body god thunder explodes. Yi Chen clearly found that the lightning pattern of one of the blue pupils of Xiao Huang is constantly rotating, and a mysterious force is constantly overflowing. This is far from over. That fluffy body overflows the endless blood color. Yi Chen seems to be in the sea of blood. From the bottom of the washing dragon pool came countless lamentations. This is... Yi Chen feels that the evil spirit of the body is thoroughly stimulated. His eyes gradually turned red, as if the deepest intention of killing was also attracted. His way is to kill the road, and now Xiao Huang's state and the feeling of killing the road are very similar. It's just more domineering and chilly. Roar! There was another loud noise, and Xiao Huang's feet in front of her were pounding on the ground. Cracks appeared at the bottom of the pool, which were full of thunder and violent evil intention. Yi Chen no longer hesitates, holding the dragon in his hand and asking the sky sword, Wan Dao Jian means cohesion. Sword dance for 9 days. In front of the sword, there are countless meanings of the sword. I wanted to stop the spread of the cracks, but I didn't expect that Xiao Huang's current state is like a violent edge. The sword meaning barrier broke in an instant, and a crushing force hit the sky sword. Yi Chen's feet rubbed against the ground and retreated rapidly. It took more than 10 meters to stop completely. Yi Chen's 2 arms are slightly numb. He looked at the figure in the distance full of violent energy, and one thing can be sure, this is Xiao Huang's first evolution. In the past, Xiao Huang was weak and sleepy, but now she has a sense of fierce beast in ancient times. As it is now, any monster will submit. Even if some practitioners of Taoism are unstable, fear will spread in their hearts. Judging from the strength just now, Xiao Huang's casual attack has exceeded his own strength. Even forced to return to the virtual realm. Yi Chen's expression at the moment is a little startled. Although Xiao Huang was formerly a mad black tiger, it died completely under the power of Shenlei. Then Nirvana is reborn. The biggest source of rebirth is the power of a tombstone in the Samsara cemetery. It can be said that Xiao Huang is not the king of the black tiger, but the king of 10,000 demons. The first evolution was so terrible, but what happened later? Also, what kind of energy does Xiao Huang's other red pupil represent? Without time to think, Xiao Huang clapped on the ground again. At the moment, its eyes are very strange. Yi Chen is the only living thing around him, which naturally becomes his target. The bottom of the pool vibrates, and the water surface is like a tsunami, rolling wildly towards Yi Chen. At the same time, the evil spirit and the power of the divine thunder twined, turned into a 100-foot sword, and shot wildly towards Yi Chen. Lying trough, Xiao Huang, there's no need to do this. Blood dragon, come on. The blood dragon immediately fell from the sky and directly penetrated into Yi Chen's body. The power of dragon breaks out. Yi Chen does not dare to despise the outbreak of Xiao Huang, the power of God Thunder cover. The sword overflows with powerful energy. The energy is extremely disordered. If Yi Chen is not in good condition, he will be injured. 10,000 swords belong to the clan. One sword is condensed into 2 and 2 into 4. In the end, it turned into 10,000 ways. Liu Guang's sacrifice, 10,000 swords. Crash! The meaning of 10,000 swords is like a giant beast crashing towards the 100-foot space. Thousands of sword chi suddenly collided with it. Boom! Heaven and earth seemed to break. Under the bottom of the pool, the light converged wildly. Just a face-to-face, the terrible sword will break Yi Chen's blow. A little bit, God Thunder spread. 2 forces suddenly disappeared. Be roughly the same. The air wave is toward all directions collision and go, cold not ding hit Yi Chen and Xiao Huang's body. Xiao Huang stepped back a few steps, and Yi Chen did the same. Pooh! Yi Chen couldn't help but spray a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth. He was not seriously injured and his body convulsed violently. And Xiao Huang is like a guy who is okay and comes running. Every step, the pool water concussion, the bottom of the pool is a startling footprints. Damn it, what the hell is going on with this guy? Yi Chen is a little angry. If it's the enemy, he can be arrogant, but he is his partner. How? It's not what he wants. At this time, an old voice sounded, "Disciple, in fact, this is very normal. This guy swallowed up the power of so many powerful people in the sky ladder, plus all the power of the 9 blood wolves. This power is too much. After evolution, he must vent it out, otherwise it will explode and die. He can't recognize you or even want to kill you. Fortunately, it is in the dragon washing pool. The reason why the dragon washing pool is powerful is that it contains a spring of dragon tears. A drop can make the blood dragon powerful several times, which is very important to your blood dragon. Now let the blood dragon quickly absorb the energy inside. When the whole spring of dragon tears is absorbed, the blood dragon will have the ability to resist this guy. When the time comes, the blood dragon's state will also be furious. It's a good choice for the two guys to vent together for some time." Yi Chen is stunned, and then he wants to understand why Lin Qingxian emphasized that the dragon washing pool is very important to both Shuilong and Xiao Huang. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "Before the blood dragon absorbs the spring of dragon tears?" Lin Qingxuan's eyes narrowed slightly and said faintly, "It depends on how long you can support this guy." Words fall, Lin Qingxian disappeared. And then, Xiao Huang came with a strong evil spirit. The most powerful. Yi Chen doesn't think much about it anymore. He forces a drop of blood essence on the sword of chopping the dragon and asking heaven. He cuts it madly. One man and one beast are carrying the power of divine thunder, just like two thunderballs in constant collision. Blood Dragon originally wanted to help, but Yi Chen even said, "Blood Dragon, quickly absorb the spring of dragon tears. Hurry up." Hearing this, the Blood Dragon's eyes hesitated a few minutes, or quickly toward the darkest place in the ancient city. Deep there are faint longing, feeling far away, even from ancient times. At the bottom of the pool, Yi Chen and Xiao Huang constantly collide. Although Xiao Huang's body is not big, but a casual palm print is enough to make Yi Chen's qi and blood vibrate. Yi Chen is injured again and again, swimming on the edge of life and death. Chapter 848. Obviously, Xiao Huang can't hurt Yi Chen anymore. His ferocious eyes are more and more angry. It seems that someone is challenging his authority. The battle at the bottom of the pool, however, made the people above the Shilong pool miserable to the extreme. Endless god thunder roamed in the spring. There was a genius who was slightly behind in cultivation and talent, and could not resist it. His qi barrier was broken on the spot. God thunder and evil intention completely devour him. "Mr. Jingshui, help me." He wanted to leave, but found that the god thunder like a thunder net bound him. He could not leave at all. The key is that the true qi of one's own dantian seems to be absorbed crazily. His accomplishments are declining. One side of the mirror water Mr. Eyes a shrink, step out, suspended in the wash dragon pool above, seize the guy's hand. Pull out of the water. But it's too late. God thunder and blood evil spirits suddenly contract, his body instantly burst. The eyes of Ji Siqing, Wei Ying, Dao Pao Youth, and even all the others in the Shilong pool become extremely serious. It's only a few hours. 2 geniuses have fallen. 8 people have entered here, and now only 6 are left. Who will be next again? Mr. Jingshui frowned into a character of Chuan. He didn't know what happened under the dragon washing pool, but one thing can be determined. The danger of the dragon washing pool this time is far more than 10 times that of the previous opening. Thinking about everything, he said to Ji Siqing, Wei Ying and others, "This time, the dragon washing pool is extremely dangerous. Don't feel and absorb the energy inside. Come out quickly. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." But only one young man in black returned to Mr. Jingshui for self-protection. The other 5 are still feeling it. Wealth insurance in the pursuit. How can I give up my chance to get here? Mr. Jingshui shook his head helplessly, and no longer cared. Fortunately, half an hour later, 4 of the 5 began to break through. The meaning of the breakthrough is extremely violent, and the Shillong pool is rolling, and one wave after another is wildly set off. The only one who didn't make a breakthrough was that young man in Dao Pao. Dao Pao youth body constantly diving into the water, holding a jade pendant in his hand. The jade pendant is engraved with the word Daozong. He was from the beginning. He kept a low profile throughout. Only for the mission given to him by the Taoist patriarch. He is also the only mature experimental product cultivated by the Taoist patriarch at present. At the beginning, Yi Chen was the first group of killers and 3 other people near Qingshuanfeng. He was the third. Strength in the return to the virtual state, spirit root and blood are enough to crush everything. For thousands of years, Daozong has widely accepted Kunlun talents because of his crazy plan. Once this plan is successful, Daozong will become the first one in Kunlun. More can control the whole Kunlun empty. Now, the biggest threat to the Taoist patriarch is the medical god gate where Yi Chen and Duan Huayan are. So Kunlun virtual genius ratio, the first is not important, the patriarch told him. If you meet Yi Chen, you must try every means to kill Yi Chen, and get Yi Chen's secret. And he is incomparably sure that Yi Chen is at the bottom of the washing dragon pool. The Taoist disciple disappeared completely and went to the bottom of the pool. The crisis is approaching. Under the dragon washing pool, Yi Chen breathes heavily, and cuts the dragon to ask the sky sword to insert on the ground, supports Yi Chen. His casual clothes are completely broken, and there are blood stains on his body. He raised his head and looked at the ferocious little yellow, some speechless. This guy hasn't been released yet. It's like having endless energy. How can he fight? Xiao Huang, why don't you try to hit the wall? I can't bear to be your partner. Yi Chen Dao. But this is an insult to Xiao Huang. The next second, it carries the potential of thunder, rushed quickly. Shit. Yi Chen is really convinced. He wants to pull up the sword of cutting dragon and asking heaven, but he finds that he has no strength at all. Too tired. However, he found that with Xiao Huang vent, the meaning of body breakthrough is more and more intense. Can break through already. Xiao Huang comes to Yi Chen in the blink of an eye and bursts out. Yi Chen's body flies out in an instant. As soon as you turn around, a sword is inserted on the ground. Sparks spread in the water, and a sword mark suddenly forms. It's shocking. Not yet stable body shape, Xiao Huang rushed again, this time with cold killing intention. The tender palm of the hand is the emergence of a few sharp steel knives, the upper stream of the steel knife rotating God Thunder and Blood Evil, directly toward the neck of Yi Chen. This little Huang is really going to kill him. Yi Chen is excited, holding a simple silver needle in the palm of his hand. He just plans to shoot out Lin Qingshuan's silver needle. There was a thundering sound of the dragon from the dark depths. The sound is so loud that even the ground vibrates. Then Yi Chen saw a fiery red figure rushed out. What a bloody dragon! But at the moment, the blood dragon's body is huge several times, and the breath is extremely terrible. The body surface is covered with dragon chant, which reflects the dazzling light under the light. Blood Dragon Protector, the Rage Pole, km distance, is just a moment for it. Touch! Blood Dragon directly hit Xiao Huang's body. Xiao Huang feels the danger and roars. Her claws like a steel knife directly stab at the Blood Dragon. Zizizi! It can't penetrate at all. It's a violent Mars. Bang! Blood Dragon directly hit Xiao Huang out. Almost instantly, two bodies, one big and one small, fought. The battle between Ancient Dragon and Beast King. Because it is too fast, but Yi Chen can only see a red and a blue, two lights constantly collide, constantly separate. The whole washing dragon pool vibrates. Roll! The air waves are shooting around. The broken walls and debris are broken up a bit. Yi Chen breathes out a breath and doesn't care about the two guys. He must practice and break through now. There is not only a spring of dragon tears in the water of Shilong Pool, but also liquefied aura. One day of practice is equivalent to 1 year of Kunlun virtual practice. This opportunity, he can't waste. Yi Chen no longer hesitates, cross legs and sit. 9 days Xianyang decided to run. Last time in Qingshuanfeng, he stayed on the 3rd layer of entering the Holy Land. This time, he should break through to the 5th layer at least. At least. Chapter 849. Last time Lei Ren dissipated, the starlight remained in the field, undoubtedly helping him break through the most adverse force. The spirit of the dragon washing pool is separated and gathered, and the body of Yi Chen is formed a vortex. In the whirlpool, one side was cold and the other was hot. Inside the field, the real air rolls. All the strength, like thousands of troops, is going towards that barrier to break through. This moment, Yi Chen's body is a battlefield. Everything around it seemed to be silent. Even the fierce battle between Blood Dragon and Xiao Huang cannot affect Yi Chen. 9 days Xianyang never knew how many weeks it had been running. He also doesn't know where his limit is. Boom! Endless spirit rush. A block broke on the spot. The body of Yi Chen is a light golden light. It's so cool. Far from over, Yi Chen continued to go to the next obstacle. A share of energy from the Dandian rush out, and finally reunited within the field. Dantian is expanding. More and more energy from the dragon washing pool comes to the Leaf Chen. Suddenly, the stone in Yi Chen pocket also flew out, and began to absorb the energy of dragon washing pool madly. For the cemetery of reincarnation. One person a stone began to plunder the entire resources of the dragon pool. The first reaction to this is naturally jizzicking and weighing. Two eyes open, look at each other, both find each other in the eyes of confusion. The energy of the dragon washing pool is disappearing. The key is they don't absorb too much. Although energy absorption, but the crisis in the dragon pool is more and more intense. A rough wave hit them. The two women, though, used the real gas barrier to block, but they still let the hair wet. I don't know why the energy of this dragon washing pool will be so degraded, so we have not much time left. Take it by secret method. Jizzicking said a word, a point on the eyebrow. A light came out. Light seems to be a huge palm, crazy towards the energy of disappearance. It was a catch on Jizzicking. Jizziking's mouth outlines a smile, continue to practice and break through. Weighing eyes sun shrink, she did not think so many means, but she can have evil blood cold body. Evil blood cold body, my body temporarily gives you control, if this energy passes through, you don't want to achieve your goal. In a moment, Wei Ying's eyes changed. It was cold and unfriendly. It is the cold body of the evil blood. She glanced around and found Yi Chen was not there, and said coldly, the bastard is not here. He picked up a life, otherwise, I will let him regret coming to this world. Cold field, get up. The words fall, the 10-meter washing pool around Wei Ying is frozen completely, and it turns into cold ice. Her position energy also stopped passing. She sat on the ice and continued to break through. Except for these two, the remaining few arrogants of the sky have no such means. Since the dragon washing pool has no spirit and is extremely dangerous, they all choose to leave the dragon washing pool for the first time. The whole washing dragon pool surface only left Wei Ying, jizzicking in the breakthrough. The mirror water mister beside swept around, ordered a few people. Suddenly, the face changed greatly. The genius disciple of Daozong is gone. He thought of something, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was heard that Taoist sect and the Dr. God clan were not in harmony. Daozong wanted to destroy the Dr. God gate and Duanhuayan several times. Now, it seems that the Taoist disciple should go to the bottom of the dragon pool to find the boy. I have long noticed that this Taoist disciple is not right, and has been suppressing his strength. It seems that someone helped out first this time. Under the dragon washing pool, Yi Chen has broken through to the 5th level of the Holy Land. And still breaking through. This makes the blood of Yi Chen all around him seem to boil. Although it only crossed a small state, the more the road to cultivation, the greater the benefit a small state brings. Even in two small realms, there may be a natural cut. Some practitioners are poor and don't want to break through their lives. If I go on like this, I am afraid that in a short time, I will enter the Holy Kingdom or return to the void. Even the King realm or the strong man in the source of Tao will not take me any longer. I didn't expect that the dragon pool really gave me a chance. Yi Qinjing to the heart, now the peace of mind breakthrough is the key. After all, there is a time limit on this dragon washing pool. It is estimated that before long, the energy of the dragon washing pool will disappear. The mountain bearing the Shilong pool will also crack. Every minute and every second must be cherished. Give it to me. Yi Qin yelled, his heart clear. Continue to hit the next level. The story of Kunlun Su is just beginning. Today Kunlun Su Dabi, let him understand one thing. Here, all the rules are empty talk. Strength is the king. For 5 years, his life in hell and his heart of hatred solidified his heart. Tao Xin is stronger than anyone else. Even hate let him condense the blood evil spirit. Step on the road to kill. If there is no way to kill, there is no blood dragon shadow. He's a very strong card. Everything is predestined. Kunlun Zadabi's disgrace was washed away, but he had to face some things. There are too many hidden threats. Daozong, the Xue family of Kunlun, and the forces behind the untouchable reincarnation cemetery. Although he is not qualified to contact with this force, various clues point to the Xue family in Kunlun. After all, the Yi family is closely related to the carrying capacity of the Samsara cemetery. What's more, the threat now, plus Mr. Mirror Water. This person looks after Xiao Huang so much that he will never leave Chenjua Square alive today. He must climb to the top of his strength to be qualified to resist. Thinking of this, his elixir field seems to burst open. Countless auras rush in. Topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Yi Qin is desperate to absorb. Black stone in, at least can alleviate a few points. But with the loss of time, Yi Qin's face pale a few minutes. Even the aura came crashing into his mouth, leaving a trace of blood on his mouth. The power of the dragon washing pool is not so easy to refine. The life talisman and the power of the divine thunder burst out together. God thunder covers the whole body. His body is to spread crackling figure, as if broken, and then a new life. Although the pain, but let Yi Qin extremely enjoy. The sense of breakthrough is getting stronger. Lin Qingxian of the Samsara cemetery saw Yi Qin like this, and kindly reminded him, disciple, the aura of the dragon washing pool is totally different from that of the outside world. You'd better take it easy. In ancient times, because the dragon and those fierce animals lived here, the energy in their bodies was also full of energy. This energy is enough to destroy a cultivator. Your body is not strong enough to resist. Yi Qin Mao's son shows firm determination. Nasha Tooth Wei, Master, I can. Chapter 850. Looking at Yi Qin's appearance, Lin Qingxian no longer talks much. His eyes were filled with joy. There is no wrong person selected for the Samsara cemetery. I'm afraid that if there are only one young man in the world, they will turn over. He thought of something and looked at the end of the 100 tombstones. It was a tombstone with a sense of desolation. This tombstone is a little different from all tombstones. Sight touch is an invisible pressure let you gasp. Lin Qingxian knew that Deneng in the tombstone would be the strongest one in the cemetery. To tell you the truth, I saw your shadow in the tomb owner. Nirvana is crushed in the world, fearless of everything and rising against the sky. With that, Lin Qingxian dissipated. And Yi Qin outside naturally did not know the situation inside. His elixir field is covered with a star on. Apparently from the Samsara cemetery. Xingmang package everything, as if in the crazy refining of the spirit of the dragon pool outside. As time goes by, Yi Qin's elixir field is slowly held up. And the original obstacles, there are signs of cracking. This is the best chance. Break it for me. Yi Qin a roar, the stars scattered, wrapped over the whole body. Even into the blood. Around him, the ground shakes, and the ground under him is shattered. At the moment, Yi Chen's body is like a cosmic explosion, a volcanic jet. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood again. But this did not shake Yi Chen's heart. Come again. At the moment, Yi Chen is breaking through, and Shui Long and Xiao Huang are playing hard on one side. Even a dragon and a beast are in a bit of a mess at the moment. It's scarred. They completely ignored Yi Chen. But with the help of each other, vent all the strength. But nobody noticed that the crisis was coming. The Taoist disciple fell steadily at the bottom of the dragon washing pool. Holding the jade pendant given to him by the patriarch, he almost ignored the pressure at the bottom of Shilong pool. When he saw the blood dragon and little yellow turning into two rays of light, he was completely frightened. There are really dragons under the dragon washing pool. And the momentum of this dragon is extremely strong. Well? What is that little thing? Although in Qinjua Square, he saw Xiao Huang on Yi Chen's shoulder, and he did not know Xiao Huang now. He frowned and suddenly noticed a figure breaking through in the corner. It's Yi Chen. Kill the intention to flash. The corner of his mouth is full of ecstasy. Yi Chen is breaking through at this time. This is a great opportunity. Yi Chen's state is extremely critical, want to destroy easily. He can even feel Yi Chen's injury. What a coincidence. Heaven is going to die, so what? A cold sword sacrifice, he quietly away, every step of the body momentum rising. When approaching, the Taoist disciples always pay attention to the dragon and beast. After all, this is the biggest threat. Fortunately, those two guys don't care about themselves. How can they notice this side? What's more, the existence of this kind of ancient times must be the god-beast of Zelonki. How can it help a mole ant? In a few seconds, Daozong's disciples have come to Yi Chen's face. Without hesitation, the endless power converges on a sword. The washing dragon pool rippled, and a cold light breaks through the air and hits Yi Chen's heart. At the moment of penetrating Yi Chen's eyes suddenly open. Extreme cold. He ignored everything and interrupted his practice. His 5 fingers stretched out and grasped the meaning of the sword. His hands ooze with blood. At the same time, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth spilled a trace of blood. After all, breaking through by force is too disturbing. Who are you? Yi Chen angry voice way. Daozong disciple sneered, who am I? Before you die, I will tell you that I am Zhang Jinting. Take down the head of your trash. Daozong. Yi Chen's eyes shrank, stretched out his hand, and the sword flew back, directly chopping on Zhang Jinting's long sword. Zhang Jinting stepped back a few steps. He didn't go on, but staring at the sword in Yi Chen's hand. This sword is not used by Yi Chen in the arena at all. He knew the key sword, and most of the disciples of Kunlun Su knew it, because the owner of this sword is Yi Shitian. But how could Yi Chen have the sword of killing heaven? With all his thoughts in his mind, he suddenly thought of the lightning and flame that Yi Chen burst out on the challenge arena. There are many people who control the fire and thunder and lightning in Kunlun. But the only one who controls the fire and thunder and the sword. His eyes widened and exclaimed, "You are Yi Jingtian." Yi Chen wiped off the blood stains on the corners of his mouth and said with a cold smile, "How is it?" Zhang Jinting got the reply, and his fear suddenly disappeared. On the contrary, he laughed coldly, "God helps me. No matter you are Yi Shitian or Yi Chen, I'm afraid that the qi in your body is disordered and it's very uncomfortable. With your injuries, do you think you're my match in the heyday? If the Lord knew that I had killed Yi Chen and Yi Shitian, he would have injected those things into my body. At that time, I will certainly become the Taoist Dharma protector who follows the patriarch and dominates the world." When Yi Chen heard Zhang Jinting's words, he understood what he understood. The breath of Zhang Jinting was different from that of ordinary practitioners. On the contrary, he was similar to the 3 strong men who stepped into Qingshuanfeng a few days ago. Are they the same kind of people? Before he could react to it, Zhang Jinting stepped out and came with an overwhelming momentum. Yi Chen can only endure the disordered energy on his body and block it with the sword, But this block, on the contrary, let his breath of Dantian more chaotic. Poof! Another mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Zhang Zhenting laughed. Yisher Tian, if I were you, I would raise my head and sacrifice my head. Now your body is in chaos. The more you resist, the deeper you will be hurt. At this moment, he enjoyed it to the utmost. What's more, you must have hidden secrets. If you tell me these secrets, I'll give you a good way to die. Go away. Yi Chen Mao's son offends cold, offered a silver needle on the spot. This power of Lin Qingxian is the biggest reliance he can use at present. He took a look at Shuilong and Xiao Huang, and almost died of anger. They were all plotted by others. These two guys didn't mean to escort at all. Can't I have eyes? No longer think about it, the power of the silver needle breaks out, and in an instant, the light shines everywhere and covers it. Whoosh! The silver needle broke free of Yi Chen's hand and flew out. Towards Zhang Zhenting. Boom! Suddenly, the power of heaven and earth is used. Boundless energy, condense, the small silver needle actually expands on the spot.